Hello and welcome everybody for another day of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host Doa, and along with me to start things off today are Dratnos, Nagura, and Makes. And guess what? It's Group B, Day 2. That means we've got a couple upper bracket matches, but then we've got count them, four elimination matches coming at you. Dratnos is counting them right now. Make sure you can do it. You're almost there. One more. Yeah, you did it. Nice. Great job. So on the back of that huge success, Dratnos, what are you looking forward to today?
Okay, so we've got some good matches coming up today. In the upper bracket, we're starting off with a pretty nice one of Perplexed versus Dismissed. But then after this, we have MONKA versus Just Reset, which is even closer seeding-wise. And Just Reset put up some really good times yesterday, as well as some really good runs in their dungeons. Of course, 2-0ing, all our games yesterday were 2-0s. So Perplexed and MONKA are huge favorites in both of these games that we have in the upper bracket here. But in particular, I'm really excited to see honestly, both Dismissed and Just Reset, because watching their games yesterday, I think they have a chance of taking games, or potentially, if they get on the front foot, even a series off of either Perplexed or MONKA. But again, pretty big favorites, Perplexed and MONKA, to make it through to Sunday, still in the upper bracket. Then we go down into the lower bracket, and it is, again, just a brutal bloodbath with 4 teams going home at the end of the day. So I'm also looking forward to just seeing who can scrap it out and stay in this bracket and make it through to Sunday in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it is going to be cutthroat. But if I recall correctly, and I think you were talking about this before we went live today, Nagura, that you were saying that Just Reset was a team that people did need to watch out for a little bit.
Yeah, Just Reset is actually a really high-seeded team coming into this tournament. They're the 9th seed from the time trials, and they're kind of this unknown team, right? I think they're first time competing, and to be able to get a 9th seed as your first time in the time trials, they are a live keep pushing team, so they're already used to M+ in general, but this is their first time doing MDI. And of course, there's a big difference between doing high keys and between speed running keys, which is what they have to do here in the MDI. But yesterday, they already performed really well and managed to win one of the dungeons where they had a full team wipe against Rock Gang, so that is really impressive.
Yeah, and who are you going to call? Ghost or Biter? It's like we have Ghostbusters at home. It's like it's Ghost. Well, here's our maps for the day.
Mercifully,
as you can see. That's right. We do. It is Eye of Ashara Day. Thank you. It is Eye of Ashara Day. So, and it's all bannable. Like, you can ban Eye, right? But then there's also things like Tezzeret Streets to worry about in certain cases. So I hope we see an Eye get through. You know, I put up the green screen background. The seagulls are here. It's a bird-demic today. Potentially, if you go to that map. But we'll see. You know, maybe both teams will think the other one's going to ban it, and we'll see one slip through. Who knows?
Yeah, that would be super, super great. Because going into the first match, we have seen something from Perplex yesterday where they banned out the Gambit, and I was actually messaging Risen because I talked to him before, and I was like, so is there any map that we can expect a ban from you? Like, are you looking to ban that Eye of Ashara, for example? And Risen was like, nah, we're pretty set. No worries, kind of. And then they banned the Gambit, and I messaged him, and I was like, so secret strats, huh? And they said, yeah, they don't want to show the final dungeons, but Streets is one of them, and this time around, they can't dodge that Streets, so I'm really excited to see this here, and I love these little icons.
I actually think that Perplex had a really tough kind of set of dungeons already, because in the very first series they played yesterday, they had to play the 24 Plaguefall, and now they have to play the 24 Streets, because of course the first map is not bannable. So they are the only team who had to play 2 24 dungeons, which are the highest key in this MDI. So yeah, having to practice those 24 keys, that probably is not easy.
Yeah, true. I mean, at least if you're gonna win on something, winning on the highest difficulty essentially is going to make a statement, right? And it's gonna kind of make you comfortable going into everything else. It feels like. But Ivazara understandably banned. That one banned by Dismissed, and then Perplexed taken out Miss. That means we've got Tezzeret Streets, Necrotic Wake, and if we need it, Theater of Pain. So we'll see. It's hard to say with these ones. I mean, obviously, like, people still, I think, expecting Perplexed to go through maybe 2-0 fashion, but it would be cool to see some closer matches today. But we might have to wait for the lower bracket for those, Andrianos.
Yeah, I will say Dismissed was capable of putting up some clean runs yesterday, and Perplexed certainly is not immune to disasters happening in their runs, but definitely looking at the time trial times here, the Streets time trial was something like 5 minutes separating the two teams, so Dismissed are going to have to overcome a pretty sizable initial disadvantage. Now, they may have overcome some of that with practice, with good pathing, with different affixes, having a plan that lines up better against the dungeons, but it's pretty likely that they're also going to need something to go a little bit wrong for Perplexed, and their run to be, very clean.
What I'm curious about going into this first one, too, now that we get to see Tajvaz Streets, is how much teams will try to replicate what Echo did on that dungeon, right? Because there was a lot of kind of wacky stuff going on in there. There was a lot of really impressive pulls, but also that the thing on the third boss fight where you get the Woe Drifter to come through like 2 minutes later into the fight, so you can get at that perfect time to just run out. Like, I don't know if we know Nagura exactly how they were able to do that, and so will other teams be able to figure that out? Did we figure out exactly how they did that yet?
Yeah, so I figured it out after I did the whole script and recorded the video, and I figured I'm just going to leave it in there so people can guess around a little bit. But what actually happened was that the Warlock left his Fellhunter, his pet, outside. He just left it there, went in, played the boss, and then 2 minutes later he attacked the Woe Drifter with his pet. And then he had aggro of it afterwards once the pet died. So that was a really cool strategy, and I think teams might have figured it out now and maybe are doing the same.
That's really interesting. Okay.
Pets coming in and carrying. We saw this yesterday. This little Warlock doggo is just doing all the work. As if the class wasn't busted enough already, we have the dog doing all of the work as well. I'm here for it. I love it.
I mean, so that means Beastmastery Hunter's coming back, right? I mean, it's got 2 pets, right? More pets to... I mean, obviously, Demonology has a few more, but yeah. No, we're not going to see Beastmastery. Who am I kidding? Perplexed versus Dismissed. The, somewhat upset cat versus the duck that looks surprisingly positive despite apparently just being fired from their job. So
cute.
I like the positive attitude, though. When you get that pink slip, you're like, well, I'll just get going, I guess.
Try again?
My brute. Yeah, stick the pens into my feathers, kind of. Is it just a tie, or is there a shirt going on? I don't know. We'll think about it as we watch this first dungeon. Take it away.
Yeah, there we go. So both of the teams running a pretty similar comp, except the difference in tanks. We do see Dismiss running that Vengeance Demon Hunter, providing that extra magic damage for the team. While Perplexed chose to go with the Flat Decay. So I would say Dismissed having maybe a slightly higher damage comp, but then again, Blood Decay does a lot of damage, even without buffing the rest of the damage dealers with anything, especially in Streets. We've seen some crazy numbers coming out of the Blood Decays in Streets.
Yeah, and not only the outgoing damage from a Blood Decay is a little bit of a carry in my opinion, but also the incoming healing. If you have a Blood Decay tank as a healer, and I'm sure a lot of healers can relate to that, you barely need to do anything. You need to heal through the big AoE hits, and other than that, you could just spam damage. So it allows your healer to also do more damage, which Holy Priest is actually pretty decent at if they don't have to heal. And the first person goes down. Blade for Dismissed has died in this pack here. We're seeing the Guardian Angel proc on Maggot, but Blade has released, Bloodlust is on for both of those teams. We're trying to deal with this huge pack here.
Yeah, Perplex actually did a really crazy pull as they pulled the right side in, and then all of the mobs that were in this boss area, plus the mini-boss that spawns the boss afterwards. The only thing they did was blind that officer there at the very start to make sure they don't have to deal with that, and they also left that relic pack. So now they're engaging this relic pack while they wait for the boss to spawn, and maybe are pulling it into the boss as well to get that double damage buff with the relic plus the Vi relic that is going to be spawning for the boss too. So I really like this strategy, and yeah, a little bit of a difference to what we've seen from Echo. It's still very similar. They just adapted the strategy to their affixes, right? Because they have fortified, so they use the Bloodlust for the trash pull here instead of saving it for the boss later.
Yeah, and you really need to do that. The first room in Streets is probably one of the most brutal, menacing rooms in Shadowlands Dungeon history. That room is not a joke, and Dismissed is experiencing this firsthand as they actually full wipe here for one time. They need to get this set up one more time. It seems like the boss is still in fight with someone, but the group has died going in and out of this room, and now they're trying to get this back and going, while Perplexed has just been consistently hitting that boss here now, pulling a little bit more rats into the boss fight, something we've seen from Just Reset yesterday as well. We're gonna do these and then probably want to skip those securities as they're not very fun, but just adding a little bit more extra trash since it is fortified, so you can deal with another pack on top of the boss easily, and it's gonna make your Warlock just so much happier.
Yeah, and this swipe was actually really unfortunate for Dismissed because their trash pull that they're doing, you can see it right now, it was already really low HP when they wiped, and it looked like barely any mobs even died at all. So they put so much time and defensive cooldowns and effort into this pull, and then ended up wiping at the very end, and now their tank goes down again. But this time around, they should be able to finish it off, hopefully, as they're trying to survive and just kite out the rest of these mobs. But as you said, these mobs are really scary, and they teleport around. So sometimes it's not even that easy to kite them out when your tank dies. You just teleport on top of it.
Yeah, and we're seeing the skip that we just talked about, something Echo has shown as well, Just Reset has shown, and now I'm curious what we're doing. Divine Field is pulling everything here together, and a Shine seems to be running forward and doing the little mini game there. He is just walking towards this little guy here, gonna pick the portal up so we can teleport in case we need it, and I think we should be adding some more portals. Okay, Shine, I see you. But now we're starting the roleplay. So he has to carry that little item to the correct vendor, and then again, and then again, and that is random. But the same for both of those teams. And while he's doing that, the rest of the group is just happily DPSing down these mobs here. Divine Field drops really, really low there for a second, but manages to survive. Swagshot goes down, though.
Yeah, so Swagshot unfortunately going down, they had to use a battle rest to get him back up. Divine Field also having some trouble surviving there. But yeah, Shine having that woe buff, being able to carry these trade goods around without triggering those strong arm mobs, really, really nice, because of course they don't give any percentage, so they're very inefficient to deal with. And now we see a Shine actually pull some trash here, possibly snapping it into some other area or into a boss fight. Looks like they're going to that band boss, to that Oasis. And I assume that's where they want to snap those mobs towards. So it's really nice to see that they're also doing these kind of snap strategies where they just
here we go.
Get the trash. Yeah, there we go. Getting the trash in here and then just leaving it down with the rest of the boss fight.
Just waiting for Divine Field to be there so it doesn't get slapped in the face. But it looks like he's here to save the rogue, a Trix for sure, and making sure he survives with ease. Everybody's taking positions, we're picking up these instruments, and then we're gonna pull all of this trash together with the kind of pre-event that this boss has here. Divine Field is just consistently dropping so low. My heart is racing just watching this guy's HP. And Dismissed, on the other hand, is trying to kill the boss now. We're gonna see the same thing that we've seen from the other team as well, where they pull another pack into it, but Maggot is fighting really, really hard for their life here. No meta ready, no Fell Devastation ready. We're still in the Metamorphosis form, but it's not a lot to work with here.
Yeah, and another thing about Perplexed strategy now is they were basically like that pull they did before while Ashine was doing this whole like activating the portals and doing the roleplay. They didn't even finish that trash pull. They were just like moving into the boss as soon as Shine was done. So one of those mobs was on 20% HP. You saw they didn't actually snap all of the mobs. They just kind of like moved, and they moved after them. The mobs moved after Divine Field. So this whole way Divine Field had to try to survive while all of these mobs were just running after him. Because they were, you know, they knew that they can attack the boss now. So they didn't take the time to finish the mobs. They were just moving on for more efficiency and more time saved. Which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and you need to be really careful when you're a tank and running away from these. Like you said, you can easily get hit in the back, and that can hurt pretty badly. I speak out of experience here. Make sure to not repeat these mistakes. It's not fun to die like that. So, Perplexed finishing off that big pull, and should be spawning the boss soonish, I think. Maybe we have one more pack before the boss comes down here, but should be getting going soon. I'm just waiting.
I just missed my wipe here because their tank went down. I'm not sure if they can cut this out. It's really low, 6%, 5%. But yeah, it's just like their rogue is trying to somehow kite the boss around. Hopefully they get the boss to cast an ability so they can survive. But yeah, there we go. The rogue just keeps running and somehow
the hunter
manages
is there
to
as well. They're both trying really hard. Exo keeping them alive. They managed the first boss, and we're gonna move on from here onwards. But I think we have to play these securities here since no woe buff is available anymore. And Perplexed is already at kind of the halfway checkpoint on Zogron here. Gonna kick that menacing shout, and I think the AoE is gonna happen one more time. There's the security slam, and then when it comes, I do want to highlight that you can actually move out of the AoE puddle it does, and then get the buff while using these little notes of crowd control we just saw here.
And they also delayed the Woe Drifter kill a little bit. They were not immediately just cleaving it down with like Havocs and other AoE that they're doing. It was trying to really focus the boss to make sure the Woe Drifter doesn't die too early. So now the boss is down, they still have half that Woe buff that they can use. Now skip Trash and also just have the movement speed to be quicker in the next area. I do assume that they need a lot of trash still, and I wonder if someone has already activated the RP event at the Menagerie over there, because that's something that they would have to wait for otherwise, unless they just activate it now and just play some trash, because if you look at the enemy forces, there's still quite a lot they need to do.
I'm pretty sure, so what we're going to see next is a setup for a poll here, and then while the rest of the group is just doing the pre-ads in front of the boss, because they're not as terrible as a lot of the other trash in this dungeon. That's the moment where you could technically walk away and trigger the Menagerie if you wanted to do that ahead of time, and I agree with you. I'm pretty sure they do want to get that done and make sure they don't have to wait for that full roleplay event when they want to go over there and start it. But right now it seems like they want all hands on deck with this big poll here.
Yeah, that's definitely... All of the mobs here in this area are also pretty scary. In fact, I think all of the mobs in streets are just generally scary to deal with, especially in a 24-40 fight. So yeah, the pulls that we are seeing here are maybe not as insane as we have seen last week, because last week we had different affixes and lower key levels. So it makes sense that they're not just putting the whole dungeon together.
Oh yeah,
even just pulling 5-6 mobs here, double, triple pack is also really hard to execute. With 24.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm still a little bit scarred from when the dungeon came into Mythic Plus for the first time. Before all of the nerfs that happened, that was the most scary state it was in. I'm pretty sure now it's very easily doable on the lower levels, but yeah, those ads are really tough on fortified levels.
And additionally, Perplexed, they probably have somebody who is watching the broadcast. And of course there's a delay on it, but by now they know for sure that Dismissed had a full team wipe with the trash, that they, generally just killed the boss a couple of seconds ago while they already have the second boss down. Ooh. So it's also very possible that they decide to go a little bit slower on some of those
It doesn't
pulls.
seem like it.
I feel like some of them are risky. But there we go, now they are engaging the boss with some trash up still, and they have a vibe buff as well that they pushed up earlier. And this is still really scary. We've seen a lot of teams wipe to this even last week with lower affixes. So we'll see if they can execute this. They're of course all standing in that haste bubble as well to get that extra haste and the damage output. And I mean, the amount of damage they're doing right now is crazy. I mean, just look at Wolf Disco with that haste buff and Vi.
And then the Elemental,
yeah,
it's insane, and they did such a good job of just chaining these Elementals and consistently having one of these buffs up. it was really, really perfectly executed, and that Postmaster is not a hurdle for them at all. They're just going to wipe the slate clean, finish this boss off, and then move on. We're now at 83%, going to shroud through here, not dealing with any of these for now, and I'm pretty sure we're going to trigger the event and then maybe pull some of the trash in there while we're waiting for it to start, because I haven't seen anyone go in there.
I think they pulled it earlier, before they gathered this pool that we saw with the peacekeepers. I think somebody did walk there. But they're now walking around this corner, gathering up this really insane pool. There's so many peacekeepers in there, it looks like 5 or 6 of them. They need to make sure they're all gathering up on top of each other, which can be hard when you have storming, right? So if a storming knocks you out and you get charged by these peacekeepers, then you're gonna be in big trouble.
Ooh.
That's gonna one-shot you easily. They have to be very careful as Divine Field actually drops incredibly low. Did somehow manage to survive. Now we see the AoE stuns come in with the Shadow Furies to help out Divine Field, but look how low it's dropping. Oh my god.
We don't have a Guardian Angel for Divine Field. He needs to survive this. The Peacekeepers are very low. They're doing as much damage as they can. Wolf Disco is completely blasting this pack, and surely enough, slowly all of them die, and they manage to do it. But that was really intense on all of them. Just look at the HPS from Divine Field.
That was and they helped him out so much too. That was really nice to watch. We saw the Shadow Fury come in by Wolf Disco. We saw even the Binding Shot come in by a Swag Shot as well, making sure Divine Field can walk a little bit away. Can't walk too far, right? Because otherwise he got charged. But just to walk out of melee range a little bit. And we also saw the Fear come in by Rice, and just having that AoE Fear for a little bit of a CC. Of course it will get broken by the damage that they're doing to the mobs. But again, just nicely done by the team to help out Divine Field survive that insane.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the boss's HP here. This is more like a council boss, so once they finish this, it isn't over just yet. But they're putting out so much damage on everything they need. This is not a drill. This team came to fight, and they're doing a perfect job at that. I do want to highlight Dismissed now also at the Postmaster, trying to catch up, not far off in the trash percentage. We're currently on 95 to 83, but they're just a little bit behind on doing those bosses and some of the trash. And of course, they have the 10 extra death with the penalty seconds on top.
Yeah, gonna be a hard task for Dismiss to make up the time. But Perplexed has been holding on to their Bloodlust for a couple of minutes now. Not even using it for that insane trash pull they just did. So I wonder if they'd have maybe another kind of risky pull on the last boss. Maybe they want to snap up an Enforcer to get that 20% damage increase onto the boss. And that can be another risky pull. We've seen some teams wipe to that, or at least lose a couple of players for aggro reasons, because that can always happen when you have these mobs snapping up and then evading for a few seconds. Yeah, more issues for Dismissed, unfortunately, at the end of the post.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're in a little bit of a tough spot. Their unique diet blade also down, no battle rest is available. I'm pretty sure they will be able to finish this boss fight here. It's only on 1%, and it should go down right about now, so they managed to finish that off. And even though the bosses are not doing them any favors, I do want to highlight they're not as far behind as you would probably expect them to be with all of the wipes they had so far. But Perplexed is also on a good route to finish off Gold Fuse here, and then we should be able to just walk out of here and go to the final boss. And I'm pretty sure with Reset Nagura is going to happen. We've seen it from Just Reset, we've seen it from Echo, and I think this is now the kind of default strat that you do, especially if you have the Hunter, if you have the Rogue in the team, to just tricks and make sure your tank gets the aggro.
Yeah, and then I'm not sure if they pulled the mini boss. No, they didn't. All right, so they still have that gatekeeper that they have to deal with before they can move up. So that is something that they were not comfortable snapping anywhere, right? We've seen some teams last week snap this mini boss to like the Oasis boss fight, for example. Well, it looks like they're just skipping it.
You can skip it, yeah. You can just walk.
So they're just not dealing with it. Wolf Disco is gonna pull the Enforcers now. You can see the Mind Sooth as well on the Commander to not have to deal with that. It's really nice. Alright. Just pulling the Enforcers there without having to deal with that commander.
Yeah, it's something we've seen before. You need to be careful though, because even if you have the Mind Soothe on, you can't step too far in the middle. You'll aggro it. So you need to be very careful and just walk directly from the side, right along the wall. And here we go, the Enforcer has snapped, and we're now dealing with the Enforcer and the boss. And in case you're not aware of what this is doing, the Enforcer has an aura that everything around him is taking 20% more damage, which means every damage your group take is going to be buffed by 20%, so there's a lot more damage incoming, but you're also doing 20% more damage to the boss, which just allows you to absolutely melt it. And we're not even at the point where the second wall comes down. The Enforcer is nearly down, and so is Soasmi, under 30% here.
And I mean, look at the damage. I mean, these numbers are not new to the MDI, because if you do big AoE pulls, you see these kind of numbers too. But this wasn't a big AoE pull, right? These were 3 mobs, and one of the mobs has been down for like 2 minutes already. So seeing these numbers for like single target or like 2 target hits is insane. Well, yeah, there we go, Perplexed finishing off the boss, and an 18 minutes, 8-second clear for Perplexed. That was incredibly fun.
Yeah.
Victory for Perplexed in game number 1, and you know, I think again, you know, people are expecting a really clean run from Perplexed, and we may even have a little bit of the echo effect that we were talking about last week, where a team like Dismissed, you know, great team, but you know, maybe feeling the need to push themselves farther than they're even comfortable with just to try to keep up, you know, and that makes it tough, right? You're gonna have extra deaths that time, you're gonna fall behind, but you know, great start for Perplexed either way.
Yeah, I mean, such a great run there from Perplexed. You know, comparing this to time trial times is a little bit rough because it's a lot slower than the time trials, but you have to remember, this is a 24 key. It doesn't look like it when you see how fast they melt these bosses, but these mobs are very lethal. We saw them claiming a lot of lives over on the side of Dismissed, and I mean, just really, really well played by Perplexed. The 1 death in the whole dungeon for them. And the overall damage that they're putting out throughout this whole dungeon. I mean, 42k effective DPS on a Warlock. Wow. I think that's the highest I've seen it, at least in the streets, outside of a couple dungeons where you get it, like, you know, Halls of Atonement, where it goes even higher. This is just crazy amounts of damage coming out from Wolf Disco and Swag as well.
Yeah, and if you compare it to the time of Just Reset, which is another really good team that we're going to see after the series, they had a 21-minute clear, so they were 3 minutes faster than them.
Yeah, look at this big pull that they're able to pull off as well here, going towards the Grand Menagerie. This is a lot of danger here. It has one of those Enforcers in as well, so that Force Multiplier is making everything die faster, but also kill faster. And you can see Divine here actually is going to pop Purg during this pull, which is a talent that we don't see a lot of Blood Death Knights play. It's one on the bottom row. It's against Vampiric Blood cooldown reduction. But what happens is if you would die, instead you just get a healing absorb for however much you would have died by, and once you clear that, you're still fine, right? You get to keep playing. So really, really lethal pull. Of course, end up costing Divine. It was a couple seconds after that, his Purg, and I don't know. I mean, that's something about Divine, right? He's just historically a unbelievably defensive-oriented tank, taking these sorts of cheat death options, valuing them very heavily, and sometimes that just means that when you're on a team with him, these sorts of pulls that a 24 fortified 30 mobs from the courtyard, you know, those sorts of things that you don't really think about as being possible, or not so much possible, but like reliable in an MDI setting, right? Something that you can add to a route and feel confident is going to get done every time. That sort of playstyle from Divine sometimes really takes those things from the not feasible to the feasible.
Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing you only sort of learn through practice, right? Where it's like you try some of these pulls and it's like it feels close, but it's like, well, what if I grab Purgatory for this? And then suddenly it's possible, and you're like, all right, well now, you know, we can like take that into the dungeon and have this thing that not a lot of people have. But that's what it's fun about the MDI to me, right? Is that you get to see these like huge, insane, intricate at the same time pulls, right? But you know, at this point, what are we going to do? We're going to Necrotic Wake next, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's another one where we could have like a very quick dungeon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Necrotic Wake is one of those dungeons that can be cleared really quickly, but it can also go incredibly wrong, because the pulls that they're doing in this MDI, they very heavily require on the Kyrian weapons from that dungeon, and that's why they want to do insane pulls whenever they have those weapons up. But if something goes wrong and they have a wipe, then not only did they have a wipe, but they also lost that carrying weapon that made that pull even possible in the first place. So then they cannot do the same thing again, and they would have to go really slowly, and that will just be like a couple of minutes lost. So that's why making a mistake in that dungeon is very costly.
Yeah, certainly can be. And like, Perplexed, a team that obviously has been a little bit lighter on the mistakes than some other teams we've been seeing, but it's still possible. It could happen to anyone. It is going to be Tyrannical, Raging, Volcanic for that particular one. 23 too. So again, one of our like higher keys, with 24 being the highest. Certainly something to be taken seriously, but right now Perplex has kind of been cruising, and it feels like Mex they're going to kind of continue to cruise here unless something goes really wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would like for the little ducky to get their chance, right? I think Dismissed is a great team, and I'm generally always a fan of the underdog, of the new team coming in, but Perplex is just one of the...
Exactly, exactly. I'll allow it, yep.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to say Perplex is just one of these veteran teams, right? One of those teams we've been seeing forever in the MDI, doing great in the MDI for a long, long time. So if you wanted to see a dungeon win against them, you'd really have to be absolutely bonkers, and I'm not sure Dismissed is at that level just yet, although I would really like them to take a dungeon.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to kind of like grind through the lower bracket to get back and have a chance to do that, it seems like, because with one more dungeon loss, obviously, they're going to go down there. They have a chance to kind of make it pretty deep, I would say, in the lower bracket, just kind of based on what we saw yesterday against some of the other strength of the teams that we know are down there. But, you still, might end up against like... MONKA's or Just Reset is like the final boss in the lower bracket or something, right? So you're going to need to still bring it up to another level, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Yeah. You don't even need to answer that. It's true. Yeah.
I think the thing when you look at like Dismissed's tournament plan, it probably does involve planning for a lower bracket entry at some point, but that being said, I think they still are planning to put up a showing here in Necrotic Wake. This is the sort of dungeon as well where even a team like Perplexed, there are so many pulls that are pretty volatile. There's so many ways that you can fall behind on your plan and kind of get knocked off the rails, and you're missing a weapon, and now something is a lot harder to do the second time. Perplexed certainly the favorites here. There's a big chance that they're just going to come in here, do the dungeon in far fewer pulls than Dismissed, with far fewer deaths. But there's also a world in which they wipe here, and Dismissed need to make sure that they're playing in such a way where they can win the map if that happens.
I'm sure they'll be ready. My question for all of you before we get started is, what job do you think the duck has? Or had, I guess we should say. Where do you get fired from?
I think that duck looks like an accountant to me.
A little bit. Yeah, I can see that.
To be fair, I asked one of our admins why the duck looked so happy after, being dismissed, and they said, well, it got dismissed from a really bad job, so it was probably something like finances, accountant, pretty sure.
Wow. You heard that. Duck. You heard it here first. Any finance or accountants in chat makes thinks your job is bad.
Unless they're big DPS numbers. I don't like numbers.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe it was just kind of like this duck was like a soulless Wall Street drone, right? Like just thought about money, but now it's realizing there's more to life. More like seeing how this necrotic wake goes. Let's find out. Let's see if the duck can be happy at the end of this one.
Yeah. Alright, so it does look like Perplex is already gathering up to a huge pool. They picked up the weapons before you can see Ashan already has the spear plus Rice and that hammer, and they gathered up all of this trash on top of Lightbone, while they also did activate the Goliath to get the orbs, but they don't have them yet. This is really scary because they don't have the extra healing from the orbs just yet, but no problem for Perplex.
We're just gonna walk over there.
Done.
I'm not sure it was planned like that, because they walked over to get the AoE pulsing orbs after the trash was done. I'm pretty sure we're gonna pull a little bit more into this boss fight as it is tyrannical, and we can just hold on for a little bit longer. On the right side, it seems like we're just gonna go again. Nobody has seen anything, so we're just starting this one more time for Dismissed with a little bit more time on the counter due to 5 deaths. But here we go, Perplex pulling a little bit more trash into it. We still have these pulsing AoE orbs, so we're going to do a little bit more extra AoE damage. And we can actually see this in the damage meter as Kyrian weapons. They're just going to show up there, and Blightbone will not survive for much longer here as we DPS it down, as well as the relics and everything else in that pool.
Yeah, I think that's actually really bad for Dismissed as White, because it looked like they used a spear, because Perplexed had also committed a spear onto this first pool, and Dismissed doesn't have a spear on anyone. So I assume that they used their spear possibly, unless they have not picked it up yet, which is of course also another possibility. But if they lost a spear and then wiped afterwards, then that would be pretty bad, because now they have to do everything a bit slower, because they don't have that weapon available to them. But Perplex having none of those issues, as they get picked up the second Goliath orbs, and now are just dealing with this mini boss trap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had picked it up, put it into that big pool, and then wiped. So they are probably fighting the game from behind now, as they have to catch up on this pull. Like you were saying earlier, without that weapon available to them, it's going to make it really, really hard to catch up at all, and especially with Perplex keeping up the speed that they're now at. We're going to kill the Necromancer here, just so we can activate that little Goliath and get another set of pulsing orbs, and then, oh, we moved the... it went to the left side. Okay, and then we're going to go over, do one more big pull, I would assume, and then pull into the boss.
It's possible that they might actually pull everything into the boss here already. That is something we have seen last week. So I wonder if Perplex might do something similar here. It's very difficult, but it looks like they're doing it. They're just gathering up everything. If Divine Field is going to be the one that gathers up all of this trash here, you can see it all coming in. And Amarth also being engaged here. This is just so dangerous for them to do. They have to commit possibly a spear on top of having the Kyrian orbs here as well. But yeah, this is just crazy.
I mean,
yeah, they did commit a spear.
The horde that just ran after Divine Field as his little DK legs carried him as fast as possible to the rest of the group looked devastating. But they're doing such a fantastic job with all of that. The shuffling corpses are going to come in. Divine Field is making sure he has the aggro on all of them so they can DPS these down passively as well while they're coming. And Amarth, even though it's a tyrannical boss, just dropping steadily. We can see that a Kyrian weapon has been used here, so a lot of extra damage coming in from that as they scale up with the dungeons as well. And Amarth is down to 20%. We're going to see the last shuffling corpse die here, and from here on out they should be very, very stable. I don't think they even need to play the Yats here if they don't want to. They can just finish off this boss.
Yeah, they don't have to at all, and yeah, this was such a crazy pull. It looked so easy, quote-unquote, when everything just died like that, but it was very hard to execute. They had to make sure they're all line of sighting to not, to make sure all of the trash actually moves to them, and then we saw a really nice mass grip by Divine Field as well, to line it up with the spear, because the spear needs to hit through all of these mobs as well. So that was a really nicely executed pull by Perplex, committing the Kyrian orbs from the Goliath, and also one spear. But if you can see, they still have 2 orbs left, 2 hammers, 3 hammers even, and 1 spear. So they still have a lot of weapons to deal with this necropolis area.
Yeah, good catch. I wouldn't even have seen those little hammers. I only see the spears because they poke out, but you're absolutely correct.
They actually have the buff now. They added it to the group frame. You can see it on the top of the group frame. It's really nice to see there.
Oh, well, see, I've been casting the MDI on the German channel for quite some time, and I never got that.
They never no, they didn't have them. It's a new thing. It's for this season. It's the first time they added them.
Okay. Well,
don't worry about it. You didn't miss them. It's new.
As stupid as I thought. That's great. Thank you, Nagura. But we're going to go into this big pull here and actually not sacrificing anything. We can easily DPS it down. Swag is doing so much work for the rest of the group here in this pull as a survival hunter, just having so much AoE damage. Here comes the trap. We're gonna use that crafter later on as we can mind control it, and then it won't be a problem. for spawning the final boss event, and now we're already into the boss's roleplay event.
Yeah, and I do quickly want to mention that Dismiss just wiped again on Blightbone, and some people might say, oh, how can they wipe on this boss and what's going on? Again, this dungeon is just so volatile because of the Kyrian weapons. In fact, most of the time, after the teams are done with the dungeon, we look at the damage meter afterwards, right? And the Kyrian weapons are usually the #1 damage dealt. Like, they do more damage than any damage dealer, right? So that's why it's so important to execute these pulls correctly the first time. Because if you're committing any sort of weapon and then you wipe afterwards without having killed the trash mobs or the boss, then it's going to be infinitely harder for them to actually do it again. So that is why I dismissed after that first initial wipe, losing that spear just made everything much, much harder for them. But we know they can do this dungeon quickly because we've already seen them play this yesterday, and they did it in 17 minutes and 12 seconds with only 2 deaths. So they actually know, like, they can execute this dungeon. It just didn't work out this time around. And again, it's just incredibly volatile and really difficult to do this.
Yeah.
Even though it looks easy, quote unquote, it's still very, very hard. And it requires all of these tiny details to be played perfectly. And otherwise, everything's just going to fall apart.
Oh yeah, for sure. So you can probably compare this to when you're doing your weekly 15 no leavers, and after 10 seconds, your DPS player leaves. That's how it feels to play this dungeon without your Kyrian weapons. You're literally down 1 DPS in terms of overall. And it's probably your strongest one too. So the guy you were hoping...
Warlock.
The guy you were hoping to carry you, that Destro Warlock, he's now gone. So good luck in your weekly 15 no leavers. It's not going to be a fun ride. So yeah, but they managed to kill it, and they're going to move on as well. I'm a little sad to see that it's just not working their way right now, but Perplexed is doing a really awesome job, and I'm happy to see them so well and put in that amazing time. What we're seeing right now, the pull going up to that second boss was completely crazy, and I'm curious to see how fast they can actually kill this boss here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a record speed clear by Perplexed here. They're only 8 minutes 30 into the dungeon, and they're now engaging Stitch Flash. So that is just insane. They still have those 3 weapons plus a spear left. So they have lots of damage to be able to deal with. Either they can use the spear on this boss or on the last boss. We've seen both by teams. But because they don't have Bloodlust yet, it might make sense to use the spear here. And then maybe use Bloodlust on the last boss. Unless they want to stack both on top. Get like the multiplier on the damage. Which is also... It's more of a speed thing rather than a safety thing. But I think Perplex definitely would go for the speed rather than the safety.
Yeah.
If they're comfortable.
For sure. For sure. They would want the fun option. I'm pretty sure of that. I think with these teams, you also need to keep in mind, if they can, they're going to hide some strats, but this dungeon being around in Shadowlands for so long, most of the strats definitely have been shown before, so they're just going to try and see how fast they can actually make it. I'm pretty sure at this point they know that they have a clear lead on Dismissed, but like in the dungeon prior to this one, they're just going to do their best and play as if they would still be in the danger of losing this. And actually the Risen goes down here, can instantly go back to life, no problem here, but got killed for a second.
Yeah, and the thing again with this dungeon is, even if you know you're really far ahead, doing pulls slower might actually be more difficult for them because they have all of those weapons allocated for certain pulls, right? So if you pull less, then you don't have the weapon damage on that pull that you split up. So that is actually something that is harder to do maybe in this dungeon specifically. But I quickly want to compare the time that we had last week, because last week in Group A, we actually had the exact same affixes in this dungeon, except it was 1 key level lower. So it was a 22 Necrotic Wake, Tyrannical, Raging, Volcanic, and the fastest time we saw last week was by Echo, and it was at 10 minutes 58. So that means Perplexed, of course, is going to be a bit... oh, they're really low, but they're going to be fine. Oh, no, they're not fine,
Wolf
actually.
is down, Swag is down,
No, they're not
Divine
fine.
is going to go
So,
down. we're in trouble. We held on to those hammers for a long time, and I think we probably should have used them a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if we missed one of the hooks there, but it just became more devastating and devastating. I think one of the hooks was supposed to go on the surgeon when Risen was getting focused, and then it didn't hit, which is why Risen went down. And then because they had to rest Risen, they missed the next hook. I think that's what happened. I'm not 100% sure in this, but that's what it looked like. And then the creations started piling up on top of them. Now we're down 2 hammers, and we need to do all of this again. That was actually really devastating for Perplexed.
Yeah, I guess if they would have committed that spear, right?
Yeah.
The boss would have been down. But of course they're not in any danger here if they don't make any other mistakes, because Dismissed is just so far behind. So this is not going to cost them anything, but it would have been nice to see their time, like their fastest clear, to be able to compare it with the last week's time. But not going to be able to do that anymore with that full team wipe, of course. But hopefully this time they got it. Losing those 2 hammers, I don't think is going to be that big of a deal for them, because the hammers are not like, they don't do as much damage as maybe a spear does or the other carrying weapons do. So it's not going to be that big of a deal for them, but still, they want to do this cleanly now. Maybe even want to commit something like, maybe they want to commit Bloodlust or something else to be able to...
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. They're just holding on to their weapons, plus the last as well. They think they're fine. It was just a fluke last time.
Okay, Risen Care. There's going to be coming some hooks. Wolf standing in that volcanic, but it doesn't matter as much. Keep in mind, Divine Field doesn't have Purgatory anymore, and these creations are actually really evil. So what we're seeing in the background is actually Swag has one of the creations on him with the turtle. You can see it here, making sure they're not too much trouble for Divine Field as we try to damage down Surgeon Stitch Flash. Now there's 3 creations one more time. Divine Field has to tank all of them. No Purgatory. We're trying our best to make sure we survive here. Surgeon's gonna get grabbed one more time, 19% down, and now it's all damage. Trying to make it through this boss fight, and it seems like we sacrificed the spear for the very last second, making sure we can make it here. That was really close.
Yeah, they didn't want to have the boss jump up one more time, because people always think, oh, how can you miss a spear? How can you miss the hook on this boss? And it's not the problem that they don't know how to aim the hook properly. It's the problem that there's so many mobs, so many creations, that they're just hooking the creation instead of the actual boss. And it's really hard for them to separate the creations to be able to not have that happen. Because if you look at their team comp, they don't really have that many things to separate them in a sense, right? They don't have like Paladin who could taunt Bubble or something away from the tank.
Yeah.
We've seen Swag use the pet to taunt one of the creations away. That is not that as easy as just having an actual player taunt them away. Because, you know, pet control, and then the pet goes down, and it's going to just come back. So yeah, that is much harder to handle for them compared to some other comp that we've seen maybe in previous MDIs.
Yeah, and I mean, it came down to the wire. It was really close in the end there, and I'm not sure if they were actually planning on sacrificing that spear there from the start, or if they realized that with all these creations they need to use it now, or else it's going to be a wipe again. Because you can tank 2 of these, but can you tank 3 of these on plus 23 Tyrannical with no Purgatory? I'm not so sure about that, and it didn't seem like Divine Field was either, so playing it safe is definitely the game here. I'm happy that they sacrificed the spear, even though it means they need to hang on for a little bit longer on Nalthor now, but seems like they're doing a pretty good job on that. Oh!
Yeah, they're also doing a really good job dealing with the Exile cast here. They have the gateway set up by Wolf Disco, and if you click the gateway in the perfect moment, you actually don't get sent down. But you still have the debuff on you, so that means after, I think, 30 to 40 seconds, you're just going to die. But that's no problem, because they have a battle rest available. So Wolf Disco was doing exactly that. He had the Exile cast on him, used the gateway, didn't get sent down, did die, but because he put a soulstone on himself before he went down, he just immediately took the rest. But yeah, this time around, Wolf Disco can't skip it again, as he has the gateway cooldown on him, the debuff. So he actually got sent down this time around. But Nalthor is really low, so he should be able to put a shine. Yeah, a shine, same thing. went down to the Exile debuff because he also had to use that gateway to dodge it.
Yeah, I mean, we're down on 7%, and I'm pretty sure they can do it without a shine as well. It's just going to take a little bit longer now that the Raging Crafter is also down, so we can actually hear the ice coming down there. 2-1. The Crystal is also doing the work here, and with 7 deaths on the timer, Perplexed has made it, gotten the 2-1 here.
Did indeed. Victory for Perplexed again, and there was a wipe in there. It wasn't a flawless run, but it was still pretty quick. Perplexed still moves on. Dismissed will move down to the lower bracket to face, I believe, the winner of Soundproof versus Frog Gang, if I have that correctly. They'd be going to the lower bracket match rather, but we'll see what happens. Then Necrotic Wake, if you get wiped in that first push, it gets rough, doesn't it, Dranos?
Yeah, credit to Dismiss, keeping on trying there, but definitely, you lose the first pull, and all of a sudden you're trying to do the same pull now with half the resources, and things go really bad. Perplexed also, though, not immune to some minor disasters of their own there. That Stitchflesh encounter getting the better of them the first time. That's actually that's the boss fight that does that the most often to me, though. Too. I don't know about you, but this is for me the hardest boss. And not this one, but Stitchflesh. This actually worked out so well for Perplexed. Let's not forget that they have the same affixes as last weekend, but a higher keystone level. So whenever they're able to make the same pulls that Echo made work on the 22, work on the 23, that is really impressive. Similarly, the entire Necropolis here, that pull that's just behind and to the right of our camera isn't pulled yet, but you actually don't need to get in combat with that because you can DK mind control the undead and Priest mind control the humanoid, so you don't even need those in this pull. You get a nice big pull of all the mobs, and again, really, really well done by them to handle that. But then we have this little disaster here. We had Ryson going down earlier. We have these Stitchflesh creations both missing their hooks earlier. Eventually, they were able to get the boss back down, but look at the health bars at this point. By the time they're able to return Stitchflesh there, they have 3 creations out. The ticking damage is just owning everybody. Those mobs have so many stacks, and it is just over for them at that point. So that was often how Stitchflesh goes. If you miss that first hook after an escape, things get out of hand really, really quickly, and they did try to cover it. Maybe they could have thrown like all their weapons at it to salvage the pull like 20 seconds before they actually wiped or something, but still, I mean, just hard boss fight. Luckily, it didn't end up costing them. That's the kind of thing that they can't get away with if they want to win against teams like MONKA, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like that's the kind of thing that loses you a series, obviously, right? And if you use weapons there, then you have less damage for the boss, and so that takes longer. And so there does seem to be a lot of like domino effects that happen on Necrotic Wake that you don't have to worry about as much on some other dungeons. It's a punishing one. But talking about Dismiss going down to the lower bracket, Mix, based on what we've seen, like how far do you think Dismissed can get? I'm asking for a prediction here. What do you think?
Well, to be honest, first I want to say big shout out to Dismissed for keeping on trying, even though they had pretty devastating wipes early on in both of the dungeons, and I think all of us can relate to what that does to your mental. So I do want to shout out and highlight that they kept trying, and they actually weren't doing as bad. If they kept on going, they still would have timed the key easy. So it's something most people wouldn't even be able to do in the first place. Let me just put that out there before we go on. I mean, they're gonna go down into the lower bracket, and they're gonna meet whoever comes out of Soundproof and Frog Gang. And to be honest, I think they can handle both of these teams if they're at the top of their game. If something like the Necrotic Wake, what we just saw happens, where they wipe early on sacrificing a weapon, then there's not much you can do there. That's just a dungeon you're probably not going to be able to compete anymore at this point. But I think they can manage to move on to the lower semis.
It'll be interesting because the first map for the first dungeon for that matchup for what Dismiss is going to face next is going to be Gambit. Salia's Gambit, and that's another one where it's got some kind of wild pulls at the start where if you lose some resources it can get a little bit crazy in that Murloc area, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Our second match of the day, though, is coincidentally going to start on that 22 Gambit. Will we get the eye? We'll find out. That one's going to be MONKA versus Just Reset, so we'll have to kind of wait and see with that one.
Yeah, I think Gambit is going to be a very cool dungeon to look at, just because We haven't seen Gambit played as much, if at all, this week. I think we haven't seen it. We've seen it banned a few times, and we've seen it played last week.
Right.
But last week it was very difficult for the teams to handle. It was at 24, 45, and teams were just wiping to the stumps in the first trash area. So this time the key level is a bit lower, and I also think that the affixes are not going to be as bad for them. It's 45 Inspiring Grievous, so I do think they can handle it. But yeah, if you attempt to do those insane pulls in that first area with all the Murlocs, with all those Goliaths, right? Then things can go wrong really quickly. You have all of these fish sticks spawn, and then all of a sudden the mobs are healing and they take no damage, and yeah, so things can fall apart really fast.
Yeah, you need to have a plan for the Inspiring as well to prevent that fish stick cast from getting off, right? So the Murloc area is actually something that with Inspiring, teams are going to need to have analyzed the dungeon and come up with an idea for how to do it slightly differently than you would on a non-Inspiring week. That being said, yeah, the 22 key level should mean it might be a little bit less volatile than it was last week. On the other hand, maybe 22 means they pull bigger, means it's more volatile, so who knows?
I mean, it'll be fun either way. We're going to get that matchup in just a moment when we come back. Don't go anywhere. The MDI return with MONKA versus Just Reset in just a few. All right, welcome back, everybody, for the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here, along with Tettles, Ironic, and Nagura, as we get ready for our second match of the day. It is going to be MONKA versus Just Reset. And now, obviously, MONKA playing really well yesterday. Another team that a lot of people have seen gone through. Just Reset, though, possibly Nagura able to put up a bit of a fight. Remains to be seen. What do you think?
I think so. The thing is, if MONKA wouldn't have played that incredibly well yesterday, I think Just Reset would have had a bigger chance because they also did really well. But they're just first-time MDI team, and for that, like the fact that they're the first-time MDI team, they played phenomenal. But the problem is MONKA played yesterday, and they just played out of their minds. Like, that was just crazy. Some of the dungeons that they have done, they had 0 deaths in both their runs. Actually, I think there's one death maybe at the very end.
Yeah.
But either way, they had those insane rides, and yeah, super well executed as well. So I think it's still going to be hard for Just Reset, but it's definitely possible that they can at least win one dungeon, maybe. So I'm excited for this matchup for sure.
Me too. So here's our possible maps. We start out in Gambit for sure. Then Eye of Ashara, Spire, the other side, Halls of Atonement. Hopefully we'll see the Eye get through. I'd love to see it. I don't know. Tettles, what are you thinking here? Do you just always ban Eye?
I love Eye of Ashara, and it is on like a 21. I do think that there is a world where it goes through, but with these two teams, it really just comes down to like how much experience they have in EOA specifically. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen the Legion keys, and like last weekend we did have the Court of Stars go through multiple times, but that was with multiple teams that had Legion experience and had like TGP experience, so they had practiced the Court of Stars in like recent weeks, and right. So I do suspect that, like, just looking at both of these teams, one of them is probably going to ban the EOA. But I love Eye of Ashara. Eye of Ashara is such a cool dungeon.
Now, this is an important thing, Boat Skip, that people need to know, right, Zion Ironic? We'll bring you into this one here, because the Boat Skip is something that it can shave a lot of time off the run, but it's tough to do sometimes, isn't it? It can go wrong.
It can go wrong, and there's only specific classes that can actually pull it off. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think Vinthier won't work on it, if I'm correct.
Can't they just gateway?
You cannot gateway either, no. They fixed that too.
Okay.
I think the only ways you can actually do it are with a Demon Hunter or a Wild Charge style mechanic, so like a Druid.
You can Warlock. You can't Warlock Gate up there anymore?
No, they fixed that a long time ago. They fixed that back in Legion.
But not when you're on top of the boat?
Oh,
yeah, no, you can't gateway that.
You can't Venthyr either?
Does anyone have any memories of this going wrong, perhaps?
Oh, boy.
Is it something in the past?
They brought back the clip.
Anyone have any personal experience? So that looks
Look at this.
familiar.
The midair lightning strike is the most unfortunate thing in the world.
He just got beamed.
I'm pretty sure I got sniped out.
All right.
It was a
And then I get
sniper.
rezzed,
Yeah.
and they don't tell me not to take it. They just say, they just say, take the res.
Did I actually just get sniped out of
This is
the
a
air?
blast from the past. I didn't think that they were going to get this clip. That's really impressive.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, they
Yep.
okay.
Well, we didn't see the death.
You didn't see the second death. I got rezzed into another lightning strike. That's actually where my team name comes from. I was Team Omega sniped back in the day. Wow.
That was a real
That's a
Omega
blast
snipe,
from
too.
the past. Wow.
Wow.
That was a good clip.
That was a fun one.
Like
Yeah.
the
Still
lightning around the name.
still electrified to this day.
No,
as you
we
can
need to
see.
get Halls of Valor in the MDI so we can get a God King Skovald clip. What do you think, Tettles?
Sounds great.
I swear he just got smaller on his webcam, even smaller.
Dude, that dungeon, man. I still have just like PTSD from that dungeon. It's just every boss was just like one-shot central. Yeah, okay, yeah, it happens.
Hey, well, you know, it's the best part about how long WoW's been around is the nostalgia, right? That we can have for some of these great moments. It's true.
That was
true.
that was a 4.5-year-old clip that they just linked.
It's impressive. The
it's pretty
MDI
impressive.
production forgets nothing, apparently.
not-
Well, we
Oh,
the Eye is banned though. Sad.
Unfortunate.
Eye and the other side banned today. That means we got Gambit, Spires, and if we need it, Halls of Atonement. I hope we get to see the Eye at some point.
Me too. I think Ashara is just like a fun dungeon to look at because of those huge pulls you can do in that Murloc area. We're gonna see Gambit though, where you can do something very similar. So that's something, at least. But yeah, Ashara I would love to see it at least once. Hopefully one of the teams decides to not ban it. but MONKA didn't ban it, right? So maybe they just need to meet another team that's also not banning it. I believe in it.
Yeah, we'll see. It's somebody's got to be able to handle that, right? But we'll get into that later. It's time to get started for Tazavash Solia's Gambit, MONKA versus Just Reset. You know, do you think the Gargoyle is nervous because he just doesn't recognize what that device on the right is anymore? How many people really know?
So that must
know?
be it.
Yeah.
How old do gargoyles get? I mean,
pretty old. I mean,
aren't they really old?
I think a lot of them are. Yeah. That's right. I mean, you're just like stoned for a lot of times, and then you just wake up once in a while.
They might be too old, is the problem.
Too old.
Oh, maybe.
They might have slept through the entire cassette tape era.
Yes.
Okay. I've still got my NSYNC cassette tape somewhere. My
NSYNC?
Backstreet Boys.
Wow. So, okay. I remember taping like music off the radio. Remember that when like you didn't have the actual song in it, so you just like had to wait for it to come on the radio and hit record really fast?
You had to wait for the top 50 to come on and then record it right when the good one came up. Ooh.
This wasn't that long ago. The world has changed a lot in the last 20 years.
It was over 20
you.
years ago, Doa.
Yeah, but it's still, it wasn't, in the scope of humanity, it's not that long. Longer than these Murlocs' lives are going to last anyway. Enjoy the dungeon.
Well, there we go. We are in the dungeon, and we do see two insane pulls by both the teams. Running the same comp as well, but Just Reset committing their Bloodlust for this pull, while MONKA is holding on to it.
Yeah, so I wonder what the plan is for MONKA with the Bloodlust, because I could see a world where you don't really say you need it, per se, for one of these bigger pulls. Maybe they're saving it for a pull where they don't have an Infernal up, or maybe they might do some trash with the boss later on. But the fact of the matter is, this dungeon is incredibly fast, right? 22 fortified. These bosses are going to die insanely fast, so I could see a world where if they actually end up holding onto their Bloodlust for much longer, they won't get two in the dungeon. But I guess they're just going to use this very first Woe Drifter buff to go straight to the boss. There was a rogue off to the side who might be tricksing some mobs in, and yeah, they're just going to go for a massive pull here. This is definitely where they're going to be bloodlusting. Right?
Yeah, Just Reset, they didn't finish off the Woe Relic, they actually went for an Relic, and they're just doing more pulls on their side. So now not doing any skips just yet. As MONKA is doing this big pull, as you mentioned, not committing their Bloodlust apparently, they're just holding on to it, and just finishing off these Guardians with a couple of Morlock packs in front of the area. I don't think there was a Relic pack in there, right? So they're not gonna get another buff. We'll see if they do another pull afterwards, maybe get another Woe buff, because you can see there's still two Guardians at the bottom of the stairs. They might decide to pull them into the boss, which is always a little bit tricky when you have a bunch of melee, because these mobs are just very anti-melee.
Yeah, we usually never see these mobs pulled in the MDI, or just in keys in general. We'll go back to that in a little bit here, as they appear to be gearing up for either bigger pull, and while they're starting this pull off, their Warlock seeds, so they don't have that available. It looked like they were getting ready to pull this trash into maybe the other two Guardians, but I'm not sure if they got that off there. Mode was standing in the doorway to maybe tag them, but I wonder if they just backed off on that because of the Warlock seed.
Yeah, possible. It looked like he just got aggro there immediately at the start, possibly still had some Rain of Fires down from the previous pull, and the mobs just got pulled into it, and he just got killed as they were walking in. And of course we also saw them handle Inspired pretty well. MONKA and also Just Reset, just seeing some Inspired mobs off to the side to make sure they can interrupt the rest of the trash packs here, making sure none of those fish stick casts go off, because that would be a disaster. But look at Just Reset. They have similar trash percentage, and they're already engaging the boss.
And they are pulling all four of the Guardians with the boss as well, so going for as much efficient trash as possible here. Now, the reason these Stormforged Guardians normally aren't pulled is because they are big area of denial mobs, right? They have that frontal crackle, which can do a ton of damage, especially in Fortified, to anybody that accidentally hits. Obviously, that's going to be up to your tank to decide where those go towards. But then also, these circle area of denials around the boss are really annoying to deal with. You lose a bunch of melee uptime on the boss whenever those go out, so I don't like them being pulled that much. I can understand the reasoning, though, for pulling them with boss, right? Because you don't want to just be sitting here single targeting a boss, and also it's something to hit whenever you get into that intermission phase when the boss goes immune. So I can see the upsides of this. It's an interesting strat.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, especially because it's usually just really bad for melee, right? But Survival Hunters actually have great tools to be able to still do a lot of damage while not actually being in melee range. They have Aspect of the Eagle, and also a lot of other their spells go from their not necessarily from themselves. They can still just keep up some damage while dodging those circles and that area of denial. But it does look like MONKA is killing the boss a little bit quicker, or at least managed to get through that intermission phase a bit faster while finishing off all the trash. You can see Just Reset though, they're ahead in percentage because they had already, they somehow managed to pull more. They're at 61%, but MONKA is slightly behind. Oh, it looks like they still have some Guardians up, now they're at 58. It's only a 3% difference in favor of Just Reset.
Yeah, I was kind of curious because this is a very weird scenario that they're in, it seems, because they still haven't used Bloodlust on the side of MONKA. So it could be one of two scenarios. Either they just straight up forgot, which, let's be honest, Hunter players, right? That happens. They can forget.
True.
But they could also be gearing up for some giant trash pull with the boss, and the only way that would make sense, I think, is if they were to do something with the second boss here. They do have Infernal available. They don't have Power Infusion. I don't know. What do you think, Meguro?
I mean, it's also possible that if they somehow manage to deal with this trash and the boss really quickly, and then they want to do a huge pull in the last boss area, and they kind of want the Bloodlust for it, and it's not 10 minutes. That's hard to believe because they're already 5 minutes into the dungeon, and there's still this whole trash room plus the boss, right? So that could take a while. But yeah, if they're done with this area at like 9 minutes approximately, and then they want to do a huge pull later, then at that point it makes sense for them to be holding on to Bloodlust for that long, if they're not able to do the pull without Lust. But we'll see as they now finish off that Woe Relic again, and now they're moving into the second boss room. Let's see how much they're pulling and how they deal with the inspired mobs as well. We see a grip on the officer that is inspired, a plus SSC on it. It's really nicely handled there.
Is this the Bloodlust? There it is.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
there it is.
It was saved for this moment. All of the trash in the room with Time Captain Hooktail, and all of the cooldowns are available right off the bat. Both of their AoE masterminds going easily up to 200k DPS, trying to blast his trash as quickly as possible. Weren't able to kill the Vine Interceptor before it jumped out of the group, but it's going to be okay. It's at 10%, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, 20 seconds, and all the trash is dead. Wow, that was a pretty effective use of the Bloodlust, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. And now that they finish off the trash, they're also gripping in this officer that they had to see on the side that is inspired. And they also, not only did they manage to finish off all the trash, they also perfectly focused those relics too. That is something that we don't see all the groups do every time, because when you have so much trash on top of each other, you just start AoEing, and sometimes whatever relic dies. But they managed to get the perfect relics with the Vi plus the relic to get that combination of the haste plus the cooldown reduction. But Just Reset having some issues as their healer goes down at the very start of this pull, doing something similar on their side as well.
Even the presence of mind to make sure that they focused boss damage instead of damage on the Corsair officer, because the RP for opening the portal starts when the boss dies, and then they can just finish off the trash mob afterwards. Very min-maxed here from MONKA. Now, the advantage they've opened up for themselves is like way more than one Bloodlust would allot them, so as long as they stay clean, this is very clearly an advantage for them. Just Reset is going to have that Bloodlust come up near the end-ish of Celia, but man, that was a great pull from MONKA.
Yeah, that was amazing. 7 minutes 20 into the dungeon, they're already on the last area. 84% trash, 2 on the board. Of course, the last boss takes a while. It's really hard to speed that fight up in any way, except just do a lot of single target damage. But we'll see how they deal with the rest of this room. A lot of casts going off here. It looks like some heals went through, as these mobs in this area are actually requiring so many interrupts. There's lots of AoE damage spells that need to be interrupted, on top of just having heals as well that need to be interrupted. So lots of casts you can see just constantly being focused. Just reinvigorate, going off again on some of the mobs, unfortunately.
Oh, they pulled the boss. They pulled the boss in as well.
Yeah.
They're just going for it.
Wow.
Just going as consistent as possible. I mean, I feel like you don't have to do this if you're MONKA. I feel like they're just trying to flex on everyone right now, which I also kind of like, but man, just going crazy. Just, you know what? This trash is dead. Most of the interest stuff is gone. Let's go ahead and get the boss on top of this as well. Get some free cleave on the boss. Get some extra combo points for our rogue. Get some extra AoE from our warlock and our hunter. Some, a little bit of extra focus damage. And it's going well for them here. They're playing great.
You know what happened? Maystein's Infernal was ready, and he was just calling out for pull more.
Oh.
My cooldown's already, just pull more.
Amen.
And that's exactly what happened. We even saw Wasteland cast a fear there to interrupt one of those heals, which is something that we see rarely by the Warlocks, right? When you can just press Rain of Fire instead. Yeah, actually using the fear to interrupt some of those casts, while we also see RX on that Rogue constantly using those single target stuns, single target interrupts, to make sure those casts are actually being interrupted and they can finish up those mobs that have been healing for quite a while now.
And one of the benefits, again, of pulling trash on top of the boss here is the boss is immune during the center mission phase. They can just go ahead and DPS these assassins and trash down. No big deal. Always something to do, always resources to gain. In that way, when the boss becomes attackable, you can go ahead and just go crazy, go back in. The Infernal is already back up for Maesty, and they have the power infusion available as well. And this boss is not long for this world.
Yeah, I don't think so either, as they also moved the boss into this corner. This is something you can actually do on live servers too. Whenever you do this boss in Gambit, you should be pulling this boss to that exact same location as MONKA is dragging it to, because it's so much easier to dodge some of those projectiles. In fact, some of them don't even go into this corner at all. They don't reach that far, so you can just ignore them completely. And they're also going to be further apart because the travel time is wider. The cone is going to be wider as well between them. And I've seen a lot of people die and a lot of keys depleted on this fight, so definitely a strategy you can actually copy on live keys too.
Yep. Anytime you can remove a mechanic from a fight, definitely do that. Take notes from the best teams in the MDI. MONKA now, with Soleil down below 30%, gonna have to do one more of these soak phases where they spread out, pick a star, make sure the arrows go through the star. Once that's done, all they'll have left is maybe they'll have to deal with one more of the collapsing star circles. They might not even have to deal with that, the boss is so low. You know, might still do it for safety, but check out the time they're at right now. 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the board. That's, if this boss dies in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be another, like, 3 minutes faster than what we saw last week. This is insane for MONKA.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Just Reset, they're also now on Soleil. They did pop their second Bloodlust in just a second, but it's too little too late as MONKA did finish up the boss. 10 minutes 49 clear in a 22:45 in this Gambit. I mean, what a run by MONKA, wow.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. Sub 11 minutes. That was, I think that's the fastest dungeon just in general we've had yet in MDI this season. If I'm not mistaken.
You're right.
Yes,
I believe so.
It's right
yeah.
there with the Necrotic Wake we saw last week. Like,
Yeah,
50
this and
seconds.
Wake are by far the fastest too.
Right, because that Necrotic Wake was like, what, 10:30 something or something like that?
It was like just sub 11 as well. It's really close. They're both incredibly
10:58.
fast.
Yeah, I just went back and looked. Yeah, 10:58. So it was very close, very quick, and a very quick first strike by MONKA in this series as well. I mean, we expected MONKA to come into this one, you know, with an advantage, but still, holy cow, that was fast. Because like Just Reset played their dungeon very cleanly too. They played it really well, but MONKA just pulled the world, you know? What can you say? Here's our live stats provided by Radar.io. Obviously, like, way faster than anything that's been done live, but, you know, hey, welcome to MDI, right?
Yeah, welcome to the MDI.
That's how it goes.
I think it's crazy that people are doing an 18-minute Gambit on live. That time, just for that dungeon, is incredibly swift for a 22 fortified. But yeah, the sub 11 is still incredibly impressive by MONKA there. 55k DPS, by the way, on that Warlock. Holy moly.
And that was even with, I think he even got pod tendered during the first section, too. So
during the
we
second
were talking
big
about
pull,
that a
you're
little
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
He could have
He
done
healed
more.
1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the healing too.
Wow.
Dude.
He healed, and Moat healed 2.8 million in comparison, so...
Anyways.
What you got for us, Settles?
Not a healer problem anymore.
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of really cool stuff that we saw in this dungeon. So first off, we saw Mode. He was starting the RP. He ran off while the group was kind of grouping this pack, and then he comes back, and just this whole entire pack is already grouped up. And they did a great job of just optimizing, making sure that these wave jumpers were getting killed off, not having any inspiring incidents here. I think that inspiring is actually incredibly dangerous in that area, just due to the fact that you want a bunch of slows on the mobs whenever they start fleeing. But it looked like both MONKA and Just Reset had a great job. They did a great job of dealing with it there. And then I thought that Just Reset, whenever they were pulling all 4 of these Guardians into this boss, this is a psycho pull, by the way. This is
seriously.
a pull that whenever you say, I do not respect my melee DPS, and you go and go, I'm pulling all these Guardians into the boss. And I thought that Just Reset was maybe going to get a little bit of an advantage off of doing a pull like that, but they were it's so hard to optimize like melee DPS whenever you're doing that pull. That MONKA was able to come out of the first boss with like a 30-second advantage, and this is honestly the pivotal point of the dungeon. That second boss pull with all of the trash allowed them to go from like a 15 to 20-second advantage to like a full minute advantage, and then from there MONKA then just pulled all this trash in a Solia, kind of similar to what we saw from Just Reset, and they were able to execute it super clean, had virtually no mistakes across the whole entire run, and this looked so good from honestly both ends. I didn't have any complaints from either end. This was virtually a clean run from both sides.
Yeah, makes me excited for the next dungeon. You know, again, obviously MONKA coming into Spires, which is going to be our next map, like with an edge, right? I mean, just the way they're pulling things, just the consistency in which they can pull like big packs into bosses on these maps and like still live. Like it's going to be tough to beat. Just Reset, obviously, like still a team that's going to be strong either way in the lower bracket if they do get knocked down, but I honestly, like, again, like, this is one of the things I really like about MDI, right? Where you pull that big group of trash into the boss. It's fortified trash. The boss isn't tyrannical, obviously. But then you have things like handling, like, the collapsing star on Solia and all the trash at the same time, right? That's a lot of incoming damage. So just being able to do all that and live is very impressive stuff. Yeah. It's very cool.
And I have to say... Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay,
I'm going now.
I love.
I was just gonna wait and see how this resolved.
No, you.
Yeah.
No, me.
Titles, you talk.
Titles, take it away.
Yeah, so
Titles, go.
some things in life are true. Death Taxes and Skylark being incredibly good in Spires of Ascension for no reason. Is MONKA going to be able to reiterate on their Spires of Ascension from yesterday? That's really the question. And man, they were at 15-23 with 0 deaths. If they're able to run that back, I don't know how Just Reset's going to be able to compete.
Yeah, I was thinking, now that I looked and remembered that they had this really fast Spires yesterday, I was thinking, oh my god, they didn't ban this dungeon against MONKA? So how are they planning on competing against MONKA in this dungeon? Either they think they have an even faster route, or they just really didn't want to play Avashara. They're just like, we hope they wipe it and inspires.
Seems like that's what it came down to, right? Because it was Just Reset that banned the eye, right? So I think MONKA's really smart, right? Where they're like, well, we don't need to ban the eye because either eye gets banned anyway by Just Reset because they're uncomfortable about it, like you just said, or they'll ban our Spires and, you know, then we have to play eye. So
how volatile do you think that these affixes are on Spires of Ascension, though? Like we saw yesterday, teams were having issues just with the explosive plus the raging. It didn't look like it was a problem for MONKA, but is there like a world where maybe they mess up like the first or the second pull of the dungeon and just end up wiping to like explosive or raging?
I mean, I think there's a lot of potential for wipes. We've seen teams yesterday wipe 3 times to the pull after the first boss. And that's the problem, right? Because I do think the affix combination is hard, but not necessarily in a 21 if you deal with it properly. But the problem is, because you think, oh, this is only at 21, this is the lowest key in the MDI, we need to do like really insane pulls because the other teams are going to do that on a lower key like this. So having to kind of do those pulls, all of a sudden things get a lot more volatile if you have 20 mobs instead of 10. And then the raging and the fortified in that combination can really cause lots of issues when you don't have a perfect rotation of CC. And additionally, you also need the damage to kill them off while they are raging in that CC rotation, because otherwise you're just going to go down. And then, of course, explosive, another issue for those people.
Yeah, well, I kind of want to just get into the dungeon, right? Because we know MONKA's already good in Spires because of yesterday. We know Just Reset is good, but maybe not good enough to take this to a third dungeon. I feel like on these days, if it was like last week, you know, we saw the teams we expected to get through, and then the lower bracket was where things got really exciting, right? Where we did have a lot more tight runs, where we did have some things go to the third dungeon. So it's weird a little bit to be looking forward to the lower bracket, but I kind of am at this point. That's not strange though, is it? Right? I think it's pretty normal.
No.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty normal.
You like seeing teams getting eliminated, right, Noah?
It's more drama, right? I mean, yeah, it's more. It's that's where the sports drama comes in, right? The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Yeah, exactly.
The tension.
Yep, exactly.
I see.
Pretty much. Nothing brings tension quite like the seagulls, though. That's really where it comes down to. So I hope we get to see the eye a little bit later. Even if it might be kind of traumatic for Zyronic, as we know from earlier. But, you know, That was a while ago, right? You've moved.
Okay.
You've moved
I'm over
on,
it.
haven't you?
I'm over it. Yeah. We're
Okay.
good.
That's good to know. All right. Well, not a whole lot more to say, honestly. Just kind of waiting for the teams to get loaded into the map and get going, right? I mean, MONKA looking really good. I think, is it too presumptuous to start looking ahead to what that Perplexed MONKA matchup might look like?
No, I don't think so. I think unless like MONKA has some really dramatic breakdown here, which is not going to happen, we'll be fine. Like they're gonna go through, and we can start thinking about that tomorrow. That can be something we talk about for the rest of the day. What do you think, Teddles?
Yeah, you have to remember MONKA is the 4th seed and just resets the 9th seed coming into the whole entire weekend.
Yeah.
So MONKA should have like a pretty substantial advantage. And like Zyra said, there would have to be a little bit of a collapse from MONKA, which again, like they are a new team. They don't have a ton of synergy together, so like it could absolutely happen. But I think with how we've seen them play, just yesterday and in that Gambit, there would have to be like a substantial collapse in the Spires, and then that carries into the HOA. Like there would have to be just like 2 really bad dungeons in a row, I think.
Well, find out. Just Reset with a chance to tie it up. Let's see if they can do it.
There it is, the Windwalker Monk being replaced, the Rogue being replaced with the Windwalker Monk again for MONKA. We do know they are running this come for this dungeon because of presumably the more consistent AoE damage, but also having those AoE stuns and the Ring of Peace helping Skylark to survive some of those weird kills they're doing. Just Reset though, they don't think they need to switch anything as they just continue to play with the Rogue.
Oh man, they're doing it to us again. They haven't. Neither of them bloodlusted the first pull. We're sitting here wondering what they're gonna do with it.
It's gonna be the next pull.
Throughout the
You know
last
that.
throughout the last 3.5 years that we've casted together, the amount of times I can count on one hand that teams have just actually forgotten to lust, and we're sitting here wondering whether they're saving it for some big pull. And no, they just completely forgot to, and then they just lusted whenever they would normally second lust. And it's like, man, we're trying to make you guys look good up here. It feels good whenever they actually do it right, though. And this is another one of those moments right here. As they pull trash on top of the first boss and instantly pop that bloodlust. Love to see it. Thank you, MONKA. You guys are awesome.
Well, let's hope Just Reset is doing the same thing on their side as well, because they know that MONKA does it, because they've seen them play this dungeon yesterday, so they know they have to keep up. But it doesn't look like it. Just Reset pulling all of the trash together. Maybe they're gonna chain the boss into it in just a second, and they are slowly walking there. Yeah, there we go. So now they're popping the last. They just went into it a little bit slower, making sure everything is kind of stacked beforehand. But Hugo dropping really low, actually propping cheat death, and having to use that Cloak of Shadows to be able to survive. So some issues there for Just Reset on that initial gathering of the trash plus the boss.
What do we think about the comp differences here from MONKA pulling out the Windwalker Monk? They did this yesterday, I'm assuming, right, in their run. What do we think of the Windwalker versus the Rogue in here? Because most of the big pulls are just AoE pulls that don't need a lot of focus damage, so having the extra AoE damage is pretty nice. And also the Touch of Death for the Angels at the end is pretty good too.
Yeah, I think I much prefer the Windwalker here over the Rogue. Just because all of the utility that the Rogue provides is not really needed necessarily in this dungeon, like you said. And then on this pull that we're gonna see in just a second that MONKA does, the Windwalker is actually so valuable because of the AoE stun and also the Ring of Peace. Because they're pulling the left side here plus the right side together. You can see Prims on that Hunter using the Turtle and the Misdirect to get all of the left side over. And once they're all in raging range, they're going to be using a perfect CC chain of stuns plus Ring of Pieces to be able to have Skylark survive. And without that Windwalker, I think that pull would be infinitely hard.
Oh my god, and look at this! Maystine also found a few free globals while they were gathering everything up to curse a weakness a few of those dogs as well. Oh, so useful. God, Warlock is such a great class. But everything in, it is all stacked up perfectly too. I mean, this is perfect scenario right here, of course. And then afterwards, the leg sweep comes out, and then they'll also have the Ring of Peace to get everything away as well once they get through their AoE stun rotation, if they absolutely need it when everything's in raging range here. But wow, not actually needed at all. And I mean, if you're looking at a big AoE pull like this, and Warlock is the bottom of your AoE meters, you're probably doing pretty good.
I'm not 100%. I didn't look at the cooldown of Infernal from Mason here, but it looked like I would love to have this on replay if Teddles actually wants to break this down later this pull. But it looks like Mason might have been actually holding on to his Infernal to make sure he gets the stun from it once they are raging. which is very interesting. Unless it literally just wasn't ready and he pressed it when it came up, because I didn't see if it actually was ready for a while. But he uses Infernal as his first stun, then we saw the Leg Sweep, then we saw the Shadow Fury, and then Mason actually procced his Blasphemy as well with the 4-piece, and that stunned again. So they actually had this perfectly...
Oh no!
Skylark actually going down though on this pull, and Mason dropping into seed, so that means they don't have a battle rest to get Skylark back up. Unless they use an engineering rest really quickly, as they try to kite up the trash a little bit with the binding shot as well.
Able to get the Soul Stone off, but Mode goes into Angel form. The Soul Stone is off. The tank is alive. Now Skylark can keep himself alive here. Oh, they didn't get the Soul Stone, actually. He died right as the cast was about to go off. So this is going to be a full team wipe here from MONKA. Those are 5 deaths on the board for them. Well, actually, no, 4 deaths on the board. The Hunter looks like he was able to feign death, the trash. But Just Reset is now gearing up for that exact same pull that MONKA just wiped to. Let's see how it fares for them. Gotta keep an eye on that Dancing Rune weapon for Teef. If that drops, your Blood Decay is in a world of hurt. And I don't know if that's what happened to Skylark, because he just instantly popped. It seemed like it was 100-0 just like that. Fortunately for MONKA, though, a big deal. They were able to actually re-pull the Goliaths before they fully reset, so their HP bars didn't actually go back to full. That is a big deal, because those Goliaths have a little bit less HP than the other mobs they're pulling now, instead of having, double like they'd normally have.
Yes, that is actually really nice, making sure that the Goliaths don't reset there. Because they're probably still gonna die last, maybe? So it's actually not that big of a deal, because the mobs that, all the other mobs next to the Goliaths, they don't have as much HP as the Goliaths. So really, really nice for them to not have those reset. But Just Reset now are done with that. So Just Reset actually in the lead at this point, which is crazy because they have done everything kind of slower. Like the first pull was slower, the second pull into the boss was a little bit slower as well. So now that wipe really is the ticket for Just Reset to get back into this dungeon, on top of the 25 seconds death penalty that we have on MONKA's side as well.
But I want to point out just how big of a deal the play from RXM and Crims was there to actually make sure that they could stay alive as long as possible to allow the rest of their members to run back and not have those mobs reset. That probably saved them a good 30 to 45 seconds in this dungeon here. That was a massive, massive play. So big heads up play from them. Hopefully Tedals can break that down for us later on. If not, that's okay. We did our best job here while casting. Both teams going for a big pull, notably MONKA using their Kyrian Spear here. I don't believe Just Reset did. If they did, it must have just ran out when I looked at their screen. But it looks like MONKA was able to catch up here, so I'd imagine that Just Reset didn't use their Spear here.
They did actually use their Spear, but Hugo went down. Their Rogue went down pretty immediately after that Spear went down. So missing 1 damage dealer while you have that Spear down is actually a really big deal.
Oh yeah.
So that is very unfortunate. And look at the Windwalker damage too by MONKA. This is another comp difference again. Having that Windwalker doing a 120k DPS on that pull versus a Rogue, and of course Hugo did go down for Just Reset, so the Rogue would have done more damage if that wouldn't have happened. But the Rogue wouldn't have done 120k DPS, right? That's just not a Rogue thing to do necessarily. So I do think the Windwalker really helping them out and speeding up those pulls quite a bit on their side.
Yeah, I think this definitely gives a little bit of actual credibility to the idea of running a triple AoE comp, especially after Monk gets buffed in the next balance patch. Because you can look at a comp like they're running right now for MONKA with these 3 classes known for doing just pure AoE damage, and you can actually think about doing massive pulls back to back to back and just allocating cooldowns there. You'll notice that Mason actually saved his Infernal for when they pulled this boss, rather than popping it on that massive AoE pull, because he knew that the Monk cooldowns would be enough to pretty much solo them on their own with whatever residual AoE damage the Hunter and Warlock could do as well. It actually is a pretty interesting concept. Maybe that's something you can only do on fortified keys, though. For Tyrannical, you probably aren't going to want to run the triple AoE comp.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense. I think it's also the affixes, right, as we mentioned, with the utility from the Windwalkers.
Also,
Windwalker has AoE utility, I guess, while Rogue has more single target utility, and you just don't really need that on the trash in the center.
Yeah. Also, look at the damage meters for MONKA on that boss. Windwalker without cooldowns is kind of...
Yes.
You're doing healer DPS.
That is true.
And Skylark is doing DPS,
Yeah,
so...
Hunter DPS.
You know,
Yeah.
the meters are a little skewed here. Maybe we have Brewmaster and Unholy DK in this key. Actually, I think Unholy would do less than Blood.
the Holy Priest actually did more damage than RX when you think about the value of PI as well, technically, right?
Oh, true. And
So,
also RX
yeah.
probably padded on the relics a little bit too.
Oh, for sure.
So
Big padding. But there we go, Monka now on that next boss platform. They're gonna be finishing off some trash here to get a Woe relic, and then move on to the next boss. We do know they actually do some crazy stuff with Orifrion, where they just pull a bunch of trash, the usurpers, and then later on also like the caster pack into the boss, which can be another scary thing. And we now know that Monka is not invincible, right? They have lives. There's things that go wrong. And Just Reset is like right on their heels. So if Monka does any more mistakes, maybe he has some issues on the boss or also on the Triple Angel that we're going to be seeing later, then that is definitely going to be Just Reset just making up that time. Otherwise, Just Reset still behind in the time, like in the actual dungeon. 20 seconds on the death penalty in favor for them, I don't think is making up for how far behind they are. I think they're probably like 40 seconds behind, maybe a minute at this point. So yeah, the 20 seconds not really going to be enough.
if there was ever a place that they were going to make up time, it would be on boss DPS, but Monka can kind of alleviate that by just pulling trash whenever the boss is up, and here we go, they're doing exactly that. Boss pulled with this entire Usurper pack as well, going to be AoE blasting that down, and remember, that's actually extra single target damage for every single one of their specs here. The Windwalker Monk is going to have stacks of the Spinning Crane Kick buff, on top, so we'll do a little bit more single target damage. You'll actually see him just spinning to win, even though it's pure single target damage right now. And he's hitting the Dismantler too, but it's more boss damage as well. And then of course just the extra generation of cooldown reduction as well as soul shards for the Warlock and Hunter are just really useful for that. And then they'll probably, if I had to guess, also pull the boss on top of the 4-pack whenever he goes into his damage amp, when that energy bar at the bottom of the health bar goes to 0. That would be my guess. And we'll see if they do it here.
Yeah, they actually do that with the gateway too. You saw Mason putting up the gateway, so they're going to wait for this to go down and then all just press the gateway, which is a very neat little trick as well. They have to be careful with the stump of the boss though, because if they're all stacked up like that and then the boss stumps the Skylarks, then that would be horrible. But they did manage to not have that happen. And now, as you said, they are pulling those 4 mobs into this, which can be another scary pool. Because there's a Justicar in there, there's Menders in there that have to be interrupted, lots of heals, and incoming damage cast, and just, yeah, they just exploded at the trash bag, so no problem.
And I want to pat Maystine on the back here for knowing how to play Warlock correctly. There have been a lot of Warlocks in the MDI who have not been playing this particular boss correctly with their Infernal. When you save your Infernal cooldown for the damage amp phase, you want to pop that Infernal 10 seconds before you go into the damage amp phase. Remember, Infernal lasts 30 seconds. And it ramps as time goes on. You'll start gaining more and more Infernals from not only Force procs, but from Reign of Chaos procs. So, if you only are just casting Infernal as the damage amp starts, you might get unlucky with your Reign of Chaos procs and not spawn any extra Infernals, and you won't go into your extra rotation there, and you'll do a lot less damage. But Maystine proc the Infernal early, got some Reign of Chaos procs rolling, got those Blasphemies out, and blasted the boss during that damage amp phase. It was perfect play on the Warlock.
Really nicely done, as they are now having one of the last difficult things left in that dungeon for them to do, and it's going to be that Triple Angel pull that we keep talking about. That is a thing that only really happens in the MDI, where all 3 angels are going to be gathered. They did save one spear, one Kyrian spear, and additionally also saved Bloodlust as well for this very moment. So they need to execute this properly. Again, we have that Windwalker, as you mentioned, for the Touch of Death, to make sure that all of them die at the same time. But if they don't manage to do that perfectly, and they don't kill them within a couple of seconds of each other, then they're gonna full heal and probably cause a full team wipe. So this is a very dangerous moment. And they also have Raging as well, which is something they have to watch out, right?
I'm so impressed with how Monka is playing around the Warlock right now. They even like AFK'd there a little bit to let him get his 4-set procs back up to 10 so he can instantly get a Blasphemy at the very start of this pull. They are playing around the Warlock cooldowns absolutely perfectly, and this is something that's going to set them apart from the other top teams. Look at the actual damage the Warlock is able to put out on 3 targets. Just 3 targets, doing 80k DPS with Lust and Kyrian Spear. They have to even out a little bit. Clotus is a little bit high, but that should be no problem when the Touch of Death comes out from the Monk. And look at that, all 3 dead instantly. Perfect execution from Monka.
Now Just Reset is also doing this angel pull. I think they caught up some time actually between Orifrion and this last boss here. Just keep in mind, 20 seconds in favor of Just Reset. So if they somehow manage to make up some extra time here on this danger pool and on the boss as well, then we could have a scenario where this is a lot closer than what it looks like. But MONKA, they are now already engaging Devos.
Oh, Castiel,
and
no.
Castiel unfortunately going down for Just Reset. So now it's only going to be 15 seconds in favor of Just Reset with that death. And that might also be a problem for them to finish up this pool, because they just lost maybe some offensive plus from that.
Well, notably as well as they don't have Bloodlust for this pool too, right? They used it at the end of Peripheron, right?
Oh, they didn't pull all 3.
And they only pulled 2, so they are just significantly behind now. All MONKA has to do is deal with this fortified boss, and they're through to the upper bracket finals. Got to keep an eye on that, though. Now, the great thing about Warlock as well, I keep talking about Warlock, but I am a Warlock player, is you can also grab your Imp on this fight. There are a few bosses in Shadowlands where you can pull out your Imp instead of your Fell Hunter and help your healer with Dispels. Check that out. You dispel those debuffs, put the pools on the ground, don't have to worry about the ticking damage. Very useful.
Yeah, and another thing they're doing here, you can see that Vi Interceptor is just on 5% HP. They're just sitting there. They're purposely not finishing it off because they want the haste buff for the second phase. Now to finish it off, as the boss is gonna get brought back down. In fact, by the Warlock. I mean, why not? If the Warlock is carrying everything else, might as well carry the spear too. As hitting Devos, and now they have the Vi buff. And yeah, even though Mold went down at the very start of this pool, they had the Battle Rush to immediately get Mold back up. They have even another Battle Rush available, as Mason just gets hit by the frontal. I mean, he's a Warlock, so it doesn't really matter. He's one of those defensives that you have, and you're gonna be fine.
No problems whatsoever. What is maybe I'm unfamiliar with priest mechanics. What's causing Mode's power infusion to come off cooldown so fast? You see that? It's ticking like triple rate. It's already back up.
It is true.
Maybe if we have somebody, a priest player, that can tell us why it does that.
No.
I don't actually know why it does that. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But regardless,
Maybe it's a timer start because it looks like the hymn was also coming off cooldown much quicker there. Not sure.
I don't know.
But yeah, they're just incredibly fast. Devos now back in that last phase. They just have to finish off 10% more on this boss. And if we compare it with the time they had yesterday, it is of course a bit slower because of that full wipe that they had.
Right.
Yesterday they had a 15 minutes 23 seconds Spires run. So they're almost like more than a minute slower actually, but still enough to win this series here against Just Reset and MONKA. I mean, they're just performing incredibly well. They're a scary team for Perplexed in that upper final that we're gonna see tomorrow. Wow, crazy.
Yeah, that was good stuff from MONKA for sure. Just Reset. I mean, like, look, they're on Devos. Like, they're still putting together a very fast run anyway, but MONKA just getting it done a little bit quicker. Tettles, we were talking about that a lot while we were watching the series. And you were saying the Windwalker monk ended up making a big difference in it.
Oh, dude, I think that this whole dungeon was kind of like a Windwalker gap. Just like, so it is on that 21. It's like a 21 fortified, and it really did just feel like the Windwalker, the AoE that it provided. So while the packs for Just Reset were left at like 30% HP, just because they had that rogue, it felt like the Windwalker was able to just kind of push MONKA a little bit over the line. And whenever you're looking at the DPS meter here at the end, just look at the difference. So MONKA has all of their DPS at like that 32 to 34k range, whereas for Just Reset, that rogue sitting at that 22k mark. Of course, he was dead for the spear pull, but they need that hunter and that warlock to do a lot more of the heavy lifting. And while the rogue does do a lot of priority damage, it's like just the amount of AoE that the Windwalker provides, it just kind of pushed them over the edge, and they were able to execute a lot of the packs just that much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, that makes a big
33k
difference.
overall DPS too, right? From that Windwalker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean, Windwalker is like solidly, just talking to some of the MDI teams, like the third best AoE DPS option for a lot of these dungeons. And with that buff, it may be a little bit better. I think it's still probably going to be a solid third DPS option. I don't think it's going to surpass like the Surf Hunter or anything, but they looked really good in some of these parts.
Yeah, they did. And these are the pulls that are kind of make and break for these runs, right? And so when you have something like Ring of Peace, like they're helping you stay a little bit safer. Doesn't care about Ring of Peace, but everything else does, you know.
This was actually, I thought that MONKA may lose this map off of this wipe. So what happened is Skylark ended up getting killed. Maystein ended up getting potted. And so he wasn't able to Soulstone Skylark after he ended up, because he was in that pod tender, and so there wasn't going to be a battle res available to them. And look at this, they're able to kite out these Goliaths into the recharge phase, and then like right before that recharge phase, you do see Crims there, he feigned deaths. The Goliaths are still in combat, they're spawning explosives, and you see like across the wave, people were trying to get back, and they were able to keep that pull alive, and they didn't lose as much time as they potentially could have just from that 5 deaths that they incurred there.
I also think that is something that they could improve on, right? Now that I saw what happened there, Skylark going down and Maesting then just proccing that seed right after, if Skylark had a Soulstone, then I think they could have recovered this pull. And I think that is something that they could probably just adapt to for this specific pull, because Maesting is standing in melee to make sure everything, gathers up.
Mhm.
And at that point, if you stand in melee as a Warlock, you're going to be the one that has aggro after the tank dies. So giving a Soulstone to the tank just in case would make sense here for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And what else is for sure is that MONKA is going on to face Perplexed. That'll be a good one that we will see tomorrow. But now it's time, as we are 1/3 through the day, to start looking ahead to the lower bracket. That's right, we have 4 elimination matches coming up, and I'm very curious to see what teams are going to go through, because I do think Dismissed has looked pretty good. I think Just Reset has looked pretty good. I would still maybe be inclined to put my money on them, as far as like making it to the lower bracket finals, but or lower bracket semis rather, at least. But we'll see. I mean, we've seen surprises before, but I hope we just get to see Ivysaur. That's what I want to see, really, more than anything.
I think you're...
Yeah, Ivysaur, I think we could see possibly in the lower bracket. Usually it's like the more veteran teams that want to play those old dungeons because they've played them before. And I'm not really sure when it comes to these lower bracket teams if any of them have played back then. Because if it's a completely new dungeon to you that you've never played before, then it's much, much harder to also come up with a MDI strategy, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I mean, you don't get as much time to practice, obviously, with something like that. And then on something like Tyrannical, those bosses are kind of nutty, right? So, and if I remember correctly, we have some pretty interesting FXs for that too, that when you have to do a lot of movement on some of these bosses already is going to be tricky to deal with. So hope we get to see it. Should be fun. There we go. It's our breakdown again. We've got Eye in everything, but of course it is always bannable too. We're not going to force people to play Ivysaur if they won't, because it is a little bit separate from the rest of the dungeons, but it's out there. It is out there.
I think notably last week, the only times we usually saw court was when we also had both Streets and Gambit in the same bracket pool, so teams were like really torn between banning the Tazavesh dungeons or the Legion dungeon, and usually the Legion dungeon was left open. We don't have any of that today. But still, I would not be surprised at all if Ivysaur got through.
I think for me, like, one of the things is like the teams that in my mind are the most qualified or like the most likely to let that EOA go through are the MONKA team and the Perplexed team, and it doesn't look like a EOA is in the upper finals, and it also doesn't look like it's in the grand finals. So I think that we would need both of those teams matching up against one another to see the EOA go through. So I think the likelihood of it maybe making its way through seems increasingly less likely now that we have seen the bracket results like that.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out quite soon, because after this short break, we will get into the lower bracket elimination matches. It is going to be exciting. It's going to be Boomba versus Free For All coming at you next. Don't go anywhere. MDI continues in just a few. Welcome back to MDI. That's right. We have returned. It's time for the elimination matches. Doey here along with Nagura, Makes, and Dratnos. As we get started here, it's going to be Boomba taking on Free For All. And it is going to be grueling. It is going to be punishing, isn't it, Makes?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit scary because earlier on we saw Perplexed do this dungeon and they didn't get through without one wipe and a very close boss pull because this dungeon is actually really intense. We're on 23 tyrannical and it's not easy. So I'm really scared for both of these teams going into this dungeon. It's going to be a really, really difficult one.
Yeah, we're starting with Necrotic Wake. We already saw that one get kind of crazy. Obviously, Stitch Flesh, a big threat. But I'm kind of curious. I'm looking at yesterday's results here with these two teams. With Free For All and Boomba. And, we get the eye. Never mind, I looked back at me on the screen, and you know what I saw? A Legion dungeon making it through. Free For All bans Streets, and we got Boomba banning Plaguefall. Interesting. All right, so we're going to the eye.
I think this actually makes sense because they're banning both of the 24 dungeons, which are known to be like the highest key in the MDI, and they're also the most difficult when you have to do these like speedrunning routes. And the Avashar is only at 21. So even though it is an old dungeon, I think running that dungeon fast is much easier in comparison to Streets and Plaguefall. And we've seen Boomba and Plaguefall yesterday, and they had 8 deaths, and they kind of just, like, things didn't work out for them. So I think it kind of makes sense. And I'm excited to see Avashar.
Yeah, that'll be fun. The bosses in that dungeon are really fun, and then the trash I feel like can be tedious at times, but then you have a seagull flying in and stunning your tank off and on, so it does get spiced up once in a while.
Fun, Doa, right?
Hey, I tanked that dungeon. Back when that expansion was like live, that was during the tanking era still, so I got murked by the seagull like multiple times, but you know,
that's why
I blame it on my DPS. Yeah, that's right.
Seagull are just trying to be nice.
I've become
right?
one with the seagulls.
Yeah, they disorient you, and then everyone else is just taking over the tanking for a while. I mean, they're just
exactly.
Just
nice.
true
it's like
friends.
You want to say sometimes as a tank, you do want to say you try tanking sometime. Well, here's a way you can do it spontaneously in a dungeon. You just get hit by a seagull. Yep. But see, I've got kind of a crossover event going here, right? The seagulls have come into Oribos. You know, we're worried about the Maw invading. No, it's these birds. This is what you really need to worry about.
This is a foresight. Next patch hints. So
That's
I
right.
do know something we don't.
Seagull flight.
Nafix.
I'm looking forward to the bursting in that dungeon. I wonder what the highest bursting stack we're going to be able to get from like the Crab Murloc pull area. Because with Master Spell, like, you can kind of go for it, especially with how even the AoE of Destro and Serve is in that dungeon. So, I don't know, maybe like a 40 stack and then insta Master Spell it. Who knows? I'm hoping we get to see like 15 plus bursting stacks.
Yeah, Dratnos, what do you think about the boat skip? Because we've talked about this earlier.
I saw this.
There aren't many classes.
Oh yeah, we've seen that.
Skip it.
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to be running, or is there some special tech that they can use?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to do it. The Rogue is one of the best ways to make the boat skip work. If you have, like, I don't know, a Vengeance, Demon Hunter, and then a Rogue, you can get the whole group up basically with that, because the Rogue can get on, like, a 3-seater mount and then Shadow Step up to the top, and the people on their 3-seater will come with them. So
Then you need a Vengeance Demon Hunter,
that's
right?
true, yeah. You
Instead
do
of Lucky
need somebody who can get up the first time. You could also play Horde and have Goblins. That does
True.
make the skip work also, so...
Can
maybe
you vent their
even
Door of
sacrifice
Shadows up
Dwarf
there?
from this. I mean, you don't really need... I mean, Dwarf is really nice for bursting, I guess, but...
Yeah.
So I guess you probably can't get rid of that.
We're gonna bring
Yeah.
the Feral in.
A Druid is very good at the boat skip,
Yeah.
but I don't know if it's
Nothing
good
else.
enough.
The entire comp has to be tailored around the boat skip. That's how this dungeon works, right?
Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to see what the teams have here. I'm so glad that they didn't ban Ivajar, and we're going to get to see this in this match, rather.
I mean, maybe you do just skip the boat skip altogether. You know, maybe you just go around and just avoid it, right? Here's our Ivashara Season 2 data, right? It's been a little while since this has been a dungeon that's been runnable on live. 26 minutes, 50 seconds is the record for live. That's a lot of deaths, though. 14 average deaths. I think that's the highest I've seen in any of these stat pages so far. It gets dangerous.
I do want to highlight the number of completed runs because this dungeon
that's
is
true,
actually really, really hard. It is a 21, but with the Legion dungeon scaling, do not get confused. A 21 Legion dungeon is actually not something to be trifled with. Like, the scaling on these can get brutal, so I think this is a scary dungeon nonetheless.
You ever think that the aspect of Zara, whatever it's called, up the top, you know, you get the itch on your cheek and you go to scratch it and you accidentally poke yourself in your lower eye? I'd be worried about that.
All right, you've lost me a little bit here.
Oh, look at the face there.
The boss, right?
Yeah. Look at it's right on the
eyes.
screen, right? You've got the upper eyes and
If you
lower
wanna-
eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see your point. I would be worried about that.
it could get dangerous. You can't really lean your head
But
on
if you look at
anything.
the size of the fingernails, I would be more worried
Oh.
about that, I think, generally. And the size of the hands, just in general.
They need to clip those.
The hands are much bigger than the face.
I mean, how do you?
That's
The
why the
shoulder
dungeon
spikes
is
as well. If
scary.
you ever like raise your arms above your head and the shoulder
True.
spikes just stab into
Yeah,
you
see,
as
check it
well.
out. Yeah.
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 How do you lay down at night? You know, to your bed would just don't do no water beds for the aspect of Zara there.
Yeah.
Yep.
You
Which
just
I mean,
curl, you know,
it's
like
very wet
snake
in this
sweat.
dungeon anyway. But that's true. I guess if he popped the water bed, he wouldn't really notice because it's pretty wet in that dungeon regardless.
What is happening?
So I don't know.
It's okay.
I'm just wondering, where's the inside of the mouth detail? They just drew that whole picture and then they decided, now we'll just color that black.
True.
I'm starting to see a trend
these
with
artists-
My
Doa
version is
and
just
weird
completely
looking
shattered.
This is where
scary
Makes
creatures.
lives. Makes lives in the map. Make there's the black background, right?
Fair.
Oh, that's
Make
that's
lips.
right. That's where his setup sits inside there.
Yeah,
Oh.
casting right from the
Yeah.
eye of Ashara. Oh, the mouth.
It's like a Jonah and the whale. You've got makes inside the mouth of the aspect of Izara or whatever. I can't remember.
Somebody's got to do the
Hold
cleaning
on.
around here, you know?
Eye of. Okay, well, no, let's talk about necrotic
Can't
wake
believe we
instead.
have to do
yeah.
necrotic wake first. Oh,
That's right.
True.
It's the appetizer, yeah.
Yeah,
Like wake.
exactly.
Whew, 23 minutes,
aperitif, if
19
you will.
seconds. The thing about this necrotic wake run is I don't think it will land around the 23-minute mark. I think we're either going to see it be quite a bit faster or the full-on disaster scenario of like the 30-minute necrotic wake that sometimes happens in this dungeon where, you know, things go a little bit wrong and then things go a lot wrong and you're just stuck. You're stuck and you've got no weapons and everything's falling apart. You're
Right.
shambles.
You can't go next because it's MDI and you're stuck. You're literally stuck until somebody completes it. We could be here for hours.
We could. We don't know we don't have any contingencies built into this. You know, what if this goes for days?
What's
What if
the
we get to
longest
the
dungeon
weekly
you've ever
reset?
been in?
You ever been in a dungeon
Oh, no.
while and this may belie my sleep
Oh,
schedule
no.
has been messed up at various times, but you ever been in a dungeon when the servers are restarting soon and it's about to be the weekly reset and you're not going against the timer anymore, you're going against the servers restarting in 15 minutes pop up in your chat
Oh, yeah.
log?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like this one guild that was trying to kill Garrosh for the first time before the next expansion came out. And the servers were shutting down and they wiped it like 0.1% or something. And you just saw the message in the chat, servers are shutting down in 10, 9.
Yeah.
And they're just fighting Garrosh.
And the shoulders didn't drop either. Well, I guess they didn't drop. You didn't kill him, but
Yeah.
even
So
if
sad.
they wouldn't have dropped anyway. Yep. Don't worry about it. Well, sounds like we're getting the players into the dungeons here pretty soon. It's taking a little bit longer than usual, but that's okay because we'll never run out of things to talk about. I have to apologize. It's the Wrath of Ishara, not the Eye of Ishara, or aspect of Ishara. By the way,
I was deeply offended by that
I-
error, so I'm
you know-
I'm glad that you apologized.
when you make a mistake on broadcast, sometimes you just have to suck it up and apologize. You know,
Yeah.
that's just how
Especially
it is.
to the Wrath of Ashara. I mean,
Yeah, that's literally my lunch for today on the right side of the screen there. I actually have like
Really?
a couple pieces of pizza from last night. Yeah.
I'm actually
left too.
okay.
Just gonna have
Just
that.
to get the controversial elephant out of the room that we're all feeling
Oh.
right now. How do we feel about pineapple on pizza? Nagura
Oh,
said she
man.
likes it, but she didn't try it when
Yep.
we had it at the race, so I don't believe her. What about you,
I like
Gartnus
it.
and Doa?
I like
You
it.
like
I think
it?
it's pretty good. I don't like it
Eat
all
some
the time, but
pineapple
I like
pizza
it.
right now.
I would if I had it.
I think it's
What
worse
about
than
you?
regular pizza, but it's better than a lot of non-pizza foods.
It's a nice alternative
Okay.
to the norm, you know? Like, when you want something a little bit different, I think it's good.
I would never choose to have it if there was like other pizzas next to it.
Fair.
But like if it was the only pizza, I would still eat it.
All right. All right.
How do you
And you wouldn't, like,
accept
pick the
that
pineapple
answer.
off or anything.
Well, I dislike
maybe.
pineapples, but also I can't eat them anyway. But
True.
we're going to go into the dungeon here for both of those teams. And I am excited to report that it seems like Free For All is setting up a bigger pull, or are they actually just going for the boss straight away? It looks like they're going for the boss, right? Picking up the Goliath,
we
getting
actually-
those orbs.
Yeah, so we actually saw Free For All actually play this dungeon already yesterday. They did lose against Just Reset, but their dungeon was really clean and they had really big pulls. So the only thing that is the difference here between some other pulls that we've seen from teams that are quicker is that they're waiting for those Goliath's orbs to spawn first. That's, instead of pulling everything together and spearing it and then picking up the orbs, they just wait for the orbs to spawn, pick them all up, and then do the pulling. Just a little bit of a safer route. Plus, you have that extra safety net from the healing that the orbs do. That's why they're all stacking up, healing each other with that pulsing buff. So it makes it just a little bit easier to execute.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually doing a really great job. Right now, both of the teams are equal in trash count. Both of them have Bloodlust pumping, but Free For All is just a little bit ahead on that Blightbone DPS. Boomba Boomba has still some trash in the boss, and they still want to pull the pack in the right backhand corner as well onto the boss once they're finally done with the soldiers here. But it looks like Free For All is just a little bit quicker in that regard, like you said, using the maximum efficiency of the Kyrian orbs.
Yeah, and Boomba Boomba, of course, also running that Frost Mage, which is something we've seen Boomba Boomba do a lot. This Dilemma is, of course, a mage main, and the Dilemma has been running that Frost Mage in a lot of dungeons where we usually don't see them. So that is really cool. That's we'll be interested to see what the mage can kind of bring to this dungeon in comparison to what the rogue can do for Free For All. Of course, rogue providing a lot more single target utility and interrupts, which can be incredibly helpful later on as well in the Necropolis, with all of those drain fluids and harvesters that need to be corrupted. But the mage providing the slow, AoE slow, which can also be very nice for some bigger pulls that you do.
To be honest, I really like the rogue here as it does so much more single target DPS, and it's something you're going to need for each of the tyrannical bosses. It is 23 tyrannical after all, so that is something you need to kind of gnaw through, and the rogue is going to help so much with that. Mage DPS also decent, but just not as great on single target as the rogue is, and we're getting an extra Trix to make sure the tank doesn't lose any aggro in the Necropolis, so I think that's a really, really solid pick here.
Yeah, I agree. And Free For All now picked up the second set of Goliath anima orbs on everyone. As you can see, the pulsing AoE around them plus healing. And now we even see their healer, you see just walking off, pulling those two marauders that are standing at the end of this bridge. They're just getting even more mobs on top of this mini boss pull. This can be pretty scary if you have a lot of necrotic bolts going off in the tank, with all of this absorb on the tank, so it's really hard to keep them alive. And then on top of that, you have all of these casts that need to be interrupted with the fears as well from these marauders. So a really nice pull by Free For All, and really well executed too.
Yeah, beautifully done. Now walking over the bridge here, just a little bit ahead on Boomba Boomba with the trash count. They have 54 to 35, and looks like one part of the team is doing the trash back there, and the rogue is either going to pick up that weapon here or already start the event, or maybe going to do both. Let's see, we're picking up the spear, vanishing, then going to the event, and seems like we're going to come back after that.
Yeah, and while the rogue is picking up the weapons and starting the event, the rest of the team is finishing off that necromancer pack on the Goliath. So that is really efficient because you want those orbs to be picked up in just a second, but it takes a while for that Goliath to come online. You know, Stuart needs to repair it, and it takes a while. So having the rogue do that makes a lot of sense. And also using the Shadow Step on the Warlocks to get back to the group. Really nicely done by Free.
I was gonna say, you can't just jump down there, so using that Shadow Step, just another reason why it makes the rogue such a great pick to actually execute that strat here. And it looks like we're going to try and do the same pull we've seen before, where we shroud through this. The team is mounted up. Only our tank is going to pull everything here. And looks like we don't even need shroud. We're just going to run ahead, make sure Salad has all of the aggro. And this tank has Vampiric Blood up, trying to live through this. Mitigations rising as the pack comes in. And here is a Marth as well. Now we really need to watch where our damage is going, what we're doing, and to not get aggroed from this pack here. But the group is doing a beautiful job of that.
Wow, that is actually a really nice adaptation by Free For All, because I'm pretty sure yesterday they didn't do this pull. I think yesterday they just pulled some trash with that Anima Orb and pulled a Marth afterwards, if I'm not mistaken. So them changing up their strategy to be a bit quicker and actually pull everything on top of a Marth is actually so nice to see from that team as a first-time MDI team. So yeah, I mean, really cleanly executed too, as Boomba has some issues on their side. Unfortunately, 2 of their damage dealers going down on a similar pull.
And they
without
actually
the boss,
used
and
the
they
weapon
accidentally
here.
pulled the monstrosity with all the weapons. Oh no, they're losing so much on that pull, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to see happening, and I'm afraid from here on out, Boomba is gonna fight from behind to actually catch up here to what Free For All is doing. They're still on a Marth, and slowly but surely it's getting a little bit close. The volley going through here, doing a massive amount of damage to the group. Raz really has to keep the group high and mighty now, but doing a great job of that. But that's really not something you want to see go through. Same for Boomba. They're trying to keep this pull alive somehow, trying to kite it back to the entrance so they don't lose that extra Kyrian weapon, but the monstrosity is in there, and you really do not want to play that.
Yeah, Free For All now being able to finish off, or getting close to finishing off a Marth, shouldn't be having any more issues. Really nicely done by them. They still have a lot of weapons left too. You can see the double spear plus the 2 hammers that they have shown in that group frame at the top. And then I do think the last time we saw them, they had some issues with the very first pull in Necropolis. And I think that is actually why they lost against Just Reset yesterday. So let's see if they actually refined that pull and make sure they don't have any sort of mistakes and any sort of problems there. Last time they didn't commit any weapons for that pull, while we saw the other team commit a spear. So maybe that is something that they adapted, maybe using an extra weapon, or maybe doing a little bit of a smaller pull, or just cleaner in general. Let's take a look at what Free For All is doing.
Yeah, and it looks we're setting up everything here, gonna pull the left side, but as far as I could tell, the right side is not included in this. So it's gonna be all of the left packs, including the spare parts here, and we haven't used any of the weapons yet. Our tank is looking pretty fine so far. Raz is doing some AoE as well in this pack here. But yeah, that is not something I'm worrying about, to be honest. I think this pack looks clean.
Yeah, looks really nice. Really only had to use that that orb, that Goliath orb, right?
Yeah.
Which is not that nice for bosses anyway. So they don't need to save that for any boss fights at all. So that is really good. Only committing that and still executing this full properly. No issues for them at all like they had yesterday. So really nice adaptation again by Free For All. It's cool to see that they adapted some things from yesterday, improved on the mistakes they made yesterday, and just have a faster, cleaner run so far. Of course, there's still things that can go wrong. But
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, but Boomba, of course, with the issues that they had earlier, also lost quite a bit of time, as they're now also engaging a Marth on their side.
Yeah, they're trying to pull off this big pull here, but it's giving them a lot of trouble. Looks like their Warlock's gonna go down, same for the Priest. So this is maybe another try at that boss. I'm not sure they can recover it somehow with healer and DPS down, and no battle rest is available for another 45 seconds. But Free For All has finished the first pack. Now gonna go for the second one, playing a little bit slower here as no cooldowns were ready. And we're taking care of the Crafter in the background, now playing the relics together with the... Ooh, the Crafter came out. I don't think... Was that intended? Are we using it
Yeah,
here?
so you're only mind controlling it to start the next assistance from spawning, right? Because in this Necropolis, usually the way this works is that you have to finish every mob that is there at the start when you get there. And once you killed every single mob, then the next assistants are spawning, and then you have to kill those, and then the next mobs are spawning again. There's like this kind of event that you need to finish off before you can move on. But if you mind control the Fleshcrafter, and also the Loyal Creation is, of course, mind controlled by the Blood Decay, then the mobs are technically not there anymore, even though you didn't really kill them. You just mind control them, and then the assistants spawn. So that is the reason why the priest was mind controlling the Fleshcraft in there, and then as soon as the assistant spawned, you can release the mind control and just use the cleavers to help you out to kill the assistants, which is exactly what they have been doing. But it also looks like they're just finishing it off here, and they don't really want to.
That's the part that
move
I
it
was
into the last boss area. Yeah.
That's the part that I was talking about, because what we've seen a lot from the other teams is they're going to mind control it just to start the event, and then they either trap it in the background or CC it some other way and take it up to the final boss, as it does quite a decent amount of damage to that boss still, especially with raging. But Free For All deciding to just use it on the assistants here, not deal with it later. So it's another risk that they kind of have taken out of the picture here, but it also will mean that they need to do a little bit more damage on the final boss.
Yeah, I think that's fine, considering I'm not sure if they know if this was something they planned all along to just finish off this Fleshcrafter, or if it's something that they actually changed now that they know that they're pretty far ahead in comparison to Boomba. Because not needing to re-CC this Fleshcrafter all the time and worrying about putting the cleavers into the correct targets and whatever is definitely, as you said, just taking away another risk. So it might be possible that they just said, you know what, let's just kill it off. We don't need it necessarily. It's only for speed. It just adds another risk. We just want to do the rest of this dungeon cleanly, because that's what they have to do. If they finish off the rest of the bosses cleanly, no issues whatsoever, then they're probably going to be the ones winning, unless Boomba does something crazy in the mix up.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. Right now they're using Bloodlust on Amarth, and it looks like it's going a little bit better this time around. No extra ads are in that boss fight down there, and Amarth is losing quite a decent amount of HP, but Free For All is nearly finished with the pre-event and can pull the third boss soon enough.
I can't wait to put
and they still have those weapons left, right? They have 2 spears, 2 hammers, so that means they can commit a spear for this boss and also for the last boss, which is really gonna make Stitch Flash a lot easier for them, because we saw even a team like Perplexed wipe to this boss earlier because they did not commit a spear from the get-go, and then the boss jumped back up, they missed the hook, and all of a sudden they had issues. The free's gonna get a little bit of aggro there at the start, but there we go. Yeah, they used the spear, killed the relic with it as well. The creation still pretty high, so they might have to maybe try to cleave the creation down a little bit more, because as soon as you have 2 creations up, it's just so much tank damage, and hooking the boss back down can be more difficult as well.
Yeah, because what sometimes happens is the creation will hook, and if the other creation is in the way we talked about this earlier, it'll just hook the other creation instead of the boss, but it looks like they're doing a good job at DPSing it down. It's nearly that. The second one is coming in for a short amount of time. I'm sure Zealot will be able to live this, has defensive sub, and now we can do full damage onto Surgeon Stitch Flash once again. Gonna have to walk straight here, not die. The hook coming in really closely, but Ras was able to survive, and now the Surgeon shouldn't be as much of a problem anymore. I don't think he'll jump back up before they finish with the damage here. Zealot taking a pretty bit hit one more time. Here comes the hook, and they manage to finish it and go on to the final boss. 100% trash count. Everything is done for so far. 0 deaths. Looking beautiful.
Yeah, they improved their run quite a bit from yesterday. Really nice to see, as they're now going to be engaging the last boss, immediately pulling it with the javelin, actually. So what we saw some teams do with the spear is actually wait until they finish off the relic, then use the spear to get rid of that automa, plus also hit the boss. But Free For All deciding to not do that, just immediately pulling the boss with the spear. And now they also commit Bloodlust, just bursting the boss down. Also getting the cooldown reduction from in just a second. And we'll see what they do with the exiles, because the gateway is set up. There we go.
Yeah,
nice gateway usage by Riddler.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, now has the debuff but is not getting ported down. So after a short amount of time, he will die. But until then, that's a lot of damage this Warlock can pump out if necessary. No cooldowns currently available. We use them at the very start, and we should be getting that battle ras off sooner. And boss is at 48% now, just slowly ticking down. One more time we need to dispel. Perfect, getting arranged for it, so nobody else has to move out of melee, so we're not losing any DPS here. And it seems like the rogue is actually getting ported away, so they need to play this event here. Cannot use the gate tech, but will come back shortly enough.
Yeah, we still actually have 2 hammers left as well that they can use. Riddler just deciding
No,
going
that
down
was
for the
the
debuff, of
yeah.
course. Yeah,
I always
thought
get
it was the
baited
rogue.
as well.
I thought the rogue might have died on purpose downstairs, because that's sometimes what
Yeah.
happens as well. A team
If
just
you can't
decides
click it.
if the player. Yeah, exactly. But looks like the rogue is just finishing the event, and now the rogue is coming back, so the pedal is gonna spawn. That's why they're moving into the corner. And Riddler now also getting sent down, having that gateway cooldown, not being able to use it again. Maybe deciding to just run into these pedals and die. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're
because
trying.
we do have another battle rest available. So yeah, it's hard to die as a warlock, right?
That is very true. Not only does this class do so much damage, they're also basically unkillable. But I'm sure Riddler is doing their best to actually manage here. And it looks like we did it. Gonna get despelled one more time. And Nelthor should be seeing the last of it. 7% remaining. This group is just stomping and blasting wherever they go. Look at the Survival Hunter carrying the rest of the group on this boss fight here. I would have expected the Rogue to actually do a little bit more. But of course, they were ported down and everybody else wasn't, except for the Warlock for a short moment. So beautifully done. 16 minutes 41 seconds says the overall timer, and that's the 1-0.
That's right. So, a victory there, and that was really quick too, because when Free For All beat that Necrotic Wake, I believe they were only about 4 to 5 seconds behind where Perplexed was in their run. So that was about as quick as we've seen it yet this weekend. So, neat to see from Free For All. Very tight first run, and a good step towards winning the series for sure.
Yeah, unbelievably clean pathing from Free For All as well. You know, yesterday they played this map in their series against Dismissed, and they lost, but they would have won with this time. They would have actually won, and they could have been in the upper bracket off of runs like this against Dismissed. So Free For All have really stepped it up today. Really impressive to see out of them again. 0 deaths aside from 2 intentional Warlock deaths on the last boss fight, which don't count. IMO.
I mean, that's part of it. That was intentional, right? And not the type of intentional when you die.
Not like when I say intentional after I die, right? Like
exactly.
Actually, they planned it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Not like the intentional and you reincarnate as the enhancement shaman like I do. And
Nobody
I'm like,
saw
I meant to. Just it was a mechanics thing, Had to get out of a mechanic quick, Yeah. They believe me.
I'm just a little bit disappointed these Kyrian weapons only do damage, but they don't do any sort of interrupts or healing, though.
Yeah.
So I have to work on that.
Items would play the whole key for me.
Finally, we can
That's
put
true.
these rogues out of a job once and for all.
We need a 5 Kyrian item team to take down Echo, I think is what it's going to take.
Sounds about
Look at
right.
this,
We should get right on that.
I mean, the execution on this poll as well, so nice to see out of Free For All. This was where things went a little bit wrong for Boomba. Boomba, of course, was the fear cast interrupt on square marker Skeletal Marauder here. You can see about to go off this rasping scream. Very important to interrupt it. If you don't do that, this is what happens. And invariably, there's always this big mob here just waiting to pounce on any time you've missed that interrupt. And from there, things went from bad to worse. They ended up kind of salvaging this on one of those 4-minute chain wipe run back polls, which I'm very intimately familiar with. But that was where that one interrupt really was where their dungeon sort of crumbled. Up until then, they really weren't that far behind. I don't think they were going to beat that run out of Free For All, no matter what, with their plan. But again, one mistake really kind of led to that first domino falling for Boomba Boomba. But I think we could still be in for a very close series, depending, especially when we move to Eye of Azshara as our next map in the series. Something where Boomba Boomba has gamers that games together in the MDI back in the day when that was a current dungeon.
You know, going back to that interrupt real quick, though, I'm surprised that we saw BOOMBA miss that one when Free For All is a team that claims that their name comes from the fact that they don't plan interrupts at all, that it's just literally Free For All.
So, okay, here's the thing, though, right? If you say a kick is Free For All, it's 5 people's fault if it goes off, right? But if somebody has it assigned, only one person has to mess up for the kick to happen, right? So group shared responsibility is the, it's the theme there.
It's the way to do it.
The problem about that, though, is if there is more than one cast to kick and everybody kicks the first one out of shared responsibility, then nobody can do the second one because it was on cooldown for everybody.
And it's the healer's fault.
Who are you blaming then?
Well, then you know the fear's coming out. You position to get feared in a good direction. But really, it's just like whenever you're doing these free for all kicks, you're kind of in
healer
the
could have
zen.
master spell.
You know what though?
You do this like mind meld with your group,
heal.
right? Where it's like you know who's gonna kick without even saying anything. Right?
I mean,
it's
you
not a
know
sign,
what
it's just
though?
like you know their
There's
play style.
Yeah.
There's an easy way to avoid this though, is that you just invite an enhancement shaman to your group. They have this thing called Tremor Totem. It makes fears a non-issue. I'm just saying, like, those other shamans, those elemental shamans, those restoration shamans, as they like to call themselves, like, they're at range. They don't care. They're not worried about those things. You need an enhancement shaman that has your group's best interests in mind, right there, in the melee, in the thick of it, alongside the tank, and the warlock, apparently, now, and is ready when the time comes to drop that Tremor Totem and prevent you from being feared. Yeah.
Hey,
Easy way to avoid
production,
it.
is the ad
Bring the enhancement
over?
shaman.
I just heard that
I quickly want to
enhancement
talk
shaman
up. Look at the background that we have right now. Like, moving into the seagull on your background, Doa.
Oh.
You see it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the wall
seagull. It's
the
the
wall
mountain.
the wall lines up perfectly. It's like the Mount Rushmore of seagulls, apparently. Wow. Not planned at all. That's amazing.
Love it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it is seagull
Sorry,
time.
what did you say about enhancement shamans?
oh, they're great. They're just great.
Oh, we
Best-
almost got
best
him off
class
the
ever made.
topic. Oh.
Best class ever made.
Hashtag
Did you
ad.
know? Did you know that in PvP, if an enhancement shaman dies, it can jump up again and surprise kill an unsuspecting opponent every 30 minutes or so? They never see it coming, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure
great
they'd be
defensive.
very surprised by that.
It's an
Almost
offensive
worse
move.
than the
technically.
Moonkin propaganda.
It's so much more pure, I feel, though. It's easy. I think it's easy to get behind Moonkin and support that, right? Moonkins have had plenty of time being good, right? Even in this expansion. Enhancement Shamans.
I mean, enhancement shaman is good.
Right now, but before that, how long was it before now that Enhancement Shamans were good?
It was also good last year. I don't know about this propaganda.
Fake
They're doing
news.
just
That's
fine.
fake news.
Yeah, then we gotta go back to what High Mall with the remember the Fire Nova totem. Good
Oh,
times.
yeah.
I don't.
Okay, maybe I'm making stuff up as well.
Dranos remembers.
Well, I
don't
remember
know
hearing
either.
about it.
Anyone remember having to go all the way to Neris to get your, what was it, your air totem way back in vanilla? You know, you had to walk all the way down there. You weren't ready for that yet. You weren't the level to handle those mobs, but you know what? The quest said go there. So you went there. You got it, no matter what. No matter how many death skips you had to do to, like, death taxi your way over there,
The
you know?
seagull.
You got it, yep. But yeah, we got Eye of Ashara coming up next, obviously. It's gonna be a good dungeon. Should be fun. Bursting does make you slow down a little bit though. Even though it is 21, you know, are we gonna see just every, you know, I mean, you have your mass dispel cooldown, obviously, like we talked about earlier. But when that's not up, like, do you just
You have dwarf
pull
as
smaller?
well.
You gotta pull smaller, yeah. You're dwarf,
So-
yeah, that's true.
You have like a pretty good way of I think that if you're making pulls and you scale them back because of the bursting affix in a dungeon like this, you're gonna lose because I think you just gotta go for it, and you have enough tools to deal with the affix. Yeah, it can get you, especially if damage is allocated unevenly in a very large pull. Bursting deaths certainly can happen. It adds some lethality to the dungeon, but it's not the kind of affix that you are allowed to slow down for. Another interesting affix is the Infernal affix too, which in Eye of Ashara, it's only ever 3 bosses, so 2 of the bosses aren't going to have Infernal beacons before them, and 3 of them are, and they spawn these mini bosses that when they are you're fighting them, they also spawn Infernals, And when you kill an Infernal, it makes a swirly. And when you soak the swirly, you start pulsing for AoE damage and extra damage taken to enemies. So it's actually really powerful to potentially set up for a really big pull or to nuke a boss unbelievably quickly. So I'm curious to see, especially on this lower key level, right, 21 relative to the other dungeons in our tournament, how much these teams are able to like take these Infernal mini bosses into dangerous boss pulls, dangerous trash pulls, or maybe both.
Why not both? Yeah, let's do it. Boom Boom versus Free For All.
I'm super excited. It's going to be a really, really fun key and a throwback to everybody that played in Legion. For me, this dungeon was always connected to pain and tears as I was trying to heal, and no one cared about healers at all. So I'm happy to see these teams do it differently, hopefully.
I was going to say, yeah.
Ouch! Okay, I'll see myself
That's why you're
out.
not healing anymore, right?
That's true. I wish I was, though.
Now you don't care about healers either.
I was running Holy Priest during Legion when it was terrible, so seeing Holy Priest in Legion keys just makes me feel differently.
Whoa.
Oh boy. No Holy Priest. Well, there's one in this one, though. We got a Shaman, too, though, as we get things started.
Yeah, so we do see the rest of Shaman from Free For All here, and 2 Havoc Demon Hunters, one of them going down immediately as they gather up this first pull on Boomba side, unfortunately. But thankfully the respawn is right there. It's literally just started a dungeon, so they can come back and use that AoE stun to make sure that the team can survive. And now all of the bursting is going to come out in just a second.
It's coming out for Free For All. Stove was really low there for a second. That clutch blur coming in, but being able to survive here. Of course, not running the priest, you don't have the master spell. We're actually going to take one of the turtles here going into this pack together with the crusher and 2 of the Reaver Oracle packs. That's actually a pretty big pull.
Yeah, it certainly is. And one thing to note as well about the Shaman is that I think this is mainly a comfort thing, because not having the Master Spell for some of the bursting stacks can cost them, especially later on those Murloc pulls. And I do want to also say that they did already play the Resto Shaman in their time trials. They actually played it in streets. So they probably like playing the Shaman. It does provide a lot of damage with the Vesper Totem as well, of course. Ras is playing Kyrian there, but Boomba having more issues on their sides as their Warlock went down too.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, this dungeon might be 21, but it will feel like it's a lot higher. The scaling on these Legion dungeons sometimes is a little bit misleading because, of course, things are different now than they were back then. So Scary 21 for these teams here, and we are in the boss fight for Free Fall. I think out of all the bosses in the dungeons, the Warlord Parjesh is actually the one that I wouldn't worry too much about, but the Infernal Legion is showing Free For All what it can actually do. Ras going down in the charge instantly gets back to life, but Setzo is also down, needs to get battle rest. We're still running the Bloodlust, but the team is just dying relentlessly. Riddler in the seat, Stove down, Ras also dying. There is not much we can do here. Salad is still in Hymir, but will eventually die. There is no coming back from this. They need to do this fight again.
Yeah, so what happened there was one of the... this boss spawns ad waves. One of them is like a melee at, a big ad, and then you have some casters as well. And the big ad casts something once in a while. I think it's called like Bellowing Roar or something. And if that goes off, it does a huge amount of AoE damage to the whole group. And they didn't interrupt it. It just went off. And it one-shot the Hunter and killed the... Just make sure that the whole group was on really, really low HP. And then it was super hard for Ras to actually recover, because Ras had to use Ankh to get back up because they had died themselves. And then they had to try to keep everyone alive with all of those bleed effects on everyone, plus the Legion invasion doing damage to everyone. So need to interrupt those casts from those shell breakers.
I think with the Legion invasion coming in, it probably was a little bit too much. I'm not sure how much practice they've done on the Legion dungeons, to be honest, but there are a lot of ads and a lot of casts, so these can easily get lost with the ones that are actually important. So this time around, while we were waiting for the boss spawn, we finished all the smallies. Now only the Infernals remain, and we're gonna get those soaks here as the boss spawns their ads, and this is looking a little bit more promising. But in the meantime, Boomba has finished off their Infernal plus the boss, and they're gonna run on, and I'm a little bit scared for what comes next, because we're going into the area where there's a lot of these little slimy blood puddles. I don't even know what they're called, the droplets. And they're going to give us a hard time on bursting. We have the priest, which will be able to master spell the bursting stacks, but in order to really pull that off, they need to be timed perfectly, as master spell has a cast time, and if they tick down while the master spell is being cast, then you're going to have a bad time. So you really need to pre-cast the master spell. The team's going to need to kill during the cast, so the stacks come in that exact cast time in order to not lose anyone here.
Yeah, so I do think the droplets actually don't apply bursting anymore, and they only changed it later in Legion, if I remember correctly, because they used to apply bursting, but because they're neutrals, they eventually changed it so they don't apply it. So thankfully they didn't necessarily have to deal with that, but they pulled 2 snails on top of this Arcanist, which the snails are probably the scariest thing next to the seagulls in this dungeon. They have this cast where you have the side kind of cone coming out of the snail, and even though they move really slow, that cast is incredibly deadly. Yeah, unfortunately things just going wrong for Free For All, as they just had another damage dealer dead, and they didn't have a battle rush to get them back up, and then things were just falling apart, as they're just gonna have another wipe on this boss.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't play this as only tank and healer. There's too much you need to actually be doing, and with 46 HP on this boss still, that's just way too much. But Boomba moving on, dealing with the little droplets and the Arcanist, and this is pretty good so far. But they pulled one of the snails that you were talking about, so they need to DPS this down as they move forwards, just dragging it along. And I remember back in the day when you pulled one of these snails, the whole group flamed you. Like, you were the worst person there for them. Wolf actually going down here will not be able to get back up, since we are on priest and not the shaman, so we'll need that battle rest. It's now out, they don't have one available, as we pull Lady Hate Coil, and it looks like they're in fight with the snail in the back still. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's a Havoc on there. There we go, double Chaos Bolts flying out from the Warlock, so should be able to finish off that snail in just a second. Yeah, Lady Hate Call actually is a pretty difficult boss to deal with on Tyrannical on high keys, because the amount of damage that some of the mechanics do are really crazy. You saw the Warlock committing his their Dark Pact here as well to make sure they're surviving, and you can see they also have to go on these islands whenever this static Nova kind of comes out, because the water is getting electrocuted, and you stand in it, you get stunned, and it does a huge amount of damage to you. You need to make sure you stand on these islands whenever that mechanic comes out. But outside of that mechanic, you want to stay away from the islands, because this mechanic that happened, that one actually kills the islands if you're too close to them, and then you're going to run out of islands for the other ability where you have to be on them. So really have to walk around properly, fix your movement, and also turn around whenever you have that curse on you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're knocking people off the islands, right?
Yeah, so that curse actually in the last, I think it was the Great Push or last time where we had Eye of Ashara as well. People were actually having a hard time with that curse in particular, because you need to turn away and make sure you don't knock anyone off the islands, and it comes in that exact second. So you need to be really aware where you're standing, where everybody else is standing, and then there's also these tornadoes. So there's just a high movement boss for you that you really need to watch out for. And look at your feet, but Boomba is doing a fantastic job so far, just really playing to their strengths, and Lady Hate Coil is already on 15%. This is looking great, and I love seeing that Havoc Demon Hunter. I have to say, I've been hoping for more Havocs in the MDI. I know they're not in the greatest spot, but it's such a fun spec to play at the moment in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, glad to see some Havoc Demon Hunters, even though their only job is to buff the Warlock's damage. And possibly also the Survival Hunters damage. But they're doing a good job with that. And they can do the bolt skip later, right? So that is something that we're gonna see as well. Probably just jumping up there and then getting everyone else up as well. But now we're gonna see some of those insane pulls that we've been talking about. All of the crabs being pulled together, plus a Hydra as well. These Hydras, they can be pretty hard to deal with, so we'll see if they can survive the cast. Yeah, not even that big of a pull. I guess they're
There's so
very
many
mindful of bursting here.
Look at the seagull, and it's actually
there's
getting
one.
pulled. We're in fight with one of these nasty, nasty birds, but we insta-stunned it. Perfectly done. I think it was actually Wolf's single target stun going on to that seagull, if I remember that icon correctly. Just making sure it's not giving us too much trouble, but Glix seems to have been disoriented for a moment, if I saw correctly. There was so much damage coming in, but we deal with all the crabs and everything else, and the Hydra is also going down, surely but slowly. Beautifully done, and great solution from Boomba.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the amount of trash they already have. They're up to 71% on their side. So they don't even need to do any of these big crab pulls. As Wolf goes down, unfortunately, one of those hard shells literally got one-shot by one melee there. They do have a battle rest to get them back up if they want to do that. But yeah, there we go, battle rest being used. And yeah, because they have to clear this area, because this boss, Serpentrix, actually is really hard to control where it goes, because the different kinds of hats are going to be coming out from these holes in this boss room. So you need to clear a lot of the trash, because they trash patrols around, and he might be ninja pulling it mid-combat if you don't do so. So they decide to not pull that many crabs. They just want to deal with this boss room, make sure it's clean of trash, and they're not going to be ninjaing anything during the boss.
Yeah, and that's really what you want to be doing here. Do not take any chances with Legion tyrannical bosses. From what I've seen so far, they're really scary, and this team is making sure they're not taking any risks that they do not necessarily need to be doing. Getting that seagull out early was probably a mistake, but I don't hate it either, as it's just another ad that will probably not get in your way while you're fighting the boss. You said it already, Nagora. It's gonna spawn in different locations throughout the platform here, and you cannot know where it's going, so you really need to clear preemptively and make sure that everything is clear and you have good access to these watery holes here when the serpent is gonna come out.
Yeah, so interestingly, they are actually just pulling some more mobs before they engage the boss, or they might actually just pull the crabs on top of the boss as well. Because these crabs, they're known to not have that many mechanics, not much going on. You can just kind of kill them or cleave them down
There's
as
a seagull.
You're going. But there is a seagull in the way, and that seagull is scarier than the 20 crabs that Glix is tagging right now.
Glix was just waiting for that seagull to turn around. You could see it like happily walking to the rest of the group, stopping in his tracks, waiting for the seagull to disappear, as it's such an annoying ad to pull onto here, but they managed to do just that, and now we're fighting Serpentrix, and this boss does this flailing where you get patches on the floor, then there's some more flailing where you don't have patches on the floor, and then there's also some debuffs that need to be dispelled. If I remember correctly, I haven't seen this dungeon in a little bit of time, but it's a lot of movement. As healer, you need to make sure you're positioned in a way where you have most of the group in range as they split up here now, and there's going to be 3 different heads of the Serpentrix being in this area. Beautifully overview here from our observers. We have the Blazing, the Arcane, and the normal Serpentrix, and we need to kill both the blue and the red one before we can continue fighting the other one.
And they also have casts going off constantly as well, both of the Arcane hat and the Fire hat. So they split up the damage dealers to make sure they can get the interrupts on those hats, to make sure none of those casts are actually going off. Some of them can go off, but you don't want multiple of them to go off, because the Arcane one does have a stacking debuff. The more casts you let go through, the higher the buff kind of is on that hat and the more damage it does. And then you also have the Blazing Nova from the Fire hat, which just does AoE damage to everyone, which you kind of want to avoid as well. So really well done by Boomba, and you really see that they have the experience in this dungeon, right? Having competed in, or some of their members have competed in the MDI and BFA, and yeah, they just know how this dungeon works. And they also competed, I believe, in the TGP, where this dungeon was also part of. So they definitely have the experience and know how to play this dungeon, which really shown compared to Free For All, maybe having some more issues on their side, maybe lacking some of that experience that Boomba has.
Oh, while we're speaking about it, Fragas goes down here. The Havoc Demon Hunter, my true hero in this dungeon, has fallen. But there is a seagull in fight with the rest of the group, just menacing about, and they need to deal with it quickly and efficiently if they want to continue this boss fight. Serpentrix already on 13% is probably not going to give them as much more problems, but the seagull goes down, and after this boss fight, we will be able to pick up our Demon Hunter friend. Free For All, you were just saying it, had a lot of troubles, especially at the beginning. The Warlord just gave them a bunch of problems there, but they're also clearing. The boss room means they finished off a lot of what was before that. Still missing a lot of trash, but trying to catch up to Boomba for sure.
Yeah, so let's see what Boomba does now. If they decide to do the boat skip, because they're already at 90% trash, so not much they have to do, because those 4 Arcanists that are kind of channeling in front of the last boss room, in front of Wrath of Ashara, they have to be killed for the boss to be attackable. So that percentage they need to do anyway. So that might mean that they don't actually pull anything other than that. Maybe some crabs on top of the last boss to get some extra efficient cleave damage while fighting that. Yeah, we do see their Warlock actually jumping up there. And now we'll see the skip in just a second. We do know that the Demon Hunter can jump up.
They're trying to use a portal?
Gateway, right?
That got fixed,
no?
no?
You know that they can't gateway, right?
I'm not sure they know that.
There we go.
Warlock was ready to go.
Did jump up now. Sure they know.
Right, here we go. It was just for the memes, maybe. So this was actually not as easy. I was going to say, it's not as easy as it looks, and as I said, they're having some trouble. But Wolf has made it up and gripped one of the friends. Now the rest of them are trying to make it up here. Now we have a gateway, and this should hopefully work. Maybe you need to jump a little bit. Maybe it doesn't work. So yeah, back on the mounts we go. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why the boat skip was so annoying back in the day, right? There was always this one, usually Moonkin, that couldn't do it. I mean, I don't know.
It's just so fun.
Are we just leaving the mage?
I know it's not that easy. There we go, dilemma managed. So I feel bad laughing because it looks so silly when they don't manage this jump. But it's really not easy, right? Like, it's definitely not something that, especially if you haven't done it in a while, and you're not going to sit there practicing this jump for like an hour just jumping up there. But yeah, they finally did manage to get up, and now they are fighting this like boss. First, they're dealing with the Legion invasion a little bit. I think it makes sense because this boss can be pretty dangerous, and they know at this point that they're really pretty far ahead. So taking it a bit safer and just dealing with the Legion invasion first does make sense for them.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen how dangerous the Legion invasion can be for Free For All at the beginning of the fight, and as I say it, they're having some trouble with Serpentrix now in 28%. Hopefully it can manage to finish off the Blazing Hydra spawn, but 2 players died. We had to rest one of them, and now need to finish this boss fight off for Free For All if we want to catch up. There is still a scary part of this dungeon coming here for Boomba once they finish King Deepbeard. I always want to call him Neckbeard for some reason. But yeah, Wolf making sure they have the Guardian Spirit here while getting the damage to get rid of that bubble shield. And this is actually not as easy as it looks either. So you get a shield and you need to break it by taking damage, but if you take too much damage, you're dead. So it's really a kind of walk on the edge to see how much you can actually take. And if you haven't done this in a while or are not as familiar with the scaling on these dungeons, it's actually not as easy. And you see it again here. Wolf has the bubble, is going to walk around, make sure they get damaged, and slowly but surely the bubble runs out and we drop so low. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Yeah, because that bubble, the difficulty with the bubble is that the the amount of damage you absorb with it, scales with the T level as well. But some of the things with this boss don't scale with the T level. For example, these swirlies that go around in a room, these like blue swirlies, they don't actually do that much damage at all. So if you have a really big bubble on you, oh no! Wolf actually tried to walk into the frontal there, I assume, to get rid of the bubble, but it was just too much damage, as you mentioned. And just got overkilled through that absorb shield. And their demons are going down too. They don't have Vandals available.
The good part is...
Hopefully they can finish this off.
We had the Holy Form up for still a little bit. Dilemma just used the Ice Block, so we're a little bit safer on HP bars, now getting the bubble, but I think before it runs out, we should be done with the boss fight here. If not, Dilemma is going to see the end of it. 2%. Clicks will do this, finish it for sure. I have zero doubts in this team. They did it. They're going to pick up the Demon Hunter, going to pick up the Holy Priest, and now we're actually going to go into the part that I think is the scariest on this dungeon. Maybe not so much on Tyrannical, but maybe still. Like, either way, on Fortified or Tyrannical, this part is really scary, to be honest.
You mean the Arcanists?
Yeah, the Arcanists, like, and then also the boss together with the beacon. Like, there's so much going on, and we've seen so many wipes back in TGP.
Looks like they're starting with the right side Arcanist for some reason. Interesting. It might have something to do with them wanting to pull something else later on. It looked like Wolf... Oh, okay, it makes sense. Wolf did release because they don't actually have someone who can rest outside of combat, right? Yeah. There's no one who can do that rest, so Wolf... had to release and run all the way back, so the rest of the group just met their healer at that first Arcanist there on the right side. Now it all makes sense. As they're moving on now to the next Arcanist, they can be scary. You have to interrupt some caster that you have a caster roots you in place, which can be very annoying, especially when those waves come through. And then on top of that, you also have this big kind of swirly debuff around the player. It's a magic debuff that needs to be interrupted, otherwise it's going to go off a couple seconds later, and then you get stunned by it, and it does a lot of damage. So just get that dispel out.
So back in the day, you would pull several of these Arcanists together. It seems like we're going a little bit slower in general here and playing them one by one, but they decided to pull that Legion invasion and play it together with this Arcanist here. It's the second to last. There's one more after this, and we're already seeing the boss mechanics here that you need to dispel and then walk out. And Wolf just used Mass Dispel, so everybody should be fairly safe. Dilemma still has a debuff. It's gonna go down here. Actually, was maybe not in range of that Mass Dispel.
Interesting. It looked like the bomb was behind Wolf. So it didn't look like Dilemma was standing in it. But Dilemma is not even here. I don't see where Dilemma is. It's possible that walked off to pull some other stuff? Or maybe trying to solo the other mob, possibly? I'm not sure where Dilemma is. Can we get a cam on Dilemma? There we go. I think Dilemma might have actually just walked off trying to pull some crabs on top of the Wrath of Ashara. Bot went down while trying to do so. I think that might have been what they're trying to do. Sure.
Yeah, I think that could actually be the truth here. We're gonna finish off on these Infernal and the Beacon, of course. Dilemma getting that soak here, and now we're down to the last Ritualist. But yeah, maybe that was the plan. It looked a little bit like it with Dilemma at the far end.
So.
I don't know. Maybe they don't know. I don't know.
They don't know
we don't
either.
have, however, I do want to highlight, we don't have Bloodlust for that final boss here. And while we do have an ice block, this boss is going to be a little bit hard, no?
I think so, actually, because you don't have many immunities. Because there's one ability in this boss that basically puts a debuff on somebody. And it goes off after a couple of seconds, and it does a lot of damage. Probably one-shots you, unless you share the damage with other people. So the people need to walk into there and soak the damage with you. But on really high tyrannical keys, that damage is so much that you just kind of need to use immunities to survive it by yourself, or you just suicide the person. So we'll see how much damage it does here as they do commit DMZ from Glix. And they were fine. I don't think
They also
many
used
other
Death CDs. We had
defensives.
Desperate Prayer up from Wolf. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if Fate had also been committed here. I don't think we're tracking Blur for Fragus. We still have the Darkness, so we're probably using that for the next soak. Unless it's on the Mage, then it's going to be an immunity. I think that's how we're faring here. So I think it could work, but really the group needs to be top once the soak starts, and that can be hard with everything else going on. You see the damage ticking on the group's raid frame or party frame. We're gonna move away now, and here is where it gets tricky. The group needs to stay together in order for Wolf to actually be able to heal the group and for them to soak properly here. So another hit comes in. We use that darkness like I was saying earlier. We need to get a dispel on Kilo here, and that should come easily enough. Yeah, there it is. But it's not easy. The group is still fighting for their life. Wolf decently low, no Desperate Prayer available anymore. Wrath of Ashara on 4% as they're trying to fight it. I think they might get one more of these soaks here, but I think they can definitely handle it. And even if they suicide the last person that gets it, Wolf here getting it one more time before the boss goes down. They're actually running to him, making sure he survives, and down should go the boss. Ready for rating 5 gets proc. Beautiful. That's what we love to see.
Huge. It's always good to be ready for raiding, right? Finally. It's about time some of these players in MDI became ready for raiding. Even though that's not the purpose of MDI, still. But victory for Boomba Boomba. And so we've got ourselves a series on our hands, as they say.
Yeah, very cool dungeon we got to see there for Eye of Azshara. Maybe Free For All would disagree about that, though. It was a little bit rough on their side of the board, but Boomba Boomba, you know, that's a team with some distinguished Legion MDI veterans, so to me it's kind of no surprise that this was a strong point for them, and maybe in fact the surprise was that Free For All elected not to ban this, but it does mean we're getting to see a Game 3 for the first time this weekend as well, which is pretty hype.
Yeah, that's right, and we figured the lower bracket would be a little bit tighter as far as some of these dungeons went, and you know, like you said, the Legion experience might come in handy, but like we even saw a good amount of deaths on the Boomba Boomba side of things. 9 deaths over there, and like these bosses just kill people. I think that's what it comes down to. Is it might not be the highest key ever, but these bosses kill people. Sometimes the animals kill people too, but the bosses help.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said when we went into this dungeon, right? Just speaking out of experience from the Great Push, where this was also one of the dungeons that teams had to play. The tyrannical Eye of Azshara cannot be underestimated, I think, and we've shown this one more time. I think it's a super fun dungeons. I like seeing these Legion dungeons come back, but having it on 21 is definitely the right call here. If they go any higher, I worry for our teams.
Yeah, I mean, it could be fun, but let's check out a couple moments from this last dungeon.
Yeah, so this was just the first case of everything falling apart here for Free For All, and you know, this is a dungeon where this first boss, especially if you're pulling a bunch of trash, it's pretty lethal. You have the boss charging around, especially if you're going to do it with the Infernal mini-boss as well. That's a lot of danger. The spear needs to land. It actually won't, I don't think it hits the Infernal mobs as well. It needs to hit one of the boss ads, or else it will go and hit the player that it's targeting too. This, I believe, is our first Seagull-related incident of the 2022 MDI here. Look at that Cove Seagull.
There it is.
Glix getting threat on it here with those blood boils, right?
Here
Cove Seagull now is going and attacking Glix. Glix sort of trying to run away here, but unfortunately chose a Death Knight, so not able to do that very effectively. And you can see disoriented there. The boss immediately turns and just slaps Fragus down because Glix is disoriented by the Cove Seagull. So that was our first Seagull death. And then we were talking a little bit about how the boat skip was going to be set up. Turns out Havoc Demon Hunter is the best way to do this. And actually, with this group comp, only your Priest or the Warlock +1 needs to make it up, and you can get everybody else up. They didn't even do it this way, but once you have this up, what you can do is you can life grip the Warlock and then just summon the other two if you want. So they could have done that. They instead tried to believe in a gateway and then in people jumping, and that went a little bit awry, but there's actually quite a few different combinations of people that can make that jump onto the two-seater mount off of the Havoc that just make it work for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, It's fun to see either way. But yeah, like you said, that means we're going to dungeon number 3, which is, what was it again? Oh, Sanguine Depths.
If I'm
Wow. Okay. I don't think we've seen a Sanguine Depths yet this weekend, so this will be fun. It's tyrannical. Oh boy, tyrannical, bursting, volcanic. Okay, so it's just
23.
this is the match of bursting apparently, and 23. That's right, Mix. This is going to be a difficult one.
I'm afraid so. I don't know how everybody else is feeling, but Sanguine Depths, tyrannical in a high key. Yeah.
I'm getting my popcorn, honestly.
I like it. I like it.
You've got one.
You've got, large numbers of, so, a lot of times you'll see big pulls in here around the lanterns, but it's really hard to do that with bursting, right? And then you've got the narrow corridors where volcanic is usually kind of a non-affix a lot of times. In those confined spaces, it can become a little bit annoying from time to time. And then, yeah, of course, the bosses in this dungeon on tyrannical, yeah, it's gonna be messy. Will it be messier than Eye of Azshara? I'm not so sure, but it'll be. I was gonna say I'm not so sure, but it'll be a bit messy for sure. I don't know who's gonna win though. I feel like it could be anybody at this point.
It's hard to tell. I think maybe.
Wow.
I like free for all.
I
as
do
well,
think
yeah.
it can go either way, but free for all played so well in a necrotic way, and
True.
it kind of made sense that they're not going to do so well in the Eye of Azshara if they're like maybe a newer team. While Boomba had already played this before, they played MDI in BFA, had all of this experience, at least in some of their players, not on all of their players apparently. But Sanguine Depths is probably a dungeon that Free for All did prepare, and if they did prepare it as well as they did their necrotic way, then I think it's going to go to Free for All. But it's also possible that they didn't think it's going to go to a game 3, right? So it's we're going to have to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when Eye of Azshara enters the mix, you know things have maybe not gone to plan per se, but so now you end up on Sanguine. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But I'm glad we get to see it because, like I said, I don't think we've seen this map yet this weekend. So it'll be fun to see a couple teams try to tackle the FXs with it. I'm glad I don't have to, but I like watching teams try to struggle through it. That's fun.
I like Sanguine Depths dungeon. I like it. A lot of people don't maybe enjoy it as much, but I think it's a cool dungeon.
It is a cool dungeon for sure. Yeah, it is. I've never done it on a 23, but the lower keys I've done have been fun.
I'm not sure
The
what
bosses
you
can be
two
really
are
brutal.
on. I really dislike Sanguine Depths, especially
Really?
on Tyrannical.
Like-
I think it's really, really tough. And on a plus 23, when you're trying to speed run it, right? Keep that in mind. We're not just trying to get through No Shame on our weekly Dratnos routes, but we really want to speed run this dungeon. So we need to shift gears and pull big and pull dangerously. And maybe pull some stuff into bosses as well. So we're going to commit cooldowns for ad packs, and then maybe they're not ready for bosses, depending on how we're routing. So this could go scarily. That's all I'm saying.
It could be. I mean, and can you even pull big with bursting? Like, how big can you really go, compared to the usual?
That's why
How
we play the
big do
Master
you
You
think
just
Spell.
could
ignore
go?
those affixes. Those affixes don't exist. Volcanic bursting, I think, is the easiest combination of affixes that you can get in this dungeon. It's just as if it wasn't there.
All right.
You have a priest, so.
Yeah, Doe, I
Yeah.
think your point about like volcanic is more dangerous here than it is in
Yeah.
other dungeons is
A little
is
bit,
well
yeah.
taken. But like the thing about Sanguine Depths is that the other affixes that could be in that spot are even more worse than Sanguine
Yeah.
Depths. Like stuff like quaking, right? Where it's like, oh man, these
Yeah.
confined spaces like really get you. So you're really happy to see just bursting volcanic when you're coming into this dungeon because almost every other dungeon is doing something horrible to you.
Like volcanic, when you see it on the weekly, rotation, like, all right, well, it's kind of like we're doing it with one less affix this week, but it's I'm trying to find a place where volcanic is going to be at least, semi-notable, and once in a while in this map you see it, but
Yeah.
Not
I think it is true, especially also with warlocks being kind of immobile casters. Whenever you cannot just spam Rain of Fire every global. If you have to cast Chaos Bolts or whatever on a single target, you actually don't have that many globals to cast on the move. So there are some bosses where if a volcanic spawns under you and you already started casting your Chaos Bolt, and you might just have to move and interrupt your Chaos Bolt, or you just get hit by it and just say heal me. But yeah, it can be annoying for casters especially, and for on the lantern as you mentioned earlier. I think so.
I think that's the biggest thing is like it seems like sometimes it'll be making it hard to get as much out of the lantern as you normally do in this dungeon, which can contribute to your speed in a big way, right? In a situation like this. So I think how teams manage that is going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. Yep. Well,
Yep.
Retweet.
teams waiting for the like, subscribe, ring that bell, all that stuff, right? I don't know.
I've been saying retweet to people recently as a sign of I agree, and it's 50-50. Some people get it. A lot of people have been confused. So, chat.
I
anybody
wonder
out there?
why.
Oh, there you go. That's
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's the bell.
Oh, we even have a graphic for that. Neat. All right. Our production has everything in mind, don't they? They do.
Can we get the dot
Yeah.
dot dot on Dratos' name again, please?
Oh yeah, I really like that.
Well, after a traumatic Eye of Ishara run, some teams need to take a little break. They need to take a moment to gather themselves, and I feel like that's what's happening right now.
Here it is.
There's a dot dot dot. Dratnos.
That's how people feel when they see Dratnos, right? The dot dot dot. You append it onto the name mentally.
Well, because
Alright.
that's why you always type like that, right? So
Yeah.
after every sentence, like dot dot dot, like as speech
true.
bubbles
He
going
does that
up.
a lot.
So yeah, he
I'm pretty
always
cool,
does.
Yeah. Got a
Well,
unique
it's-
style.
You're right.
Very unique. No one else does that.
It just invites conversation, I suppose, right? It's like I'm saying what I'm saying, but am I really saying what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really makes you think.
You know what I'm saying?
Mysterious.
Anyway,
the enigma.
I did quickly want to say something.
Go
to move
ahead.
Away from this conversation.
Sure.
So last week we did have Sanguine depth, of course, in the dungeon pool as well.
Uh-huh.
It was quite the affixes were pretty different. It was fortified instead of sanguine, instead of tyrannical, and it was inspiring grievous. So the affixes were definitely different. But we barely saw that dungeon played last weekend. Everyone kind of
wonder
got
why.
the dungeon or tried to avoid it.
Hmm.
And the fastest time we have from last week is actually by Dwarf This, which was a team that did get eliminated on the second day, and they had a 20-minute 21 clear. So yeah, it actually was pretty good by them. But yeah, none of the top 4 teams decided to play this dungeon at all. They were just completely avoiding it.
Well, we'll find out why soon. Apparently, we've gotten word that both teams are basically ready. We're just going to the last checks, making sure everyone's wearing all their gear, has the right covenants, has the right whatever, they need. Their tea sometimes, which is a thing if you've got Theotar as your soulbind. Theotar.
True, on the tournament
Theotar.
realm, you can just click it as many times as you want and get whichever tea you want.
That must be
I'm
nice.
so jealous,
Ooh.
yeah.
Yeah, no
Must be
kidding.
nice.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, thanks for the verse.
Tweeting the Warcraft devs
Yeah.
as we speak.
Can't believe I got crit again.
Retweet.
I just love going rest druid, losing my T buff, and then coming back and not being able to click it for half an hour.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like a Residue problem.
Yeah,
So that's what
I
you get for
wouldn't be
swapping
able
back
It's
to
our problem in
relate.
general.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, this is it. The moment we've all been waiting for. Boomba Boomba versus Free For All. Dungeon number 3. Leave that Naru alone, Belize. The teams are coming for you. Watch out. Here we go.
Yeah.
They're getting started. Let's see who takes it.
Actually, we're
Right,
seeing
so-
that Resto Shaman yet another time for free for all. And I think, Nagura, you're spot on when you say this is probably a comfort pick, but both of the teams are in the first floor, getting everything in the direction of that lantern here, but need to be a little bit careful as it is bursting. And Dial actually goes down for Boomba Boomba here.
Yeah, losing their hunter there in the middle of the burst at the very start is gonna be slowing them down a little bit. Not only losing the hunter, but also losing some stacks. Actually, no, they didn't lose any stacks. They started killing them off once the Llama was already back, so 10 stacks from the lantern on everybody. For Boomba Boomba and Free For All also up to those 10 stacks as well, as they're both trying to finish off that Mist Dancer, who has more HP than the rest of the mobs, and that's why it's taking them some time. But yeah, another difference here, again in the comp, is that we see Fragas on the Demon Hunter for Boomba Boomba, while Free For All is going back to that Rogue, having that more single target interrupt control that I do think is really good in Sanguine Death.
Yeah, we're actually seeing another big difference here for both of the teams. While Boomba Boomba has decided to pull the room in front of the next corridor here, Free For All has decided to use the woe buff to just skip through it, and Fracus actually goes down 2 deaths on the counter for Boomba Boomba here already, as Free For All is in the next pack. And it looks like they're doing pretty well here. The Glutinous Tick will also down. Now we have the Urba. Still some buff uptime on the Lantern as we go into the first boss. Bloodlust now on. We're blasting this boss as high as we can. Cooldowns are now getting pressed by that Warlock, so they will now rise up and do a lot of damage in the next couple of seconds. Here they come, Riddler just blasting this boss, gonna soak the charge here to make sure no one dies, and Boomba Boomba just deciding to go for a little bit more trash on the left side of the screen will follow suit.
I really prefer the free-for-all strategy here because it is a tyrannical key, and they still had those 10 stacks from the urn while they pulled this boss during that Bloodlust window. And they also killed 2 relics back to back, so they didn't stack it up because of course it doesn't stack, so they killed 1 and then killed the other one right after, whenever the previous one ran out. They got that double cooldown reduction, 1 minute off their cooldowns during that duration, also having that damage buff again from the urn, so this is why they're killing the boss so quickly, while Boomba Boomba probably is going to take a while longer on their side, because they don't have that Lantern buff still on everyone, but in return they're going to have a little bit higher trash count once they're done with all of this that they've
Yeah, and like you were saying, Crixus the Voracious is sub 25% for Free For All here. Cooldowns will be ready for that Warlock in 10 seconds. I'm not sure if we will use them one more time to actually get rid of the boss here, or if we're sitting on them for the next big pull, but the Juggernaut Rush will come one more time. We need to soak this. It's actually a lot of damage onto the group here, but they're faring pretty well as they DPS down the boss, and I'm pretty sure we're just gonna, surge it down while we wait for the next pull, and then gonna full blast that one, while Boomba Boomba still has a lot to work with. The Warlock has the cooldowns ready, if I see that correctly, so it should be, they probably used it looking at the damage meter. Yeah, I think it's an Omni CD thing, but yeah, that boss is not dying as quickly as for Free For All, like you said.
Yeah, that is very, very weird that the Warlock from Boomba Boomba didn't commit the Infernal, because
using it now.
we saw the PI. Yeah, we saw PI being used on the Warlock, and then I just saw him cast Incinerates, and I was like, huh? Where are their Incinerates being casted and the Infernal not being popped? Maybe there was some miscommunication going on, or maybe you just had to delay for some reason. Either way, it's probably gonna take them a while to finish off Crixus, while Free For All is already moving on in that next boss area, finishing off that Sentinel, and they're gonna have to make up some trash at least, because they skipped some stuff with that Woe relic earlier, so we're gonna have to see them do some pulls later that Boomba Boomba can skip.
Yeah, but it's actually not as big of a difference, to be honest. I think Free For All is just a little bit ahead right now, especially with the 10 penalty seconds for Boomba Boomba, and they actually take so much damage. Dilemma nearly going down on the 100 here, but is able to survive. Wolf putting in that desperate prayer, trying to make it here through that Juggernaut Rush as it comes for them, but they are doing a good job here. Crixus now under 10%, and they should finish this off easily, but that was a very scary moment.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about bursting not necessarily being such a difficult affix, but Free For All not running that Holy Priest, right? Not having the Master Spell actually is causing some issues. We saw them commit the Dwarf Racial all simultaneously, so I guess they planned on doing that before they pulled the boss, or when they pulled the trash with the boss. They just all used their Dwarf Racial at the same time to get rid of that bursting. But you can't do that as often as a Master Spell from a priest, right? So maybe Free For All gonna have some issues with bursting as we go through this corridor here in the second boss area. There's lots of things that can go wrong here. Very scary mobs. You do want to extend your Lantern buff. You can see they still have half the duration of it left. and they're opening up this next lantern, so they need to finish up a mob before that debuff runs out, because they want to be extending that buff, which is something we've seen in the MDI a lot, and it's very efficient. Just keep this buff rolling.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be able to extend it here, but that also means we just skipped a lot of trash, and we need to make up for it in the overall, as we need the 100% before we can finish this key, of course. So we're now looking to add more to our timer. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go back, pull the trash here, pull the hat custodian together with some relics, gonna get that extra relic buff. Really nice to have, and this time it's gonna be a woe drifter.
Yeah, so Woe Drifter, again, just having that movement speed, really nice. Be able to move to the next lantern if they want to extend it one more time. Or just maybe even skip some mobs. Maybe they want to skip to the boss, because they still have half that lantern buff they could be using. We'll see what they decide to do with this. As Boomba Boomba now is also in that on that first lantern area. They got their 10 stack, and they're just pulling some more trash mobs, maybe extending the buff one more time before they move on.
Yeah, I really liked the routing from Free For All. When they started, I was like, but can they do it? Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Close?
Did they even trigger the lantern? It doesn't look like it on the floor, but they're definitely gonna lose the buff here.
Oh, yeah,
There is one on the right side behind the DPS meter,
Oh, yeah, true.
which it
Still
could
might
have
be
triggered,
depleted,
but
possibly.
don't they usually? Well, I don't know. So we definitely don't have the buff anymore. So why they really like the idea of them just going to the boss with bow and using it for the boss fight, I think it wasn't really possible, because for the boss you need a little bit of space and they haven't cleared that yet. So in order to play the boss, you just need to dodge some space, and we need to get rid of that first. But we're now seeing something pretty interesting, as Celat is running all the way from there and pulling a lot of trash around the corner here, and there is going to be a hit. I think we really want to group up everything here. That's a huge pull for Free For All.
Yeah, that's a lot of ghouls and a lot of scribes in that pool. You can see the scribes just throwing research at everyone from afar. They did now use that lantern, I think. It makes maybe sense for them to just delay that lantern a little bit so they can have it for the boss afterwards, because they figured they just want to do this trash first before they move on. Because of that missing trash percentage that we saw Boomba Boomba deal with earlier. Now that you look at the trash, Boomba Boomba not actually that far behind anymore in that percentage. So we'll see how they do deal with this area on their side. Yeah, Free For All actually plays full really nicely, as again, they are committing all of their dwarf racials to get rid of that bursting on all of them. So instead of having the master spell, they just all use their dwarf racials at the same time.
I really like it. This speaks for coordination and efficiency. So we don't need that priest. Take that, Holy Priest. I'm a little bit sad because I like Holy Priest, but Raz showing us how it can be done without needing a priest here for those bursting stacks. And now with the 10 stack buff up from the lantern, we're gonna pull Tarwal. We have an relic in there. Need to use our happy feet to dodge around here. Gonna get that buff, and we can start blasting in a little bit. Warlock Tyrant is ready and can now come on up into this boss fight here. Maybe waiting for the app to spawn so we can delete both of them, but is gonna pull it here.
Yeah, sometimes delaying the Inferno a little bit, I think makes sense for, you know, as you said, like maybe having more damage on this app, because that can be very dangerous, especially if it's overlapping with the Castigate cast. So then you have the app using AoE on everyone, and at the same time one person is getting focused by that single target Castigate kind of channel, which does a lot of AoE damage as well if people are standing in it. And there's a lot of melee players, so it can be hard to deal with. But on the Hunter, just using Clean Death, sometimes a really good ability, it looks like. And there we go, they are about to finish up this boss, as Boomba Boomba is still just dealing with trash in this area. You can see they have that lantern buff and just stacking it up further and further on their side.
Yeah, and they're playing catch-up with free-for-all, to be honest. While they have a little bit of trash, free-for-all is nearly through with Tarvold. And Tarvold, being a Tyrannical 23 boss, this is a big, big skip ahead of Boomba Boomba, in my opinion. We're going to finish off Tarvold. The Warlock portal is already there, so we're actually, yeah, I was going to say, Ras, we're going to use it, no? But using it last second, gonna walk on over there, and I think there's a little bit more trash that we need to play here.
Yeah, right, if you look at the percentage, Boomba Boomba is already up to 73%, and even more once they finish off this trash. Free For All is more than 10% behind at this point. So Free For All has to do one more pull, while Boomba Boomba can possibly already just pull the boss with that last trash that they still have left there. This might still be really close, even though I do think the trash pull Free For All is doing is gonna take less long compared to a boss fight on a 23 Tyrannical, right? And Dilemma actually going down as soon as they pull a boss is so bad for them, because of course Dilemma using the offensive cooldowns possibly, and then going down immediately after, and not only that, losing those 10 lantern stacks as well, might actually cost them.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually looking pretty tough for Boomba Boomba right now. We do want to finish off that Urge just to get the healing and the cooldowns ready for the rest of the group. Make sure we can't somehow survive this, but there are patches on the floor. We see the turtle getting procced. Wolf is down. There's a scribe in the background. We do want to try and rest them, but Fragas and Dilemma both go down here. This is looking devastating for Boomba Boomba. We're losing all of the buff stacks, and I'm not sure we can even continue with this boss fight here, as there are still adds in this. We only have one DPS player left to support us with this boss fight. It's going to take forever, and I'm not sure. Yeah, for a second it looked like they were still trying, but I don't think you want to try anymore. You need to save the time, just wipe it, start on over. Even though it's a little bit of extra walking, there's no way you can circuit and make good on time.
Yeah, and this is really unfortunate for them because they are losing those. They don't have a lantern left at this point. They're gonna have to fight the boss without the lantern buff. They might have to maybe commit their bloodlust even to be able to finish off Tarvold. That means that they're not gonna have bloodlust for the next boss, like Free For All is committing their lust for Berillia, which can be a pretty dangerous fight on Tyrannical. Just so much damage coming in with that AoE caster right of the Supremacy. Then right afterwards, that other cast that spawns swirlies on the floor, plus does AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the damage coming in on the group. Stavista has proc cheat death. There is nothing holding them away from death anymore if they drop below one more time. Berillia is now on 50%, but we need to survive at least one more time before we can finish this boss here, depending on how much DPS you're actually able to pump out. The Rite of Supremacy is coming one more time. You need to soak at least 3 of those golden orbs in order to make it something to note down for yourself if you want to rush those weekly keys. And we're popping the SLT here, making sure the group survives, and now it's just dodging. Don't even care too much about the boss DPS, just watch your own feet.
The amount of damage coming out of the Survival Hunter again for Free For All, I do think some of it is probably cleave on the first relics, and maybe some damage also on the Toma that spawns afterwards. Still, like, that's a lot of single target damage that's coming out of that Hunter there. That is why the boss is dying so quickly. I mean, 23 Tyrannical boss fight already on 20%. That's crazy. Yeah, Boomba Boomba just having more issues, unfortunately, on their side, as they are losing their bloodlust, and they have another wipe. They're not going to be able to finish off Tarvold with their healer plus 1 damage healer death.
I'm just holding my breath. Ras and Riddler both dropped super low there, but we're able to survive it as we DPS down this boss here, 3% and counting. I think we can just send it. We don't even need to soak these. We're going to kill the boss before the cast goes through. And now we want to move on. Don't forget that tank item. Salad has picked it up. Now I'm curious to see, they still need to play a little bit of trash here, and they're actually pulling this stuff out here, which I really like, something we've seen a lot before. Just some Gargons and some Harvesters. Make sure you're not standing in any of the traps here, and this pack shouldn't give them too much trouble, to be honest.
Yeah, this is not a trash pack that is too hard to deal with. You do, of course, have to try to interrupt as many casts as possible from these oppressors. Not make sure that somebody gets bursted down by maybe like a cast plus a dread shot from the Huntsman. So yeah, they should be fine. But this next, like last area, trash area, that can be very dangerous because you're constantly in combat because the Gargants just keep spawning, and there's just so much damage coming out as well. Whenever the boss jumps around, applies the bleed effect, the initial does a lot of damage, plus the bleed afterwards does a lot of damage. And then there's also a lot of bursting that gets applied to you as well from some of these trash groups. And with them not having a priest master spell, they're gonna have to use their dwarf racial wisely here.
Yeah, definitely need to be very, very careful with that. Raz dropping super low, actually dying here. Gonna Ankh be ready for the group and back together with them. But the Stone also dropping pretty heavily. The group has cleared their bursting stacks using that dwarf racial that you just spoke about and made sure they're not getting too much damage on top of them. We would have SLT ready, but we're not looking to use it right now. We just want to survive that Gloom Squall. Gonna put that item in here as Vi shoots straight to the group, but everybody manages to just dodge around it.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate placement of that Vi frontal there, almost covering the whole bubble, but still managed to stay in it without getting hit by it. So well done by everyone, as their rogue now opens that last lantern. So they're gonna be stacking up that buff in just a second, and again, gonna be getting a lot of bursting stacks, and you can see their Rest Shaman is actually completely so that might be a slight issue that they're gonna have to think about at some point, as we do see the healing tide coming out, and hopefully some defensives being used, because yeah, not sure how much Rest can actually heal the group up with that kind of much.
Yeah, I mean, if you time it right, I think you can sit in the bat and actually like drink some potions, but he's not getting out of fight here, so we're just gonna keep on running. And it seems like some mana is at least regenerating for Raz, but the group seems confident in their abilities to actually pull this pull off here. Gonna get these skirmishers down. Need to be careful with the bursting stacks one more time. Dwarf racials are not available right now, but everything is looking good so far. Might actually come back in time, and Boomba trying to finish off Tarwold. 8% remaining. I think they can probably do it without Wolf and Dilemma alive, but it's looking very dire for them.
Yeah, so I was thinking, oh, the mana's not going to be an issue for Raz because there's a relic pack coming up. They're just going to kill and you're going to get all that mana regeneration. And then they killed Vi. You're like, oh, we don't need that mana, or
mana.
We're just gonna go for the haste. But now they're actually doing a big pull. They're pulling the rest of this trash into the boss room, and they might actually be engaging Cal as well. And yes, they are. They're just pulling everything together. They might actually finish off here, so it all makes sense now. They finish off Vi first, and now they might get so they have the damage reduction plus the haste, and the mana is going to be regen in just a second. Yeah, this is a difficult pull to do, and they're executing it pretty well so far. Still some trouble left as the frontals come out, plus the dodge that has to be done. And you can see Salad, no issues though, just being really safe on HP.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. There's one more Huntmaster that needs to go down, but the group is going to stack up here, survive that Gloom Squall, and now we can deal with that Huntmaster. The buff is there. Raz is just running around, making sure not to take too much extra damage here, and trying not to bait this charge into the rest of the group, as it leaves a nasty bleed on every member that it hits. And right now they can just do a lot of damage onto this boss here, making sure they're not getting hit by any of those laser beams coming through. But I would say the toughest part they did.
Yeah, I do think so as well. There's only 12% left. And, I mean, look at the damage meter. The Blood TK is just carrying the whole group, honestly. And maybe the Hunter's doing some damage as well. But yeah, the DK is providing so much damage and survivability with that pull. I mean, yeah, just crazy from Salad there. And 10% left. They just even have 2 battle rests available in case something does go wrong, which can always happen on this tyrannical fight. You see rest dropping pretty low from that initial. Whenever that charge is not dodged with movement speed or any kind of links or similar, then it actually does a lot of damage initially past the fleet, as you talked about. So they have to make sure to try and dodge it, and otherwise, yeah. There we go. Rest actually dodging it in just Ghost Wolf form. That's cool to see that he can. You're just fast enough in the wolf form to just outrun it.
Yeah, I'm sure many shamans cannot relate with Ghost Wolf being fast for anything. But it will be enough. The Riddler actually taking a little bit of extra damage, but they're just DPSing it down. There is nothing that can take it away from them. And they're looking pretty happy going into this, what should be the last Gloom Squall. And yeah, I mean, beautiful 2-1. For free-for-all. That Eye of Vashara really made it look like Boomba gave them something to fight for, and we finally saw that Legion dungeon. I'm really happy for them.
I agree. Free-for-all is actually performing really well for a first-time MDI team. We've seen lots of dungeons where they even adapted from yesterday to today. So they are really taking it seriously. They're really practicing, improving their routes from day to day. So it's so cool to see that they're advancing here. Unfortunately for Boomba, though, that means that they're going to be eliminated. But they put up a good fight, especially in that Eye of Ashara. So big shout out to them as well.
Yeah, that's right. As we see Free For All take the victory, it's important to remember that Boomba, it takes a lot to make it this far, right? You got to get through the time trials. You got to be one of the best dungeon running squads in the world, basically, to get to this point. So even if you get knocked out in groups like this, you can still go home knowing like you are one of the best WoW squads on the planet, which is pretty huge.
Yeah, and you get to take home a cool banner as well to show all your friends. So.
Yeah, that's right. You can't forget about the banner.
Yeah,
so you can slam it down anytime.
Slam it down. Anytime anybody makes a mistake in a key, you can be like, look, wasn't my fault.
That's right.
I own this banner.
I got the banner. Must be on you guys.
Yeah.
That's right. There it is. That's the banner. That's the one we're talking about. Yeah, that's right.
The encrypted banner of the Opportune.
Yeah.
Right there.
You can take the Opportune.
Scramble to pull the picture up when I randomly begin talking about it.
That's right. You know, there is a last chance tournament coming up soon, which Boomba can try to qualify for the Global Finals through, and you at home can jump in some dungeons on the tournament realm with your friends and try to earn the banner as well. I think it takes like a couple 15s or something like that, so it's not that bad,
it's
really.
Like 2 15s to get one of these.
It's not tough. So you too can get it, but when you use it in game in the live game, you'll see much cooler than someone who had just run a couple 15s on Tournament Realm.
Yeah. So speaking of looking cool, one pull that looked pretty cool from Free For All was this big pull with everybody line of sighting at the start, letting all the scribes come in, getting them all into grip range here for them to start this massive pull into all of their AoE cooldowns right on top of the lantern. It's actually pretty important to group these mobs up this tightly. The lanterns have a very small radius this patch. It was one of the nerfs to that lantern. So making sure that you actually get the mobs close enough, and then unfortunately your opener gets lobbed up by the volcanic, and then fighting all of these mobs in this area. This was a really, really big pull that got Free For All a lot of count. Meanwhile, obviously over on the side of Boomba, many things went wrong. This was sort of the first major disaster on their run here. You can see one of the culprits is that tornado coming in, the ad dying and spawning the puddle that grows and actually does a lot of damage if you're in it, and you still have this scribe pelting everybody with throw research. A lot of difficult things to deal with all at once kind of overlapping there, and that's one of the challenges anytime you're trying to pull stuff onto Executor Tarvald. That sort of thing can happen, but again, a lot of credit is owed to Free For All here, putting together clean runs in this dungeon and in Necrotic Wake. These are high tyrannical keys with volatile dungeons, volatile affixes, especially in that case of the Necrotic Wake. So huge congratulations to them taking this thing down. Very well deserved, and I can't wait to see if they're able to stay alive into Sunday. They do still have to play later today, though, to find out.
Yeah, that's right. They will be playing against Just Reset in a bit. And that is going to be, or no, maybe they're playing against, no, they do play against Just Reset. I'm looking at the bracket now. Yeah, and that's going to be a difficult one for sure. I mean, both Just Reset and Dismiss coming down to the lower bracket is going to provide, I think, a pretty big challenge for whoever ends up meeting them, right? But we got to look ahead a little bit to Soundproof versus Frog Gang, which is going to be our next series. That's right. Here's our bracket, just so you can see. Of course, Just Reset going to be taking on Free For All in a bit. And then Dismissed, the duck, patiently waiting
That might be a dog.
for the
yeah.
winner.
Good call.
Yeah, sure. That looks very dog-esque. No, maybe not.
I don't know about that.
Could be.
You know that you can invent words as a esports commentator or host, but I don't know if you can change the names of animals completely. That's taking a little bit far, I
Tough
suppose.
one.
Yeah.
Well, Soundproof versus Frog Gang coming up. Winner goes on to play against Dismissed, as you can see. So the last of our face matchups, right? Frog Gang, if they get through, playing against Dismissed. You know.
True.
Well,
Would it look so cool if Frog Gang would have won the first round?
Mhm.
And we had all the faces at the top, Perplexed versus Dismissed and MONKA versus Frog Gang, right?
right.
Oh, they just didn't live up to their standards.
Face versus object. I guess we still have a face matchup in the upper bracket with Perplex versus MONKA.
True.
There is that, yeah. But we're not going to get there quite yet. So that's going to be tomorrow. Soundproof versus Frog Gang coming up next. Soundproof saying they wanted to be the opposite of Echo. But I don't think they meant that in a way where they get knocked out immediately. I think
Well.
they probably wanted to get a little bit
Might be
farther.
onto something here.
Maybe I don't want to make any assumptions here, but they got a good shot against Frog Gang. It should be a pretty good series. And anyone care to make any predictions? Any guesses? Makes Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, I think after seeing Frog Gang yesterday, and the knowledge that they're like all pieces raiders, they're pretty high tier raiders, I feel like they should take it. If they don't take it, I'd be surprised. But the Soundproof is just a little bit of a mystery to me as well. They got a little bit stumped by MONKA yesterday. I don't know what they up to today. Maybe they learned, maybe they adapted. Everything's possible.
Everything and anything is possible. That is true. We're going to have to wait and see what happens, though. We're going to take a quick break, and when we're going to come back, our fourth match of the day, Soundproof versus Frog Gang. Don't miss it. MDI coming back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here along with Dradnos Tettles and Makes. And we do have Soundproof versus Frog Gang coming up next. But before we get there, this is a very special birthday we have to talk about. It's none other than Healing Stats' birthday. He's behind the scenes now, but you might remember him from back in the day, playing a little bit of Arena, doing a little bit of casting. But there you go, looking spiffy in his birthday hat.
This is cute.
+1.
+1 healing stat.
Ding.
There you go. And Tettles really wanted to sing Happy Birthday, but the question is, now that we're in the moment, are you brave enough to lead us in the rousing?
Happy birthday
Oh, we did it.
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Healing Stat. We're all off key. Happy birthday to you.
It's perfect. It was perfect.
Yeah,
That
please
probably took a
rehire
couple
me for
years
the-
off his life, but yeah.
Please rehire me for the next MDI, I beg. I need this
thought-
job so bad.
I thought you were going to say, please hire me as a clown to sing at children's birthdays, too.
Please
But-
don't.
Oh my
No.
goodness gracious.
We can all have our hopes and dreams.
Can he recover from this? Let's see if he gets back up after this one.
I mean, we're
Happy
gonna go
birthday,
to
Healing Stat.
Soundproof, so
That went exactly as I
that's
thought it was going to
good.
go.
Dude, whenever anybody in my guild has a birthday, we get like all 20 of us will sing in a Discord channel, and we'll lower the quality because you can lower the quality in a sound channel, so we'll lower it to like 8 kilobytes per second. Very deep fried birthdays. Love it.
That's awesome. That's great. And for the record, Tettles, I knew you're still hireable. Don't worry. For MDI,
now.
I believe.
As a clown.
For now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if somebody's offering, I am looking for more employment. I have a few
Looking
days
to,
free every week.
This is what it's
Juggle
like to
some
be an
more
esports
responsibilities, you
personality.
might say.
We're just trying to survive. We're just out here
You
trying
got
to
any
survive.
more
That's how
of
it
them
is. Yeah.
jobs?
I'm already a clown 3 days of the week. I could be a clown
I
for
mean-
7. That's kind of fine.
You remember the
You
start of
already are a
Ghostbusters
clown for
2,
7.
where even the Ghostbusters were having to do children's birthday parties. It's
Not that old, sorry.
it
Unlike
do be
you
like
and now
that
Adrian.
sometimes.
Healing Stat.
Well, it's not like the movie didn't stopped existing after like it was released. It still's out there. You can still watch it.
Well, it was on VHS tapes, which my parents told me
Yeah.
about many years ago.
It's on many streaming platforms these days too. I don't know which ones, but it's out
What are
there.
those?
Probably. It's like a website where you can go and watch things.
Oh, like youtube.com/Warcraft. I'm there right now.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
that.
me too.
Only much more
Dude.
expensive with less good content.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
That's how I describe it, basically. Yeah. Retweet. Hashtag like. Yep. Oh, Healing Stat in chat just said, thank you all. Your singing was terrible, though. Wow. Well, that's kind of mean to say to people that just sang for you. We sang in front of thousands of people. What have you sacrificed?
Yeah, this is messed up.
This
Yeah,
is
wow.
messed up.
We tried
I'm
so
so-
hard.
I'm so
All the
hurt
hours
now.
of practice that we put in.
Kringe? What does that mean?
Yo, can we stop using
Cringy?
this? Can we please stop using this cast vocabulary card? I'm tired of this one.
I mean, I'm just proud.
Why
that
would
I'm
you
still-
Dude!
No chill. No chill. Wow.
I'm
Well,
safe.
for now. Could always add another comma in there.
Hasn't happened just yet, so
There's always another day. Like tomorrow.
Just dab? What year is this? Literally, what year is this?
Wow. What year was dabbing popular anyway? It was like it came and gone so fast. I can't even
None of them.
think it was
It was
ever
actually popular
popular.
in none of them.
All right, we got our
that's not-
fans though. No
Yeah,
Eye of Ajara in our map pool
No.
today, or in this series at least. Soundproof has decided that they want to avoid the fate of free for all in that dungeon. Gambit
Ripperino.
also out of the running. We've only seen that one when it's been the leading dungeon in a series. This time around, it's missed a Tierna Scythe in that first spot from the camp ban. So curious to see which team's going to have the upper hand here. And then if this one, well, regardless of how this one goes, we also get the Halls of Atonement. So,
Yeah.
cool.
Pretty cool if you like Halls of Atonement.
I think Frog Gang
I
should
mean,
have a
who
pretty...
doesn't like Halls of Atonement in a Warlock meta? Like,
True.
this is the dungeon to send your Warlock into and say, send it. Just full blast it. Do everything you can to get rid of every living creature here. And I love that. It's like reaping, but better.
That is true. We're gonna see Mist though. Mist is gonna be fun. We saw Mist yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
We saw one. Yeah, we saw one. MONKA won that one yesterday.
Yeah, and they were able to phase the first boss really quickly in their run. I'm interested to see like how Frog Gang does today. I really did feel like they could kind of upset some of the higher seeded teams because just like they are SK Pieces Raiders, and it's just like those players are they do very high amounts of DPS, and I think it's one of those things that like if they put a lot of time and practice into these dungeons, they could actually kind of have like a miracle run in the lower bracket.
You know, now they did lose Theater of Pain. It was the first dungeon yesterday, so I believe that's our third one potentially in this one. So maybe if you're Frog Gang, you want to try to get it done in 2. But we will see.
Yeah, the Theater of Pain for Frog Gang, it was a rough one for them because they had a clean run, but they just lost to Just Reset on a Just Reset wipe, but a faster plan. So Frog Gang's certainly hoping to avoid that here. Misatirna Scythe, though, getting underway. We do have mirror comps from both teams running the old classic standbys.
All right.
Blood DK, the Holy Priest, Hunter, the Warlock, rounded out with a Rogue. Let's see what they decide to start with. It's going to be a Shroud from both teams, so nobody is interested in a double Villager Echo pull here at the start.
Yesterday we even saw some teams pulling those Villagers, but I think on Sanguine it's just like the Spike Claws are so bad because if they accidentally get underneath the Villager or even any of the other trash, it can just become a problem so fast. So you have to have basically perfect play on both ends if you're going to be doing that pull. So I think that Soundproof and Frog Gang both electing to skip those pulls is really smart from them.
Mind Soothe really big here. One of the best parts about having a priest actually in a lot of dungeons is Mind Soothe, but here it really facilitates this pull as well. You get to bring these Bow Breakers back into pull without having all of these mobs already in combat. Group them up, get a nice AoE going, and the important thing is to make sure those melee mobs, whenever they have that buff, where every successful auto attack kills them, want to make sure that they're CC'd or fighted during that debuff. Both teams here. It looks like Soundproof actually getting a slightly better job of the little Drust ads dealt with, but maybe more damage landing on those Bow Breakers for Frog Gang. Frog Gang's health, though, getting rather dangerous here.
Oh my gosh, their Blood DK was looking dangerously low. So more often than not, if you see a Blood DK hit 20% HP, it's not that bad. But for Frog Gang, their healer's gone down. You do see their Warlock is sitting inside of the turtle. Maybe they're going to be able to recover this, but this is not going super well for them, Dratnos.
Yeah, Frog Gang definitely need to pick this one up here. They're going to have to commit a battle res at this point as well because they don't have any slow reses, right? They don't have any out of combat reses except for on their healer. So the battle res does get spent here. Now the health is getting dangerous, and it's not just the health. Look at the runic power on Frog Gang's Death Knight, right? That runic power, it builds up quickly, but you've seen him at times having 0. They have recovered now, so it's okay. There were a couple spots there where when you're on like 30% health, 0 runic power, that is when you are gravely fearing for your life.
That's what I was going to say. And Dice hit that part where he was like 20% HP, 0 RP, like 3 times. I thought that he was going to go down, but it was a really good recovery from Frog Gang. Only like a 5-second penalty. I think realistically only 5 seconds separates these two teams. Both of them ended up getting Ingram Malik pulled around the same point here. And Hemo today has decided to turn on his lights, no longer only using the illumination of his monitors. So he's really ramped up today. He's showing up and he's ready to game.
Yeah, this is Hemo in light mode, so we'll see how that compares. He is blasting here as well on the single target here on that Warlock. Looking pretty solid, beating the tank for now. See if that continues. Oh, now the tank in second. Yeah, Blood DK doing quite a bit of damage for at least the next couple of days here. The first intermission phase now beginning for Soundproof. Let's see how much they can deal to Ingram Malik during this one. On Fortified, it's sometimes possible to get this boss killed or close to it during this first channel. Looks like it's definitely going to be close enough that they can commit to boss. Yeah, 6% before that channel ends. That is great news, and they're going to be able to finish very quickly. Meanwhile, Frog Gang, 14% at the comparable point there, so they're going to have to spend another 20 or so seconds dealing with the last little bit of this boss's health.
Soundproof's lust timing was. I think that they maybe could have lusted a little bit earlier and skipped that fear. That would have been maybe pretty advantageous for them to be able to do something like that. But overall, it's not looking too bad. Ooh, and you do see actually on the side, Soundproof is doing something very interesting. So more often than not, you have teams utilizing like either their Warlock pet or utilizing their Hunter pet to go through the wall and pull this trash back that you see that is engaged with the two mobs that are standing there. But since you actually saw Hemo on that Warlock, since he is that dwarf model, he's able to just tag the pack through the wall with an instant cast ability and get it pulled without having to send his pet across.
Yeah, if you're short enough, your spells can make their way through the roots of trees because you got a nice little angle on that. So does work out well for Soundproof there, as they now have this big trash pull that they need to kite. Look at this kiting, this movement towards the end of the pull with the Sanguine Affix. Really well managed.
Nice shining.
Beautiful shining force as well there. That's the kind of thing that you can tell your gamers are playing with their brains turned on when that shining comes out instantly upon a mob dying. With the Sanguine Affix going, and Soundproof, we think of them as the second lowest seeded team in our bracket this weekend. Coming in with 22 something seed overall, something around there. They are doing really well in this run. This run is looking pristine so far.
Yeah, looking at Frog Gang, they're having some Sanguine issues. Look at their healing done meter.
Right.
That Sanguine Ichor, 1.06 million healing from Sanguine. So if they're looking to try to catch up, they're going to need to make sure that they're minimizing their Sanguine healing. Whereas on the side of Soundproof, we saw them basically have no Sanguine healing, utilizing that shining force that we were talking about to get the mobs separated.
Yeah, again, really heads up play there coming out from Soundproof as they are now working on their next pull. The way that the maze works in our MDI setting is it's always the same between the two teams, but it's randomized from run to run, right? So
yeah,
Frog Gang and Soundproof have the same maze as each other, but they didn't know in advance which one it was going to be, so they had to be ready for all the possibilities.
I think that, okay, so there are only 12 paths in total, and I think that once you're through this path, there are some weak auras that can tell you basically that'll almost auto complete the remainder of the maze. I think that from this point there is only one path through the maze because there's not a ton of paths on the right side. There's just not a ton of paths on the right side in general.
Yeah, there are a couple of depending on your first two doors, you can sometimes know all of the rest of the maze, or you can sometimes still need to actually figure it out and do the puzzle. So, yeah, Soundproof and all MDI teams hopefully pretty intimately familiar with exactly the implications of which rooms they're in. I always just get lost in here. The maze works on my brain, and I'm just like, where am I? How long have I been in this maze?
So what I like to do is I like to yellow the first couple of doors, and then my weak aura pops up and tells me where I need to go next, and then I will be correct. But if you're in a group with me, you may see me randomly yellow a door, especially early on.
If you're in a group of Tettles, you got to make sure you identify the right door before combat ends, and then very quickly use it, because otherwise you're getting pulled back to the start of the maze.
No, it's a 50-50 chance.
I see.
Either it happens or it doesn't.
Can't argue with that. Soundproof and Frog Gang now both working on this Dragon Matriarch here. Soundproof, it looks like, have found some more trash to bring with this, though, than Frog Gang, so Soundproof will be gaining a little bit on the enemy forces once they do kill all this off.
They have to watch out for Sanguine healing, especially if they are killing some of these mobs beneath the dragon, because the dragon is so difficult to move. There's just a lot of casts, whether it be that healing pull that it
really
casts
well done.
itself.
And then, oh my goodness. Shining
really
Force
good.
just on point again there. Actually waited for the second mob to die as well before any of the Sanguine ticks came out, and then did it. And then a stun actually on a mob that's about to die, and allowing the tank to start removing the other mobs. This Sanguine movement really, it speaks of a team that is extremely familiar with Mythic Plus and familiar with each other, right? Knowing what they can expect each other to do, because you have to just play a lot of Sanguine keys with people to get an instant, who's going to Shining Force here, who's going to kidney this mob, right? Those sorts of things. So, yeah, I mean, really, really good look for Soundproof. And compared to Frog Gang, who we talked about being SK Pieces Raiders, right? Very good players, do a lot of damage, do their rotations well, but the kind of intimate familiarity with Sanguine Affix in particular and how each member of the group plays may not be quite there yet.
Exactly, and I think that's why we keep talking about just the synergy that the players have between one another. That's one of the most important things, especially on Sanguine. We did see a Brawn knock right there, but the mobs aren't dead yet, so Brawn is not here to grief us yet. Yeah. Although you
need that weak aura.
You can
get a weak aura that air horns you when Brawn's about to spawn, and then you can cancel aura it if it's gonna grief you. But Most DPS players, of course, are not willing to sacrifice their brawn for a little bit of sanguine healing avoidance.
There have been some grief on Jailer recently with the brawn.
Oh yeah,
Dude.
yeah, because brawns knock you when people get mind. Yeah.
It's I think that maybe if you're playing Mechanicos, which is where the brawn is from, at least at a minimum, you should probably have a macro to cancel the brawn stacks. Maybe just macro it in every single rotational ability. He is very infrequently useful.
There's people who've told me that they just cancel. They play without brawn, right? They play that soulbind, and they literally just cancel or brawn into their rotational buttons, right? So they just never get the brawn, but it does do some damn.
0.5% of your overall damage is going to be brawn, man.
Look, if you're trying to sacrifice 0.5% of your overall damage, and then you're complaining that Moonkins need buffs, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
well, I'm not playing Kyrian, so yes, there will be another problem, I think, for this to happen. But yes.
All right, so Soundproof are 6% ahead, and they have 1 death in their favor if we look at the top here. So
and
they have
they're 1 door ahead too.
No, they're both teams are on the exact same room here. So the 6% is from the extra trash that came onto the dragon. So it's actually going to be Frog Gang who will be reaching the boss encounter slightly first. Let's see if they decide to pull some trash in here to maybe try and equalize and get to a count that they're more happy with. Soundproof also now entering the boss room. Also heading over towards the left here and looking to get some trash involved in this boss pull. This is going to be something where, again, anytime you have mobs with bosses with Sanguine, you really have to be careful.
Yeah, and that's incredibly true on Mistcaller as well, because whenever you go into that guessing game phase, the spawns of those ads that you end up having to kill off, we've seen time and time again where sometimes there are Sanguine underneath the one that you need to kill, and if that happens, you're basically just waiting out the Sanguine before you're able to even kill off anything. So Soundproof is probably going to want to kill all of the trash towards the middle of the room and make sure that they are minimizing Sanguine healing. And then at the same time too, they have to watch out for Mistcaller. It's not just about killing it not where those ads spawn during the guessing game, but it's also getting the mobs away from where Mistcaller is. And Soundproof is doing such a good job. Frog Gang on the other side, they kind of delayed pulling Mistcaller altogether. They're taking it a little bit safer. So they killed off that trash. They made sure it was dead in a good spot, and then they proceeded to pull Mistcaller later. So while it is a little bit slower, it's a lot safer of a strategy from Frog Gang.
Yeah, and both teams you can see on the same percentage here of Mistcaller HP. So very close, aside from that 6% enemy forces that Soundproof are going to be gaining, which the question is, does that mean they can do the rest of the dungeon in 1 fewer pull or not? Because that is the huge question that determines whether they're moderately ahead or only like...
Wait, Frog Gang is caught up in boss damage. They pulled the boss something in the range of like 20 to 30 seconds later. Of course, it wasn't with the trash, but they weren't cleaving it or anything, and they were able to fully catch up in boss HP. This is going to be so good for Frog Gang later on. Now they're getting their Relic, and so they should be able to catch up even more. They come out of that guessing game really quick as well.
Both teams now on, again, exactly the same spot in this boss fight. Pretty much, Frog Gang have actually gained about 10% boss health damage in the last few seconds, though. All right.
I kind of like Frog Gang's position here. So
what is this rogue damage? That's not supposed to be doing that, right?
It's just on single target too, right? Like they didn't pull trash into this boss. They're actually he's just doing 17.5k.
All right. Well, gotta take some notes here and figure out exactly how this is happening. It does look like things have equalized a little bit, so maybe it's just a case as well of cooldown timings equalizing between the two teams, as they now are both on that same percentage of boss HP pretty much as each other. We are in that I guess it was a guessing game though. So yeah, actually a guessing game ahead are Frog Gang at this point. Yeah, I mean, this is just a lot of damage.
But if we're looking at the difference in count, so Frog Gang is 6% enemy forces behind, but I think I prefer their position where they're somewhere in the range of like 25 seconds ahead, just because infrequently is this
25 seconds, yeah.
I don't think that especially towards the end of the dungeon, you're going to be doing that final pull. It's just going to all be in one, and it's if Frog Gang ends up doing 2 separate pulls for 6% enemy forces, I would be stunned.
Yeah, it's just a question of like, what can Soundproof do? Like at 73%, you know, can you take 27% onto the last boss? Probably not, right? That is a lot of counts. So I think both teams are likely to have 2 pulls left in this dungeon for them, but we're just going to have to see. That is something we're going to find out very soon, though. Frog Gang finishing off their guessing game phase, and are now just taking care of Mistcaller. Meanwhile, Soundproof more towards the start of their guessing game phase as they locate the correct clone and begin DPSing it. Frog Gang, yeah, they're going to be something on the order of 40 seconds better on the Boss 2 split after being 20 seconds worse on the Boss 1 split. But again, also this dungeon might well come down to that 5 seconds of death differential as well. We got to remember, once Frog Gang finishes, we do have 5 extra seconds to Soundproof get to try and end this one too. So this could be really, really close. They jump down just as Soundproof now finishing off that boss fight. Frog Gang gonna take the time to activate this Acorn here. This is a time loss. We see some teams opting to not even bother pressing that, to just believe in themselves. Frog Gang just making sure that they have that release point just in case, deciding it isn't going to be that necessary. And they now are starting their pull here, and it looks like this is just going to be a big pull, not all the way onto boss.
This is a really standard live key pull. So whenever you're devising routes, this is a really, really standard pull that a lot of teams are doing. But at the same time, there's a lot of time that can be lost here in doing a pull like this. More often than not, it's going to come through the Sanguine healing. Ooh, Soundproof. It looks like they're going for a bit of an adaptation on the route here. So they're actually grabbing that first pack that's in their way. They need to make sure that they continue to kick this Staghorn, get a bunch of interrupts on it. So they're doing a double Staghorn pull. And I think that their time to group this pack should be a little bit faster.
Yeah, this is definitely really, really close here between the two teams. I mean, you can just tell right now, Soundproof, they're going to also be able to take their next pull onto boss as soon as they finish this off. But I agree. I think that Frog Gang do have the tightest of edges here. Are they going to take this onto boss, or are they not, though? Are they just going to collect a Woe relic and just then run to the boss? Oh, it's an as well. They're opting for 2.
Well, I think this makes sense.
Well, the thing about Woe, I think just the movement speed is worth, even if you're not getting the Shroud at all out of it.
Well, they're going to have to pull the next pack. I don't think that this is 19% enemy forces, right? They're going to pull the next pack into the boss.
The speed lets you get to the boss so much faster. You don't have to mount up. You don't have to kill all the mobs to combat at the end.
So you think that's more than the CDR by itself? Yeah. Okay, I think that's a reasonable assertion.
Both teams have opted to go with her though, so I could well be wrong on that.
It's close. The problem is like it's close, right?
Yeah. Soundproof are kind of inching towards the end of this dungeon here, but we do have Frog Gang working on their last couple of mobs here, just about finishing them off.
We're getting the health bars fixed.
Yeah, we gotta sort out the old health bars over on the side of Soundproof there. And it looks like they're actually just going to make sure they fully deal with this before pulling the boss. There is Soundproof now available in the bottom left. They are going into boss faster, though. They haven't
snap!
Back. They are ready to start pulling this boss. They're just about to pull. You can see the Warlock really wanting
it's going to be a race.
The Global over there.
Dude, it's going to be a race. There's also a 5-second death differential in the favor of Soundproof over Frog Gang because of really early circumstances that happen with the Holy Priest. And, ooh, Soundproof end up pulling the boss first. Maybe somewhere in the magnitude of like 5 seconds. But we talk about this time and time again. The damage from Frog Gang, those SK Pieces Raiders, how much is it going to be? Are they going to be able to catch up and pass Soundproof by over 5 seconds here?
Yeah, that's the question. Dismantler is going to be the choice here for Soundproof. Frog Gang, though, also starting to blast into this boss. Both bosses at a very similar health percent, so it's just going to be that damage race and the time, but of course you have to execute this fight as well. And it's really dangerous as well. If you're going to ignore all the AoE, you're going to just focus boss damage on this fight, things can get so scary. And you have...
Wait, they don't have count! Frog Gang doesn't have count yet!
Gang. Okay, so Frog Gang are going to have to pull the pack over and to the right. They're going to have to pull that in towards the end of the boss fight if they want to have a shot at this. Because even though they're 10% ahead on the boss, they're behind by 5 seconds, and they still need that 3% count. So they have to do it with boss. They have to pull it in soon and just cleave it down. There's no other way, but they might not know. They might not know how close it is. They might not know that they have to go for it.
Soundproof, you gotta pump. Both teams, they need to bring out the maximum amount of damage. Hemo does have his Infernal back available for... Actually, I think that our Omni CD is probably a little bit bugged due to the... I bet his Infernal's probably not up now that I'm really thinking about it.
Yeah,
they have to commit all...
load back in, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, hold on. They need to pump all of their CDs. But Soundproof is starting to catch back up a little bit on Frog Gang. And for Frog Gang, they need to get that trash pulled and get that 3% count. It's not going to be... They don't need to kill any...
I don't think this is going to be enough for Frog Gang. They don't have the trash pulled yet. They're going to kill this boss first, but they have 5 seconds against them, and they need to go and find 3%. I don't think 3%...
I think Soundproof wins this.
I think so as well, but it's going to be so close. It gets down to the wire right now. Everybody needs to stay alive for Soundproof as well. This is still a lethal boss fight here on plus 23 Grievous in Mystic Scythe.
Okay.
Frog Gang are going to take care of Tredova. That's going to stop the clock on that part, but they still have to get 3% count before they can end the dungeon timers. That's going to be the big thing for them. How much can they do here? They need to get it so fast because Soundproof have the boss now at 2%. And if Soundproof just kill this boss, it's over because they have the 5 seconds in their favor and they've done it. Soundproof are going to be the winners of this game. What a close one, though.
You see the let's go coming out of Hemo as they finish the dungeon. Man, that was a good one.
Wow, that was extremely close. Frog Gang, it felt like, do you think it was maybe just a little bit cleaner of a route, a little bit better planned out route for a Soundproof that got them that win in the end because they didn't have to deal with that 3% at the end? I know a lot of routes like leave a little bit of trash after Tredova or else you go out and pull it and then pull it into the boss, but that felt like a route difference to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say it is a little bit of that. I know that the Frog Gang team has been playing for quite some time, but more in high key settings where the routing isn't as necessarily important as in a speedrun where everything needs to be perfect and max efficiency. So I think that's something they might want to work on. And it also feels like, and it's something we've seen with the previous game as well, as if Soundproof looked at yesterday's games and decided we're going to really step up our game. And we saw this for the first boss here, where just look at Ingram Mallo's HP. They're completely blasting this boss away. Just look at the Holy Priest in the middle. They're doing so much damage with their team just completely taking out everything. I loved seeing that. It was fantastic. Then the Warlock Gate just chef's kiss. I don't even know what else to say about that. Here we're having Hemo just pull through the wall. We're having the Fell Hunter, we've seen this yesterday as well, gonna get these little adds over to the other side to make sure we're adding a little bit of trash count, something Frog Gang was missing out on. So we did see Soundproof do this 2 times. With just reset yesterday, they did it for every single pull. And then prior to Tredova, they actually had a huge pull. Unfortunately, we were not able to catch it due to some technical issues, but they had this really huge pull, finished it off beautifully, going into Tredova with those 100% that you just saw, and Frog Gang was sitting on 97, so they needed to catch up there, and I think in the end that's what threw them off a little bit.
You know, one of the things that kind of blew my mind was that the Ingram Mallet kill was actually 2 seconds faster than what we saw MONKA do yesterday, actually. So they even exceeded that. The overall time, I didn't look at the overall time, but 13:38 for MONKA. I failed to recall what we just saw. But either way, very, very fast one for Soundproof.
I think. 18:37, so something like that.
A little bit slower then. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, like, it's still an impressive performance. And I agree with what you said. It looks like they're coming into today very practiced and ready to go, ready to try to steamroll their way through the lower bracket as far as they can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super sorry. I was waiting for her to do that. So I'm super excited for the next dungeon because we're going to go into a Halls of Atonement. And I said it before, this is the Warlock dungeon, if there ever was one. We're going to see big pulls. I hope these teams dare to really go all in because that's the best part about it. Yeah, I'm just really excited to see this.
I mean, Spiteful HOA, we saw last season, we saw teams busting out the Destro Warlock for Spiteful HOA. Now it's just even that much better this season. We were talking last weekend, oh yeah, is there a possibility of like a 500, 600k DPS pull? It's definitely Spiteful Halls of Atonement. Maybe we're going to see some crazy routing. It would involve like a double, even potentially like a triple shard pull for that to be realized at like a 500k DPS pull. But I do think it is a possibility, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
bear pull levels at this point. I don't know.
Yeah,
we did see Perplexed do that dungeon. So 14 minutes, 1 second was the time Perplexed clocked in on Halls of Atonement yesterday. And if these teams paid notice to what they were doing and adapted it for their team, in terms of can we handle it, how can we make it work for our team and what we're doing normally, then I just expect big blasting.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it.
I think that, you know, trying to pull bigger than Perplexed for either of these teams doesn't make much sense. I think you want to pull as big as Perplexed or safer than Perplexed and try and have a nice, clean run. I think especially here in this place in the lower bracket, I think you can probably count on a clean, well-executed run. As long as your pulls aren't too small, that'll probably get you through this, right? So that's what I'd be looking at for either of these teams. You know, not trying to get too fancy, not trying to set any records on the DPS meters, just trying to keep my run on as close to 0 deaths as humanly possible.
The other thing to think of is if Frog Gang is able to come in and tie this up, then they're going to run into the Theater of Pain for our final dungeon, which is one that caused them a bit of pain yesterday, but maybe today a bit of redemption. But first I have to get through halls. We'll see. I kind of want to see that third dungeon just to see, Frog Gang get another crack at Theater of Pain.
Fair. I think after seeing that theater yesterday where it was like so much could have done just a little bit better and it would have shaved off a lot of the time overall.
Yeah.
I feel like they're really learning from this as well, similar to the other teams here, so I really like that.
Well, if you're not learning, you're not living, right?
Yes.
What?
That's what they say.
Right. Exactly.
Tellus is like, I never learned in my life. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Dude? Why?
Chill. Wow.
Why are you directing all this flame at me? I didn't do anything.
You maybe it was because you kind of questioned it a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, you did.
Where did you... Okay, anyways.
Well, you can prove this wrong right now. What have you learned so far today, Tettles? Okay, oh,
Yeah,
come on.
okay.
Oh, okay. All right. I was trying to help you out, man. I was trying to help.
I can't believe it. I've learned of a way to get rid of Tettles. I'm going to make a lot of use of this.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Oh,
Can't get rid of me that easily.
I had your back, man.
Really?
I had your back.
Yes, really.
I tried. Well, here's Halls of Atonement. I was expecting something else. I don't know what was going to be popping up here, but it's the Halls of Atonement stats from the live data from Raider.io. There's 23 tyrannical, of course, on live servers. 22 minutes 7 seconds is the fastest time ever recorded. That is a lot of completed runs too. This is a dungeon where you can just kind of like kick back and blast a little bit. Apparently, even in the highest of keys on live.
Yeah, this
I
is one
think
of the
it's
ones as well where when you do exclamation point keys in your group, right, and you see Halls of Atonement come up, it's like, wow, let's do that one. That one's a nice way to fill up my vault, nice and quick. This one and Mists actually. So the two dungeons that we've got in map 1 and 2 in this series are the those nice, chill, quick keys. So yeah, definitely a popular one on the live servers. One of my favorite dungeons as well. This expansion is Halls of Atonement.
It's also one of the dungeons that I'm just he runs this household. It's one of those things too that the teams have the most experience with Halls of Atonement as well because it's been so popular across all of our Shadowlands seasons. Because, like you said, whenever people like see it, they're like, "Oh, let's run that one." It's one of the easiest dungeons to adapt also to an MDI strategy because you're already pulling it so big during like normal live keys. So just taking that and then asserting an MDI route into it, there's not a lot that changes.
True. Well, Soundproof versus Frog Gang. That philosophy, what you just talked about, Tettles, is going to be good for Frog Gang, I think, as they try to tie up the series, send us to another Theater of Pain. We're going to get right into it. All right, let's do it.
All right, and off the bat, we're going to see what the teams are up to here. Soundproof beginning with a Shroud over to the right-hand side. I wonder if Hemolock is going to do the Demonic Circle and jump back up for a little bit more trash attack that we saw out of Perplexed yesterday.
I think that adding those mobs are a bit scary, especially on that necrotic though. But with Blood Decay being meta dancing rune weapon, that allows you to dodge a bunch of melees. In addition to that, these guys are playing Torque, so it would be okay, maybe, especially you also have the Creed file, but Soundproof electing to not do that adaptation that we saw from Perplexed yesterday. Instead, they're just doing the very standard pull everything to the shard pull.
Meanwhile, Frog Gang, they're going to commit Bloodlust, Power Infusion, Infernal, and every single cooldown under the sun, but it's only 13% with all of that stuff, and their Bloodlust is going to expire here while they're starting their next pull. I'm not sure if I like this out of Frog Gang. I think they maybe needed to go a little bit bigger than that.
I think that they could have added maybe some of the patrols from downstairs, but instead they're running towards this middle area and grabbing some of those mobs, trying to get them grouped up as fast as possible to make a bit better usage. Oh my gosh, the tank from Frog Gang Dice ends up popping his perg there. He was able to get topped back through it, but he's getting dangerously low again. This is actually starting to get pretty scary. Whenever you see a DK dip like over and over again to 20% HP, they are in pretty big danger, but it looks like just that binding shot was able
Binding
to
is so
nice
good,
stable. Yeah.
The problem with binding shot here, look those casters in the back though. Those aren't getting AoE down because they're outside of the stack now, and they're just spamming those wicked bolts onto the tank. So much damage is coming out from those. Looks like they're going to be okay though. They're getting through Frog Gang R, but they're only at something like 27% down after 2 pulls. Meanwhile, Soundproof starting their next pull already at 25% down. So I think a little bit ahead already in this early exchange. It's actually going to be Soundproof, where at least from what I can see.
I do think that Soundproof got a little bit better for that exchange. Maybe somewhere in the range of like 15 to 20 seconds, like we were talking about with Balls of Fortuna. It's just such a fast dungeon that even whenever you get the slight better of like a pull or two, it doesn't translate to an infinite time saved like we do see in some dungeons. But everybody from Soundproof dropping to 20% HP. It looks like Chaz is going to be able to top the group back up. Maybe there was some spiteful shades meleeing people. We don't talk about that too often, but those spitefuls can be dangerous if you're not getting them CC'd or if you're not prepared for them to come out.
Yeah, they do take, if they're in like Warlock, incidental, extra infernal stuns, that kind of stuff, sometimes they can die without really doing much of anything. Binding shot, if you didn't need to use it on the actual enemies, can be really nice against the Spiteful Shades. And even the Blood Death Knight, Death and Decay slow, really potent. That's a huge slow, and that can do a lot to prevent the Spiteful Shades from hitting somebody. But particularly the melee DPS in the group always need to be aware of any Spiteful Shades and target them, as we do have a death coming out here for Soundproof.
Oh, no. This is so bad for Soundproof. Okay, so they actually dropped the binding there.
Right? Oh, mine's...
He's going to Mind Soothe and run around. He actually ended up getting a healer thread and got meleeed by a mob and then immediately shot by the Houndmaster and ended up going into that angel form. I think he's going to be able to make it back, but Druft on the side of Soundproof has to be so scared here. He pops his Vamp Blood and his Dancing Rune weapon is available to him. He's going to be able to top himself.
Again, though, look at the line of mobs here. This makes it so hard to effectively AoE whenever you have the mobs in a line like this rather than in a clump. They're not all being hit by all of the AoE effects, so you can see that this pull is starting to just take a long time here for Soundproof. Meanwhile, Frog Gang actually are at a little bit more count now. It's going to equalize on count. Frog Gang do have a woe buff that they're going to use to get back over towards their third Shard of Halkias here. Soundproof also still needs to do one more shard, I believe, so this is so close again between these two teams. What an evenly matched series so far.
I like the Frog Gang woe buff, but I don't love the backtracking. I do understand that it's just for like some more offensive CD coverage that they want for the the extra shard that they're pulling, but I think just the backtracking across the whole entire map, I kind of prefer the Soundproof route just because it minimizes that run back across the whole entire world basically to get this pull dealt with and to get to this third shard that they have to deal with. Yeah,
I mean, anytime you're moving with woe, at least it's really fast, but it is still inefficient anytime you're crossing this dungeon left, right, going back and forth all over the place. So, sometimes you make those sacrifices for cooldowns and stuff, but it is always a sacrifice you're making whenever you do that kind of backtracking.
But on the side of Soundproof, it looks like they don't have a ton of offensive CDs available to them right here, and they're kind of scared. Their HP was dropping really low there. Once they get this killed off, everything is going to be fine. But until that happens, it looks like everybody is just so low. Now these Spiteful Shades are coming out, but they get the buff right at the same time that the Shard of Halkias ends up dying off. And that was pretty clean from Soundproof. It was really optimal for them to be killing it like that, even though it was incredibly scary.
Yeah, Soundproof now going to Mind Soothe the two mobs over on the left there, and they're going to pull a Goliath from up at the top of the stairs, I believe. One of the gargoyles, rather. They have 2 gargoyles now. Let's see how many they're going to get here. It looks like 2 gargoyles. The way this works is if you spam your mind control button, you can grab both of them. You have to actually be, hard spamming that extra action button. Otherwise, you'll only get one of them, and the other won't be mind controllable until that first one exits the mind control. They've got 2 loyal Stoneborns now on their side, starting a trash pull in the middle of the room, and then they'll be going into the boss. Meanwhile, Frog Gang, instead doing a big AoE pull here over on the side of the room, but it is going to be Soundproof who are slightly ahead now because they do get to start that boss soon.
Yeah, on the side of Soundproof, I actually really like their position here. So they are able to get all this trash pulled, but they have a lot of cooldowns available to allow the DK to get necrotic stack resets. Oh, he just natural resets with the dancing rune weapon on the side of Soundproof.
So
That's
good.
so sick. It's just the power of the Blood DK this season. It's just that dancing rune weapon. We haven't seen Blood DK in a while, but it's just so good versus necrotic. What's going on with Frog? What are they?
That is a great question, and one that I'm not sure I can formulate an acceptable answer to. I guess my best guess at this point is that they pulled something they didn't mean to, and only the healer was in combat, and so the healer ran off to the side to die. Oh, look, they have those collectors active, though, at the front of the room. So sometimes when you pull those collectors right as the Shard of Halkias is, like, running, they won't die, and so they have those 3 extra mobs now at the front of the room next to Halkias. I don't even know if they give count necessarily either, so Frog Gang definitely probably went wrong there. But it's hard for me to say exactly what led to this kind of events happening.
Yeah, so for some seasons we do see like Mind Suit, like people run through and try to grab like a
the
Stoneborn
gargoyle
across
on the other
way.
side.
Yeah, but if it
It's
ended
going
up
down for
accidentally-
Soundproof. They do have a battle res. They saved it earlier. They're going to be able to use that at some point. There it goes.
This is scary though.
Cast. They're now without a battle res for the next few minutes.
These wicked bolts are just going off on Druff on the side of Soundproof. But now it looks like with that Rogue being able to get rezzed, they should be able to have a little bit better kick coverage. Rogue does also have an incredibly long lockout. They have multiple kicks with pretty long lockouts that they can use on these obliterators. So it should be you should be fine here with the tank just taking one of those obliterators while it's recap.
Yeah, Blood Decay is one of the tanks that is least concerned about getting hit with Wicked Bolts. A lot of tanks are like, oh, a 70k magic damage hit. This is bad. I can't, somebody's going to have to heal me for this. But Blood Decay is just like, alright, I was death striking anyways. As long as this doesn't literally one-shot me, I'll be okay, right? This doesn't actually bother me too much.
Ooh, okay, so now Soundproof is looking to grab some trash with the relic inside of it.
Yeah, this is the Woe tech, I suspect. Yeah, Woe is indeed going to be the choice here. One of many iterations. Oh no! What is happening?
Oh, they got the Halkias! This is Revolution Bug!
Oh, okay, so the problem there, so if Halkias spins right before he starts casting that Sinful Reflection...
Frog Gang's wiping too! What happened?
What is going on in this dungeon? Okay. Alright, yeah, so what had happened, I didn't see what caused Frog Gang to wipe. What caused Soundproof to wipe was that when your tank is like just out of range of Halkias and it's about to start the spinny laser beams, sometimes they'll like desync a little bit and they'll actually be somewhere different than where they look to be. So that's something that happens to everybody at least once, and then you start looking out for it, especially as a tank. You start making sure you're always directly in melee range of the boss when that cast starts. Brutal. That happened. Mercifully, luckily for them, it's also happened to Frog Gang. So somehow both teams again still neck and neck, despite both wiping at the same time. Soundproof actually wiping at like 10% on the boss as well. Got to be extremely demoralizing for them, but maybe once they learn in a couple minutes, once that delay is up, that it also happened to Frog Gang, that's going to make them feel a lot better.
Frog Gang has a lot of cap.
Yes! So, with this much count for Frog Gang, I'm curious as to what they intend to skip. You usually need 82, right, to get into the last part of the dungeon. With 88, maybe they can Shroud and skip past. But there's True Sight mobs there, so that wouldn't work out.
Those Hounds are True Sight, yeah, those Gargants are True Sight.
Huh. I wonder what, if anything, they intend to skip, or if it's just like, they accidentally pulled extra, but Kasumi going down here.
Never be res.
Or Frog Gang, they do have that battle res. Both teams have just regained a battle res here. Frog Gang, as soon as that battle res is earned, is instantly spent. They're not good at budgeting, saving, being frugal with their battle reses, right? It's as soon as the paycheck comes in, it is right back out for Frog Gang.
Okay.
They are living 10 minutes to 10 minutes on these B reses.
I didn't know that this is where this conversation was gonna go, but here we are. And both of these teams are getting Halkias pretty low, even though Soundproof maybe pulled the Halkias the second time, somewhere in the range of like 5 seconds ahead. Frog Gang's single target damage just proving to be a little bit better, again, kind of similar to what we saw in the Mythic Dungeon.
Yeah, it may have been a case of cooldown availability as well. Sometimes when you see something like this, that's the actual culprit here. Now they didn't kill off, on the side of Soundproof, they didn't kill off the Woe Drifter yet. They spawned it, they dealt a little bit of damage. They can still go and pull into that pack. They just have to be really careful to make sure that it's not right at the same time as the practice in light if they want to just perfectly guarantee that it's not going to do anything a little weird with where those lasers are aimed.
So one of the things that we were talking about before Soundproof ended up wiping is that they grabbed those Obliterator Darkblade pack with the relic, so they ended up killing off that Woe relic. You see the Drifter standing there. They need to make sure that this like Obliterator and the Darkblade gets killed off. They have a burst go off. Oh my gosh, from the Drifter. That's
just heal me.
Quite unfortunate, but yeah, one heal.
Just heal me.
Just heal me.
All right, 1% health and 0 now for Frog Gang. They have Halkias killed off, but unfortunately they don't have that Woe buff that they had killed the first time around here. They are going to have Shroud of Concealment available, so that's going to be their choice.
Another Drifter!
Emo going down for Soundproof. Going to need to be a res from the tank if they want to use a battle res here. Or maybe they'll opt to save this battle res. But another death for Soundproof, as Halki is still at 10% health. Casts are beginning to free cast from the 2 casters that are in this pool as well. Wicked Bolt, more importantly, those curses are going to come out. No curse dispel for Soundproof, and we now have an Angel for them, and it's going to be just a Death Knight and a Rogue trying to take this boss from 5% to 0, while Frog Gang are already working on Echelon. Oh my goodness, things have gone so wrong here for Soundproof.
If Soundproof wipe here, it's basically over. They have to be able to get this boss down. Whereas on the side of Frog Gang, they're pretty happy that Soundproof are having these unforeseen circumstances. They do get the Dismantler dealt with. They need to make sure that they are just going to be super clean on Echelon. This fight is pretty difficult whenever you don't have any consistent curse dispels, but we've talked about it a couple of times. Whenever we see Hells at the moment, they can use that Stone Form to get that debuff off them. They just need to make sure that they are budgeting the amount of Stone Forms that they're using.
Yeah, Stone Form is very nice on this fight, although if the same person gets targeted multiple times, that's when you really start wishing you did have that curse dispel. As you can see, actually, it's going to happen there. Kasumi, the Hunter, going to need some support from their healer to keep everything all right. It looks like it's been handled, though. It is quite a lot of damage, but if you're ready for it, it's not that bad. The main thing is in groups where, like, you're not ready for somebody to actually get hit by that, they end up dying rather quickly.
I mean, with Holy Paladin not being meta as well, like, we've seen things in the past like Pop. You could use like Pop or Bubble and stuff like that. But now, since we're like in a Holy Priest meta, where H-Priest is a super popular pick, it's a lot more difficult to deal with.
Look at the difference when that went on the Hunter versus when it went on the Warlock as well for Frog Gang.
Just
never dropping below 50% health is splat affected by the same exact stuff that nearly killed Tasumi.
I think he had the Unending Resolve available to him there, which, I mean...
And Dark Pact.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, of course he's not going to take any damage from it. Welcome to Warlock.
Alright, so Soundproof also getting started on Echelon now. They are about one full boss behind as a result of just how long it took for them to take Halkias from 10% to 0. Another thing I'd like to point out as well is that Soundproof only have 79% enemy force. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think 79% is quite enough, right? I thought you needed at least 80, 81 or something. I could be wrong, though. It could be 79. I'm not sure if you happen to know the number off the top of your head.
I don't
I'll go open up an MDT and have a little...
Go open up an MDT. Oh, Soundproof has an Angel in the outfield. They do have one battle res available for him. So he does cancel that Angel form off, and they do end up getting that battle resed up. But this is incredibly scary, and it's like we were talking about Frog Gang. They were able to deal with their pull really well. With the decurses, but oh my gosh, on the side of Frog Gang, you do see Dice. Immediately as this perk comes back up, he immediately procs it again, trying to get this pack grouped up.
Oh, okay, so what they can do here is they can actually, I don't know if they have Shroud back up, but because they have so much count, Frog Gang can almost certainly skip the next 3 mobs that are in the room towards the Adjudicator.
But doing that is like super bad because you want to grab the Stoneborns into the boss, and they'll be very difficult to grab into the boss if you're also skipping that trash that's in the middle of the room.
All right, so 20.5% that can come from the end of the dungeon. So 79, assuming they are actually at 79.5 soundproof, which they might be, then they are good too. They just don't have all of the remaining count. Yeah, definitely close. But they have, I mean, perfect count. That's what you like to see.
Good GS by Chaz, making sure that he was able to stay alive. And oh, it looks like Frog Gang is actually just doing this pull. Even they're going to be really good on count. Very good on count.
Frog Gang are going over count here, but that's bad. You can't skip Cigar, right? At the end.
Well, what if they could? Hypothetically.
If they have a way to skip Cigar, then that would be good. Yes, that would be very good. But I
They're
I
having
don't
a
know
death.
of any. Actually, I do know of one that isn't allowed in the MDI. I don't know of any that we allow in the MDI, but maybe they found one.
Maybe they have found one. It's one of those things that we'll wait and see. But I think that they're just really gonna count.
I suspect
it's
it was just a case of like accidental mobs involved in the Halkias room, and they're just sticking with their plan regardless. Soundproof though, they nearly have Echelon dead, and
Wait.
the way that Frog Gang have pulled here,
Oh, they're
they actually
summoning.
have to resummon. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Because they don't have a res, right?
Yeah, but so Frog Gang have done this in 3 pulls when you count the boss after, right? It's going to be 1 trash pull, boss. If Soundproof can do it in 1 pull instead, then we're back at a tied game. That is a very fast way to do what Frog Gang have done very slowly.
I'm not even sure if I would recommend doing it all in 1 pull at this point. I think that you're just kind of, if you're on Soundproof side, you're kind of hoping that Frog Gang has
Go big or go home.
All right, pull it. Yep, go big.
Go big or go home, and these gamers are already playing from home. What to do here? Walking forward.
Contemplating.
Starting off with the old rune tap pull. It looks like it is going to be the more slow, methodical, safe way of pulling this. So yeah, Soundproof certainly are hoping for a Frog Gang wipe at this point. Not really. If you're a Soundproof fan, not really many other ways for them to claw this one back. So far behind in terms of their positioning in this dungeon, and with an extra 15 seconds of death timer working against them. Frog Gang are working on the high adjudicator here. This boss on 23 Tyrannical does take quite a while. Luckily, those lanterns, one respawns after every 4th, like after the 4th goal comes out. You do get more lanterns, so you do get to keep the fight going for quite a while if you need to on high Tyrannical. Otherwise, it would be quite impossible.
This composition that they do run doesn't have like an insane amount of single target damage. So a lot of their damage actually is facilitated by that H priest and that and by that blood decay. So they actually are able to do like a decent amount of single target damage. And they get bosses killed off relatively quickly. But if they didn't have those options, these bosses do take a extremely long amount of time to get killed off.
Yeah, especially when
Curse of
you
weakness on the boss.
Yeah, that's a Curse of Tongues, I believe.
Oh, okay.
That'll make it cast slower. It's rare to find a Warlock who is willing to press that button, but it certainly is valuable for reducing incoming damage on this encounter. I like to see that there.
We saw it a lot on like Anduin during the Race to World First and stuff like that. So it definitely does have use, and there are a lot of times where a Curse of Tongues can be valuable, just to, like you said, get the cast time reduced on mobs. But it's very infrequently that we do see a team actually use that. Soundproof popping their lust on Elise. Interesting timing, I will say.
They are only 50% of this boss HP behind where Frog Gang are at, and assuming that Frog Gang have to kill Cigar, assuming they don't have a great way to skip Cigar, we're going to have to see what they decide to do with this, because, I mean, yeah, this could still kind of be anybody's game if Soundproof are able to just make more damage happen. The thing is, Frog Gang's next lust is in 3 minutes, so they will actually get a 3rd lust of this dungeon, and they will get it on Lord Chamberlain, right? So that will be a way that they will open this gap back up again between the two games.
All right, so now Frog Gang is at 100% count. We're still curious to see if they have found a way to skip Inquisitor's Cigar, maybe, but I think it's probably
it looks
unlikely.
like they're planning to kill it from... There's a world marker down.
They snapped a Stoneborn here, so maybe they're going to be able to kill it before it even heals all the way up.
Yes, on Tyrannical, it is definitely possible to nuke this mini-boss down prior to its 2nd Dark Communion cast. So it requires very high single target burst, but we've seen it happen yesterday already, so it is certainly doable. And look at this cigar, it's just getting melted. They're not even moving it, they're keeping it right in the front of this room.
How close was it? Because the heal is actually, it comes out relatively quick, and if they don't have enough damage, this could be a
This is the last Wicked Bolt that's right here. It's interrupted right at the end of the cast, though, so beautiful spell lockout coming out there. I think that was Splats as well on that Fell Hunter 6-second Shadow Lock, so really potent there. They probably had something like 5.5 seconds to spare there before it's going to even start the next Dark Communion cast, so very, very well done there by the Frog Gang. They are now getting started here on Lord Chamberlain, and if they can kill this boss, it should be okay. I mean, they have 2 minutes left on Bloodlust.
They have a battle res.
They do have a battle res. Yeah, that battle res has just come back up, so somebody may find a statue to help them use that battle res if they want to.
They would have to have a statue issue, and more than that, they would have to have like a telekinesis lines connecting with the statue issue, I think, for them for them to not be able to take down this boss and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, that's going to be the crucial thing here. Is Soundproof still working on Cigar there, hoping they are also planning to just nuke it down and not let it get to its Dark Communion cast. But once they can successfully do that, they'll be able to pull Lord Chamberlain as well. But they don't have a Bloodlust available, and in 50 seconds, Frog Gang will have a Bloodlust available. At this point, no amount of like extra damage, our players are pushing their buttons harder type thing is going to overcome this gap for Soundproof, right? Frog Gang are so far in the lead with that lust coming up that it's just going to be all about whether or not they can kill this boss cleanly, or if a couple of players die, then all of a sudden this thing opens right back up.
All right, and it looks like they're doing a good job of making sure that everybody's kind of stacked up in the melee. They're not doing the thing where... okay, so actually they do have the Rogue and Dice. They drop the AMZ. So the power of the anti-magic zone, whenever you have a Blood Decay, that thing is very difficult to actually get through. And so they're going
never
to
does
use
an M+. Yeah.
Exactly, so they're just going to use the AMZ for the first one, and then they're going to use that Cloak from the Rogue on the second one. And basically, if the Rogue and if KSP and Dice end up getting in good positions for the telekinesis, they should never wipe from this position. It would be very difficult for them to wipe, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Whoa, my goodness! Why are you casting these curses on them?
Well, if there was a way, it would certainly involve something like that, probably.
All right, the Bloodlust is sent, though. Splat is just deploying Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt into Lord Chamberlain here. 35%. Here's that next Ritual of Woe. You can see those first couple ticks are going to land on the Rogue, and then the Cloak is going to be pressed potentially towards the end here. Yeah, there it is. Cloak during the last 5 seconds of the Ritual of Woe, and everything is fine. Everybody's looking 100% health here. That Bloodlust actually big for healing and for damage on this fight. Now just need to make sure they dodge these last couple of statue tosses. 20% health and falling on Lord Chamberlain. It's all that stands between the Frog Gang and a Game 3, forcing another Game 3 against Soundproof. Just have to hold on for a little while longer, keep that damage going. They do have the better of the death timer as well, so no time after this will be awarded to Soundproof. If Frog Gang kill this boss here, it'll be over and they'll take us to a Game 3.
Soundproof is able to catch up, but it's too little too late as Frog Gang gets Lord Chamberlain increasingly lower. They're going to be downing Lord Chamberlain right as Bloodlust expires, and that's going to be taking us to the Theater of Pain. I think.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, it is.
Excellent. Where's Doa?
Oh, here I am. I was so busy watching the seconds that I was like, wait a second, we actually have a victory for Frog Gang. I gotta jump over to the other channel and talk to people. I was just looking at the timer that whole time.
So caught up in
I
the
was
moment.
I was immersed. I was immersed in this Lord Chamberlain fight. You know, statues flying over the place, like anima overflowing. You know how it goes, right? So, victory for Frog Gang. They are going to move on to fight against Dismissed in a match later today. Our last match of the day is what that one's going to be. Props to Soundproof for making it as far as they did.
We're going to Game 3. Soundproof
we are?
Has to turn a scythe. Yeah, so Frog Gang are equalizing here. Yeah, we are going to get to see that Theater of Pain.
What is going on?
Frog Gang and Soundproof.
It's okay, Doa.
I need to take a nap.
So,
hi, I just got back from the future, and it's not looking good for Soundproof. Spoiler.
Oh no, I can't believe they have to find out this way.
Sorry.
It's so brutal.
It's harsh, I know, but that's how time works.
At what happened in this dungeon here. So Soundproof was off to a really, really good start, going for a big, glorious pull here at the very beginning. And just look at the HP bars from the group here, but Chaz being able to top them throughout. Then we had this devastating death here, where Chaz actually was lost, I think due to a Wicked Bolt, and then Druft had to kite for quite some time as Chaz had to walk all the way back. And I just wanted to highlight how Druft managed to stay alive here with the Houndmaster, with those Gargants, the root shot from Shami just coming in, making sure everything stays put where it's supposed to be, not getting on the tank. I thought that was beautifully handled by this team here. And then after that, there was a little bit of devastating moment for both of those teams with Halkias going on. And while Frog Gang managed to kill it after the first wipe, for Soundproof, it just didn't look like that. We had Hemo going down, Shami followed suit, and then it was down to the last 3. That extra trash they added on top there, together with the Woe Drifter, just added so much damage. You see that burst going through. Chaz also going down. We didn't have enough interrupt to deal with the Wicked Bolts on the other side of the boss. However, they were able to just surge it down, but it cost them so much time. Very, very devastating for Soundproof, just throwing them behind one more time. And that's really not what you wanted to see. It just took them so long here.
It's one of those things too that like the first wipe to Halkias, like if that doesn't happen with them accidentally spinning the boss right before it enters into that phase and wipes them, like I think that they pretty cleanly take down the Halls of Atonement over Frog Gang. It was
really
actually just
good
really unlucky
before that. Exactly. So from there on out, we had to deal with these 2 mobs, of course, and then only then we could go up to Echelon. But in that time, Frog Gang was already done and on to the next pack. And here was something that I thought was really pretty great. Olby goes down here due to, I think, just a hit from one of the Dark Blades that he stood in, one of the frontals. And they managed to just kill everything off here. Got the of course, to heal the group up just a little bit, make sure they survive here. Gonna come in and they deal with the Spitefuls. And because, of course, they skipped the part before that, after these Spitefuls here, they had to use the summoning portal to bring Olby back to the group. So just using that Warlock to the full potential. And then, of course, the final boss. There was an assassination attempt from one of the statues. I'm not sure if you caught it. One of the statues just hit the other one and went right into melee. I was so afraid for all my melee friends, but they managed it in the end. So GG's for that, evening out 1-1 for Frog Gang.
Yep, that's right. Like I've been saying all along, 1-1 now. We're going to our 3rd dungeon, and it's going to be Theater of Pain. Shut up, Turtles. It's going to be Theater of Pain. Frog Gang, that one is you know, maybe a little bit scary for them with how things went earlier in the weekend, but a chance for redemption as well. So I'm looking forward to see it. It's going to be a good one. This has been a tight series.
I think with the Frog Gang having to play that in like their first series like of the weekend, I think that they should probably have a little bit of an advantage in that Theater of Pain, because it's going to come down to like how much time and practice that you've put into like a Sanguine TOP. They lost something in the range of like 35, like maybe like even a minute to the first boss just healing through that Sanguine. And it was something that was like pretty easily fixable, just making sure that they didn't get past her into teleport over and over again into the Sanguine. I think would have been something that would have been able to solve that. And so I have a suspicion that Frog Gang is going to look pretty good in the TOP compared to where Soundproof is. Ultimately, it's going to come down to how much practice Soundproof has put in their dungeons, though.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, this series has been it's been a roller coaster, hasn't it? So why would we expect Theater of Pain to be any different? And Theater of Pain, as we all know, is a dungeon where things can be going great, and then suddenly, you know, 3 people get blown off a platform, or you know, somebody gets like poisoned because somebody missed a kick, and like it can go bad very quickly.
Definitely, especially with the Sanguine Storming combo in this dungeon. A lot of ways for things to go wrong, so both teams really going to have to look at that, especially, I mean, Frog Gang, it's got to be pretty worrisome to be going into this dungeon after having lost it yesterday, after putting together a run that was quite good. You know, it was a clean run of your path through the dungeon, so you got to have a little bit of maybe insecurity about, like, is my route actually fast enough? Or maybe you come back and you practice something a little bit faster between yesterday and today, to make sure that you feel like you have something really MDI speed in here.
Well, how easy is it to really like rework a run, you know, overnight, as it were? Do you just kind of like say,
hard.
we're just going to yeah, exactly. Like, I kind of feel like you just have to take what you've got and say, we just need to execute this as cleanly as we can.
So generally it depends on how much you need to implement into the route, right? So if you're completely rerouting the dungeon, if you're picking completely different wings, you're not doing that overnight. If you have to maybe adapt like 1 or 2 pulls and just like merge them together because you saw it was doable and kind of move CDs around potentially, that's something you can adapt overnight within reason. But generally, yeah, it's not going to be something that like these teams have practiced like 1 to 2 dungeons a day basically until the MDI started from like last Friday, and so their practice is more often than not just kind of set before the weekend even starts.
Yeah, you'd think so. But as they say, practice makes perfect. But sometimes the mobs in these dungeons don't care about perfection. They're just going to do their thing, and you just might die.
Hopefully you won't die. So after that, I would say painful Halls of Atonement. I hope Theater of Pain is less painful for these two groups going into it. I really want to see some clean and crisp routes. We were talking about this yesterday, Drapnos, where there was like a clear routing difference, and in the end, even though we were speculating about like the Bloodlust timing and all of that, the route from Just Reset looked so much better than the Froggang route. I'm pretty sure they went back on that after just seeing it, and maybe Soundproof also took some notes.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well. There was a lot of really cool tech debuted by Just Reset, in particular, like saving the Shackled Soul Wing for after you kill Cult the Rock, saving those 9 Shackled Souls, killing them afterwards, and getting that woe to skip out of the Cult the Rock Wing and go towards whatever you want to do next, which in their case was like all the way down to Gore Chop. It was really, really, really cool tech. So I wonder if either team have decided. The thing is, there was enough time between yesterday and today to spend on perfecting and updating your Theater of Pain, trying to gain a couple of minutes in that dungeon. But there were also other priorities. Prepping stuff like Mist, like Halls of Atonement, all of those were important things as well. And there was only enough time between yesterday and today to do probably justice to 1 or 2 dungeons. And otherwise, they really did need to just stick with whatever they had coming into this weekend. So, yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, well, as the teams are getting ready to get into the dungeon again, they're still trying to reset mentally and in-game after that last crazy one. We do have a topic that we've been thinking about discussing, because it is kind of an important one here. This comes from Nagura. Flat sodas are great. Moonkins have the best taste. I feel like this is a mark against Moonkin, because flat soda is disgusting.
No, right? You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay, so
no,
do you drink sparkling water, Doa?
Occasionally, I guess.
Well, you're also wrong. So hear me out.
I don't know.
The reason that you want it to be flat is because it just objectively tastes better once you open up your soda, you put it in the fridge for multiple days, and then you let the carbonation out. It just tastes better. Have you tried it? Have you tried it?
I mean, not intentionally.
Here's the thing.
I've had that happen, but not, I mean, why not just drink juice?
Well, I also like to leave bottles of water in my car, and like start drinking them whenever they start to sweat on the inside as well, just to let them heat up a little bit.
Okay. If you just take that sentence in isolation, just like play it back for anyone, the person would be like, "Is that person okay?"
Yeah. So look.
He's not okay.
You see the water, like how it's like sweating at the top? That's my favorite part of the water. Yeah. Evaporation, condensation, precipitation. It's part of the water cycle, Doa.
Wait. If it's your favorite part of the water, how do you get just that out?
I'll show
you. Do you have like a bird tongue or something that just like goes in there and like licks out just the top inside of it?
Pastor, start the game, please.
No, that doesn't work at all. I'm not convinced by this in the slightest.
Please.
It's like an anti.
We gotta start the game. You gotta get me out of here. You gotta get me out of here. We have to start the game, please.
Condensated water is your favorite part?
Yes, it's the best part of the water.
The thing is, he just started this all completely unprompted as well. It's not like there was a discussion going on about like carbonated versus uncarbonated soda. He literally just comes
drink
in, he's
fresh
like,
water.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna type this. I'm just gonna type this because that's what I do.
Chatting.
That's who I am.
Chatting.
Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable.
What surprises me too is that Nagura backed you up on this with the flat soda thing.
Nagura's smart. Intelligence.
Gross. It's just Just if
you're wrong.
If you want a flavored drink without carbonation, drink juice. If you want carbonation, drink soda. Why would you buy something that takes an extra step before you want to consume it, you know? Unless you're, cooking it or something, but
it's like bananas, right? You buy bananas when they're a little green and you wait for them to ripen, right?
Yeah, that's
the soda
okay.
equivalent of ripening is just opening them and leaving them in your fridge for 4 days.
I mean, that's not a good kind of ripening though, you know? You could end up with, does it ferment? Does soda ferment if you leave it sit long enough? I don't think it does. Unless you add something extra to it.
If I was able to
Fruit-
answer
fruit
these kinds
does.
of complicated chemistry questions, I'd be a chemist.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
All right.
Oh, you know, Tettle's saying in chat he doesn't actually believe any of this. Spoiler alert. I'm going to expose you there, Tettles.
Oh, you're wrong. I do believe all of this.
Oh, I see. I
It's
don't
all
know.
factual. It definitely
Just-
doesn't provide carcinogens to leave your water in your car for multiple days, then drink it.
Tettle's just spinning the web of lies deeper and deeper, becoming more entangled as we wait for the theater of pain to start.
Dude,
for one,
I am theater of pain minus the theater of right now.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
On that note, let's
The
get
key's
in.
about to finally get started. We actually have a Windwalker entering the theater as well here for Soundproof. I love this composition in theater because I don't think you really need the rogue for all that much, and the Windwalker just brings so much damage, especially to like this boss encounter in particular. They just hub on this fight, especially when there's just so many targets for so long.
Yeah, but like we were talking about before things got really, really derailed there, you need to make sure that you're wary of Sanguine. So we saw Frog Gang yesterday have some issues with their Sanguine healing on this fight, just Passerin teleporting over and over again into that Sanguine puddle that's spawned from that bull that they that Bloodhorn that they have. And it looks like both Frog Gang and Soundproof doing a great job to make sure that there is no Sanguine healing here. But Soundproof is doing a decent bit more boss damage, or maybe just Sathel by itself is a little bit lower than where Frog Gang's bosses are. 'cause they're
I mean,
getting
look
a
at the
little bit-
difference between the Windwalker damage and the Rogue damage, right? That is a huge amount of extra value you are getting out of that Windwalker, plus 5% more physical damage. Not too much physical damage in this comp. The Hunter does a little bit, but it's actually almost all magic damage. So Mystic Touch really not doing very much except for the monks themselves to increase damage there.
I mean, just talking to the MDI teams, they've stated, like on multiple occasions, that Monk is like by far the third best like AoE option for DPS. And especially probably for dungeons like Theater of Pain, you just want that additional option for just like this small pack of cleave, where it's like Windwalker, Monk, MM Hunter, known for being really good on like the 3 to 5 target range. Maybe even bust out like a Fury Warrior. There's potential for that to kind of come out. And Frog Gang actually able to down the boss. Ooh, an achievement popping up for our Observer.
Yeah, do you know that
Congratulations.
achievement? Re-choose one, that's killing them in like every order. So
Oh,
our Observer
okay.
has now observed games where they've died in every different order, so pretty cool.
Congratulations to our Observer.
Yeah, I get to link that now. Get yourself invited to future Theater Pains. Be like, look, I've been around the Theater Pain a few times. I know how things are done in this dungeon.
Any order, honestly.
We do have a 4-second lead for Frog Gang off of this first boss. Both teams only on that 2%, so they both did skip that very first pull of the dungeon. Frog Gang opting to head towards the Gorechop wing first. This is the same route that they used last time. Meanwhile, Soundproof are looking towards the Kultharok wing. They aren't going to do the Just Reset route, though, which would involve skipping this. They are instead going to pull all of these Shackled Souls, including these Relics right now, and set up for some big AoE.
All right, these Shackled Souls are very dangerous here. We've even seen some issues where teams
Yeah,
are having
Braun saving the day.
potential deaths here. Ooh, Braun actually stopping a bunch of those chain casts, and now you do see the Shadow Fury coming out. They need to make sure that they're also kicking that Woe Drifter, so there are a lot of interrupts that need to happen. Ooh, nice Shining Force to make sure that those mobs are not going to be bathing in that Sanguine. There's going to be one Shackled Soul healing up a little bit, but overall, this is not going that bad for Soundproof. Whereas on the right side of the screen...
A little bit of Sanguinic healing now, but yeah, not too bad at all for
Yeah.
Soundproof. They've done a good job of handling these Shackled Souls. They are kiting back towards the middle area here, so maybe they were just going to pull that. Oh, cool. They got the woe buff from the Shackled Souls, and now they're going to skip down to Gorechop. Oh my. I love Encrypted in this dungeon so much because you can do these really, really cool plays like this. They are now going to head towards the Gorechop area, and then they're going to have another set of relics that they can use once they finish with Gorechop from the pull at the start of this wing that they skip to get them wherever they want to go next. So, very cool having.
In addition to this, it's not like they necessarily want to skip that trash at the beginning with
Right.
all those sludge spears and
Get it
whatnot.
later.
That trash is really efficient. They'll just get it after the boss. Maybe it's also like a cooldown timing thing. So whenever they were running, there is a lot... Ooh,
no.
The Windwalker Monk goes down on the side of Soundproof. That's so bad for them. They need to battle res that immediately. You do see that Soulstone coming out of Hemo, making sure that these butchers and this... oh no, another death coming up on the side of Soundproof.
Up and then right back down again is Chippy Spin there. they are going to be able to finish off this pull. It looks like most mobs are fairly low. A little bit of Sanguine healing coming out to end it as well. Frog Gang, though, ahead in count, also working in the same area of the dungeon. They didn't do that Shackled Souls thing, but they have killed the first pull of this wing. Unfortunately, that gas bag is bathing in Sanguine for Frog Gang. That thing is going to get a 20% heal.
Oh man, look at the healing done on the damage meter right now. It's just Sanguine even beating out the blood decay. It's just, overall, 600k in the grand scheme of things, not a ton, but it's unfortunate that it was on that gas bag, and Splat gets hit by a storming into the Sanguine and pods him. Huh.
That's why we played Pod Tender, though. Nobody noticed. Everything's fine. Right back in it. Everything is just fine. Meanwhile, Soundproof deploying that res there. They're going to be able to get back into it. Also, they are pulling these two mobs into the boss. They need to be really, really careful of Sanguine.
How much further ahead do you think Frog Gang is right now? So they have a 6% advantage in terms of count. They also have somewhere in the range of like 20% on Gorchop's HP difference between the two teams. But ultimately, though, the trash that they're going to have to deal with is a lot more deadly and a lot more precarious to deal with. Just all the Shackled Souls that are in that Kulturok wing are a lot harder to be able to deal with, especially on Sanguine. So, like, how much of an advantage do you think Frog Gang has right now?
I think I would want to offer, like, okay, like 45 seconds. That's how far ahead I think Frog Gang are. How about you?
I think that's pretty reasonable. I think something in the range of like 35 to 45 was about what I was going to say as well. I do think that those Shackled Souls are a lot harder trash to deal with than the pack that's coming out of this Gorchop area, plus they're closer for Soundproof. But at the same time, there is the 10 seconds of death differential that you also have to factor in. That's not looking super hot.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how quickly both teams are able to deal with Gorchop itself here, because only 20% health actually separating the bosses between the two teams, and only 3% enemy forces count because of the difference in which order they've killed the Shackled Souls and the first pull of this wing. So may even be closer than that 45 seconds that I quoted. Although, you know, 20% on a boss and 10 seconds of death timer and probably slightly better trash already killed. I think I'm happy with 45 seconds. I think I'm sticking with it.
I think that seems pretty reasonable. It's going to be difficult to tell. Like it's always kind of difficult to tell whenever you're comparing two teams in Theater of Pain. Kind of similar to teams that go the wrong, different directions, not the wrong direction, but different directions from one another in DOS, where it's like it's very challenging to be like, oh wait, so how much faster is this route realistically? Because you can only tell once the routes either start to converge or basically the route's in, like the dungeon is over, and that's the time that you can be like, oh okay, so we saved a lot of time here.
Yeah, there's a good chance that these routes will converge and both do Zav last, but we'll have to see, actually. It'll depend on what Frog Gang decide to do next. Let's see whether they want to head towards Zav or over towards Kulturok. It is going to be Zav, it looks like, for them. So again, same as yesterday, I believe, in terms of their pathing through the dungeon here. Meanwhile, Soundproof just finishing off Gorchop, and then we'll have to see what they decide to do as well.
So Soundproof actually does have a lot of offensive CDs available to them. They do have that Infernal up. Oh, and the Power Infusion Chaz going down for the side of Soundproof. Another 5 seconds on the board. These are the... Oh! And the Windwalker Monk, Chippy going down for Soundproof as well. These are deaths that you can't afford. So these are deaths that we classify as 5-second penalties. They're not really that big of deals in the grand scheme of things. It's going to be kind of annoying to get them into the pack whenever they're trying to group up the mobs because of where they're going to respawn.
But actually, should be fine. They can get really close, and I think
you really don't want to lose 10 seconds here. You don't want to lose 10 seconds
are annoying. The extra bit of boss damage, like you're making the boss last another couple seconds as well. But in the grand scheme of things, it is not the most costly deaths. Yeah, it's just a case of like they're already behind by a bit.
Ooh, I love the mass grip into the leg sweep, and now you do see all these sludge spewers leaping away. A lot of those small mobs, basically everything that's not the sludge spewer or the butcher, they don't drop Sanguine. So all of those small mobs, they don't do any on-death affixes. There's no bolstering or anything like that. So it's kind of fine. They just need to make sure that the other mobs are spread from one another once they start to die. And that pull was really clean from Soundproof. And they do get that Woe Drifter killed off as well. So they're going to be drifting on out of here.
Yeah, they're zooming. And where Soundproof decide to go next? It looks like it's also the Zav wing. This will make it easier to group up these pulls a little bit, but you can't actually skip all that much in here unless they all go really fast. Okay.
Unless
they're on Harugia here. Is any more trash going to come? Okay, no, they're just using it to group everything up really quick. Yeah, okay. All right, so it's going to be the same pull, just grouped a little bit more quickly and easily, and maybe not pulling the Conscript and the Arbalist at the front of this pull as well, in the front of this wing. Huh.
So I'm not sure how the Conscript and the Arbalist pack work out with the duel. We have seen things in the past where teams were able to not get in combat with like Sagadon last season, for example.
Sometimes.
But the Arbalist and the Conscripts are pretty far away, so I do expect like Soundproof could potentially just elect to skip them. It would be kind of weird, very non-standard is what I would say if they're not killing those Conscripts and the Arbalist, because generally it's pretty efficient to do them like that. But I think the way that Soundproof are dealing with these double champions, I actually really like this in terms of efficiency, especially with their composition that they're running. The Windwalker Monk, the Serve Hunter, the Destro Warlock, all three getting insane value on 2-target cleave. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they're doing it like this. Okay, so now Soundproof is grabbing the Conscripts and the Arbalist. I like this, how they were setting up this poll.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice way to time this. Again, just to minimize that sanguine healing potential on mini bosses as well. So, so nice out of Soundproof as they land some stuns as well, keeping those mobs from really doing much of anything as everything is dying right around the same time as each other. Frog Gang, though, on the last mini boss of this wing, again, something like a minute in the lead if I had to guess now. They're dealing with the last mini boss, and then they'll get to go straight into Zav. Their Bloodlust is off cooldown as well, so they will get to hit Lust on this boss, which I suspect they probably will.
So how do you feel about the difference in the DK Covenants right now? So for the side of Soundproof, Druff is running that more offensive-minded Kyrian Covenant, whereas for Frog Gang, you do see Dicey ends up running that Necrolord for the grippy hands. Is it just for the buff, you think?
I suspect a lot of it is because Soundproof has a Windwalker Monk. Windwalker Monks love to be Necrolords anyways, so you've gotten your Necrolord banner for free. But then on the side of Frog Gang, if you don't want to play that Windwalker, the least costly Covenant to swap somebody to Necrolord on is going to be that Blood Decay, right? And so I think that's most of what's going on in terms of the thought process behind the Covenant play. I think probably would rather play Kyrian. It's just a case of like, somebody's got to be Necrolord. I guess it's me.
I think that I kind of prefer the Soundproof composition here. I actually really like the Windwalker Monk. Rogue does generally do a high amount of single target damage and priority damage, but at the same time, they're not like the most insane class this season compared to last season. But they do help you out a lot with things like stops on mobs, kidney shot really potent, sap and stuff like that can also be very valuable. Soundproof doing something super interesting. They're skipping one of those champions, and so now Soundproof is basically just behind right now, right? We were talking about the paths like converging on one another. I don't think there's any way that you can just say that Soundproof is any meaningful capacity ahead, because they're not ahead in count and they're not ahead in position like in the dungeon.
Right, definitely the case that Frog Gang have the upper hand right now. As
There's a pod.
We do have a seed coming out here. Hopefully that seed will last through this cleave. It does. Mercifully, you ever get in a seed and then as soon as your seed expires, you're in an ability that's like just about to land. I guess you don't play Pod Tender very much.
I've not played Pod Tender very often. Yeah, this is not something that I would love to play Pod Tender. It's a great ability. I don't get to play it that often though.
All right.
Oh
so
my gosh.
Zav dealt with here for Frog Gang. They're gonna head towards the rest of the dungeon now, going towards the Shackled Soul wing. Meanwhile, Soundproof still have 50% health on Zav that they have to deal with, and they have to decide what they want to do with the what they want to do in the Call to Rock wing to try and catch up here. I mean, they're just going to keep running their route as best they got it, but I think if Frog Gang just keep things clean, that's going to be all it'll take to win this one.
All right, so now Frog Gang. I actually really like how they're setting up their Warlock gate. So this is something that like you can easily do on live whenever your tank is trying to set up pulls. If you have a Warlock in your group, they're very popular this season. So like that gate right there, it allows him to get around line of sight and make sure that all of these Shackled Souls immediately get grouped up around the corner. And it just allows the dice from Frog Gang to pop significantly less defensive cooldowns, while then he's going to be kiting out the Sanguine. This is like a really hard pull to be able to deal with on Sanguine, so they're doing a great job. But I think that Warlock gate, just how they were utilizing it was super smart.
Yeah, absolutely. A big play there for Frog Gang. Another thing I liked as well, right at the start of that pull, KSP, the Rogue, hit Cloak because being targeted by a bunch of Shackled Souls, right? And then while the Cloak was active, ran and soaked every tornado that was out because you can do that for free when you have Cloak of Shadows up. So good little piece of technology there as we do have a death coming out from Soundproof.
Very unfortunate death. The Serve Hunter does end up going down. They do Soulstone him, so he's going to be able to be rezzed. Zav is at 10% HP. They really want to skip this next PvP phase. I think that battle res commit is basically them saying, okay, no more deaths for the remainder of the dungeon. We need to skip this PvP phase. If we get another one, it's going to cost a substantial amount of time. It's okay. So this is very interesting. So Soundproof actually ended up skipping that champion only to allow them to pop Lust on CD. So they didn't want their Lust up for too long, and they said, okay, we'll come back for Wreck later, after we end up killing Zav. This is pretty inefficient in terms of pathing, though, right? Because they have to backtrack and then path away towards the Kultharok area. This is not the most straightforward pathing.
To me, this smacks of a Bloodlust adaptation, right? It's a case of like, oh, we really want to get our Lust on cooldown. You know, we're really hoping that we can catch back up and still get to Mordretha around that 22-minute mark, right? So we need to make sure that we get to Zav and hit that Bloodlust because it is burning a hole in our pocket. So I think that's probably what was going on for Soundproof, although maybe this was part of the plan all along because they did get the Woe Drifter here. So maybe the plan was just, yeah, we'll go here, we'll get our Woe out of the wing from this mini-boss pull with the Relics, and you know, maybe with that movement speed, it's actually not all that slow because you're so fast after killing this mini-boss.
So would you describe this as whoa no or whoa yeah?
Hard to say. More of a whoa maybe at this point for me.
I think the whoa is really good. I think it is a whoa yeah, especially killing that drifter. But I do think that their routing is maybe a little bit of a whoa no.
I see. All right. Well, we do have Frog Gang at 79% and counting here. Getting a couple more mobs from these last couple of Bone Magi. Making their way towards, I think they've got, what, 3 more pulls? 2 more pulls in this wing? And then it'll just be boss done?
2. It's 2 and then boss, yeah. They're probably going to do this next pull. Very similar to what we see from like most teams and how they're doing the Bone Reaver, where it's just like, they do this, they cleave down the double mage, they make sure to get the Bone Reaper out of Sanguine, and then they start the other 2 Bone Mages. This is like a big exercise in Sanguine management here, making sure that these Bone Mages are getting interrupted and make sure that the Reaver is going to be moved. The Reaver doesn't cast a ton, or at least while it is casting, it's normally movable, but at the same time, it can be particularly annoying. But it actually looks like Frog Gang is just cleaving down the Bone Reaver. Ooh, okay, so everything was actually pretty low, so they're not going to be even cleaving, so it looks like they only need 2 packs of these Bone Mages as opposed to 3, like we see from some teams.
Yeah, this is something that I think they freed up because they did do a little bit more in the Gore Chop wing than some teams do. Some teams opt to like skip the very last pack before Gore Chop in various ways, so I believe their count is going to be all right here. I think they have to do this last pull, and then they probably have to do the Ancient Captain, and they don't need any of the actual trash from the start of the dungeon, although I could be a little bit off on the exact numbers there, so we'll have to see. Meanwhile, Soundproof hot on their heels there, only a couple of pulls behind. You know, Frog Gang probably about a minute and a half, 2 minutes in the lead, but that is nowhere near enough security to allow them to make even a medium-sized mistake and still feel confident in their lead.
I think Soundproof are starting to kind of catch up a little bit. While they're definitely not in like the driver's seat position here, I think they're in a spot where if Frog Gang does make a mistake, what?
The Soul Shake.
Oh no, wait, this is Sanguine. No, get the moment. Please get him out of the Sanguine right now.
Somebody kick anybody.
Kick him.
Please, I need one.
Man.
Oh no, you guys. Oh, look at the Sanguine Ichor healing here. 1 million crested on a single mob for Frog Gang.
Okay,
Brutal
so
turn of events.
One more of those mistakes, right as we were talking about it. One more of those mistakes, and I think that Soundproof could be in a position to where they're able to catch up a little bit. I think that Frog Gang needs a couple of deaths as well, because there is a 20-second death differential that separates these teams. But it could happen on Kultharok, but I don't suspect that, like on a 22 Tyrannical, these are elite level MDI teams, and I suspect that like they'll be fine on a 22 Tyrant, even though this boss is pretty tough.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, the boss, it can get you if you're not careful, but this isn't one of the bosses that I think is, for me, it's like Surgeon Stitch Flesh. You know, various bosses in various Tazavesh dungeons, right? Like those are the bosses that I'm pretty worried about when pulling, you know, just having a wipe potential too. Kultharok, I don't know if we've seen wipes to this boss in an MDI setting. There's really not like a bunch of trash that you pull onto it. Maybe they'll go and tag some Shackled Souls at some point and snap them up into this encounter, but really not a high degree of extra lethality here. So even though it is 22 Tyrannical, like you said, I like Frog Gang's chances of killing this boss without too much difficulty.
They also have a priest healer, and so like Mass Dispel is really good for the debuffs on Kultharok. So whenever we're watching something like a TGP or something like that, we see Kultharok be particularly deadly, especially against things like But But whenever you do have like the priest healer, they're able to dispel the debuffs off they're able to mass dispel the debuffs off for every other set, and so that allows you to have a lot more coverage and just generally take a lot less damage. And so I do think that access to the priest healer on this season, it's like there are a lot of ways that we've seen MD be just super potent across a lot of the different dungeons. And I think that this is just another one where you're really happy to have that priest healer.
Yeah, priest healer. Oh my goodness, MD. You can also have your warlock pull out their imp and provide some assistance there, but
Good point.
Warlock's usually not that cooperative when it comes to summoning a pet or anything like that. They're usually just be glad they even had an interrupt pet out in the first place, right?
Poltharok and Devos are definitely the ones where it's like nice that priest, like H-Priest and Warlock are kind of both meta, where you actually can take advantage of multiple magic dispels in that same way.
Yeah, although do note if you're ever playing with a Demonology Warlock, it's much more costly for them to pull out the imp.
They're never bringing out the imp. The imp is not coming out for them. And in fact, if you ask, they'll probably tell you absolutely not. It's not happening.
Yeah, it is a tough sell to try and convince them on that. Frog Gang, though, nearly having Koltharok killed here. 13% just as Soundproof are getting started. So one full boss HP bar is what separates these two teams, plus 20 seconds of death timer. At this point, Frog Gang have the end in sight for this series. After a fairly disastrous beginning of this series, they got a little bit bailed out in Halls of Atonement, and now they just have to keep the gas pedal down here. They have to keep things going for a little bit longer. They have to find 4% more count, which actually I think probably does mean the very first pull of the dungeon is going to need to get involved here.
They also have a captain.
Yeah, they do have a captain, but I don't think a captain is 4%
yeah,
in and of itself.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I think the last 3 mobs are only 3%.
I think it's 5.
I'm not 100% on.
Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure on like what it is in terms of percentage, but I think that these 3 mobs plus the captain are going to be.
I don't even think they need the captain. I think they can even keep the captain potentially, or they may have already killed it. But we'll see what they decide to do. It looks like sap is going to be used on the caster, so maybe they're even going to just. Oh no, okay, they're just going to run in and pull these. During the Mordretha RP.
I do think that they need everything.
All right, well, I don't think they need everything, so we'll see which of us is right and which of us is very, very dumb.
Dude, I don't know percentages. I literally just play with count. I played with count the whole expansion, and then it's just like I look at percent, I'm like, I should definitely know how much this is, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
All right, well, 100% coming in for Frog Gang.
Okay.
Much as the prophecy foretold, and they now get to keep this this captain as well during the boss fight.
How do you like that they kept the captain overall, like across the whole entire dungeon? Because more often than not, we end up seeing teams.
I think if you want to kill the captain during the RP, that's fine. If you want to kill the front trash pack during the RP, that's also fine. If you're killing both, it's like, what's the point, right? Yeah, the captain is engaged. He's a little bit confused about what's going on.
He's kind of back of the vibing over there.
Yeah,
I wonder if
that's kind of annoying as well because he has an AOE damage reduction and damage delta increase. But okay, he's finally rejoining the party. There we go, the ancient captain. Actually getting into range to give everybody that aura.
I'm gonna double down and say that you should kill the captain because if he's gonna do weird stuff like
this,
what is he doing? I don't think he's worth that much.
Well, I mean, it's like 2% damage done increase. So we have the 50% push coming through on Mordretha now. Frog Gang just have to deal with this last little bit of the boss here. They are still, it's not the fastest Theater of Pain that we've ever seen. It is not a particularly fast route, but it is a clean, executed route from them. And I think that's going to be enough to take them through later into today. Although, note that they still are going to have to win another series, even if they win this one to make it to Sunday.
All right, so now they just need to make sure that they're dodging out of the way of the last couple of clashes. The frontal from Mordretha. From here on out, the only thing that could really stop them is like a full wipe, and even then, it would still be kind of close. It would definitely put us in a really weird spot. But it looks like with that last suck on Mordretha, they're probably going to be in a fine spot. It would need like a 5-person bull incident, I think.
Yeah, hopefully they can avoid that. A storming might have been the first step in it happening, but they prevented. They're not standing right in the path of them, so everything's going to be okay for the frogs. They are taking care of this dungeon. 23 minutes and 45 seconds or so is going to be their end timer here. So again, not blazing fast, but nice and clean, well executed. Great job keeping their head on their shoulders. Frog Gang are going to take the series 2-1 over Soundproof.
Yeah, Soundproof keeping it close, but Frog Gang coming in and doing the reverse sweep, winning 2 dungeons in a row, including one of the dungeons that they lost yesterday to take the win and move on to the lower bracket. You love to see the redemption arc. It's very cool as Frog Gang takes the 2-1 victory.
I'm actually muted. Yeah, definitely.
Nick's being muted. Really awkward.
It wasn't me for once.
Yeah,
It wasn't
got on
me.
such a good point as well. It was so analytical.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
It was. It was very smart. It was very
I
smart.
was
I don't wanna
getting
repeat it or
right
anything, but it was
into
really
it.
good.
I'm not gonna repeat it. It just was too much on point.
Lost
But
to
what
the
I
ages.
am going to say, after that mist, it looked so much as if Soundproof had the upper hand on Frog Gang here. And in the end, Frog Gang proved them and all of us wrong by handling this reverse sweep here and just absolutely crushing it in both of the second and third dungeons.
Yeah, that's right. So that means they're going to go on and face Dismissed in our other lower bracket match a little bit later today. We're going to get Just Reset versus Free For All first, but first, let's look at some replays from that dungeon.
So I do want to highlight with Soundproof being a team that's new to the MDI, new to deciding of like playing again and again in the lower bracket. You get so many more runs that you're going through. You only have so much time to improve between day 1 and day 2. They did really well with all of the mishaps that happened throughout all of the dungeons. We barely ever saw anything where a player died or several players died and they weren't able to recover it, which is a great skill to have as a team. And I really do want to highlight that from them coming out of this dungeon, because we've been seeing it throughout all of it. But then on the other hand, we had Frog Gang, who just didn't allow themselves to have as many mishaps, unfortunately, as Soundproof had, or as Soundproof had unfortunately, weird phrasing on my end here. So they were just able to completely blast through that theater of pain, making sure their cooldowns are used to most efficiency. I know you guys had a small discussion on a certain ancient captain. I'm not sure if this matchup was the best way to really settle that once and for all, but yeah, maybe we can
Probably not.
revisit it.
I mean, he was doing some funky things in that last fight. That's for sure.
Yeah, the floor there, the fact that floor like opens and closes, sometimes things get a little bit confused on there, as the poor ancient captain found out.
You know what
I think
confuses
before
me though? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think before we get too far off, I just want to shout out Soundproof. Like, those guys are brand new to the MDI.
Yeah.
They had 3 players
Yeah.
who learned new classes for the MDI. They performed incredibly well. Big shout out to Frog Gang as well. Both of these teams that we just saw were really testing one another, and neither of them were running like super safe routes or anything. They were running very difficult routes, even at sometimes whenever they would potentially wipe them. And it's not exactly the easiest thing, but I think that both of these teams really did have a good showing today.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
also big
We say it every.
improvements big improvements going from yesterday to today from both of those teams. I do want to highlight, 'cause I think that's very, very hard to do a run on day 1, then see what everybody else is doing and just adapt on the fly like that and play a new route that is probably a lot harder than the one you were doing before, and just, get everything together and practice that. So big GGs to both of those teams for sure.
Indeed. So Soundproof gone, but not forgotten, obviously. With a 1-2 loss against Frog Gang, Frog Gang moves on to face Dismissed. So that means we have our lower bracket matchups ready for the final 2 of the day. Just Reset versus Free For All, and then Dismissed versus Frog Gang. So we do have our object matchup versus our face matchup. So, people who are enthusiastic about that kind of thing can be happy, I suppose. But there is that. But I feel like when it comes to ducks versus frogs, like the ducks pretty much win every time. You can just swallow the frog whole.
Well, we have to prove it, right? That's why we're running this match later today.
That's
to do the
true.
science.
Wait.
Yeah.
What if it's like a massive bullfrog? What if it's one of these Goliath frogs?
Well,
Hold on.
it'd have to be a tiny
have you ever
duck.
seen? Oh, hold on. Have you ever seen a Goliath frog, Noah?
Not in person.
Okay, well, I've seen them online as well.
Well, I've seen them online as well. Okay. Oh,
You said that
snap.
you've never seen them in
Oh,
person.
no, you didn't.
I bet that this thing could go toe to toe with a duck. This thing looks massive.
Just, I want to take like sentences Tettle says on the broadcast and just like cut them up and put them in a compilation of out of context things. Like, I want to see it go toe to toe with a duck.
Dude, okay, ducks are kind of okay. Ducks not that scary. Geese vicious. Like if it's a goose,
You know,
then I'm
you are
not
right,
dealing with
you are
it.
right.
But if it's a duck, then I think that the frog, if it's the right kind of frog, may be able to take it.
If it's poisonous as well, it could be very
Yeah, that's
unsatisfying.
true.
If it's
That's
a poison dart frog, okay, so poison
Well-
dart frogs actually have some of the most potent poisons in the world. If you didn't know.
Well, I think we call that a draw, where the duck eats the frog, but then the frog poisons the duck to death. So in that case, nobody really wins. So I don't know if we want that in the next match, but you know, we'll see. I believe it was like poison dart frogs that were the inspiration for Frog Gang, right? Because like, wasn't it one of the players has like a frog army, like pet frogs at home?
Yeah. I don't think it was one of the players, but actually one of the players' friends who has that frog army, allegedly.
Let me look.
I tried to find info about this. I didn't find anything. Everybody was like, yeah, I don't really know actually.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm not
It's one
sure
of
if
their
it's a
friends.
real story, but
Well, they have a picture that they sent us that I don't think we throw it up on stream, but it's a picture of someone holding one of these like small poison dart frog type things as a member of the Frog Gang, supposedly. So
I don't want to disencourage you, Doa, but have you ever gone to like Google image search
I mean, yeah,
and like
sure.
typed in
Ever? Just
frog?
ever.
But if you have a friend,
Google.com before?
I'm more of an Ask
It's
Jeeves
this
kind of guy, I
website,
guess.
you
But you know.
Crazy new concept, I'm sure.
Well, on that note, we've received orders from on high that we have to take a break, but when we come back, it's going to be Just Reset versus Free For All. Don't go anywhere. It's a free for all here on the desk. It's going to be a free for all in the next series as well. Here on MDI. See you in a few. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here along with Dratnos Ironic and Tettles as we get started to get into our final 2 elimination matches of the day. It's been a wild day, hasn't it? We've seen some 3 dungeon series. We've seen a roller coaster of great plays and kind of epic a series of unfortunate events from time to time, but just with the dungeons that we've got, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. We've got Just Reset taking on Free For All up next. Again, the loser of the series will be eliminated from this one. They can get back in through the last chance tournament maybe, but they'll be out of Group B anyway. The winner moves on, and I feel like these are going to be kind of close, these next 2. What do you think, Ironic?
I also think that they'll be very practiced on these maps because they've had about the past hour and 40 minutes to get in there and really get into the nitty-gritty, the tiny details of the dungeons they've been into.
Yeah.
Both of these past lower bracket matches, they've been long slugfests, and unfortunately we had to send 2 teams home, but these guys are going to have to fight to get through it, and it's going to be tough.
Ooh, look at this. Look at this. And apparently Tettles is muted, but while we figure that out, I have Asara banned by both teams. Nobody wants to play, but that means we have Tazavesh Streets. So this one's going to start out with 224s, our 2 highest key level dungeons in the pool. That's going to be fun for us.
Yeah, looking forward to these ones. We've got the Bolstering, Fortified, Quaking Plaguefall to begin for us, and Bolstering Plaguefall, actually, with the new bolstering, now that you can pull some trash onto bosses, and the bosses don't get bolstered, I actually think this is a pretty fun dungeon to do just that on basically every boss encounter. So I'm curious to see how the teams decide to go about this. My read of the power level of the 2 teams, I feel like the advantage has to go to Just Reset here by a medium amount, because
sure,
both teams have looked good. They've both shown their moments in different dungeons before, but Just Reset, they're coming from the upper bracket. They are the team that I think has had the better showing, but we are right underway. Where are Just Reset going? They went up and around onto the roof of the wall there.
I think we've seen that before in previous seasons when teams want to really make sure they skip the very front back. They managed to pull that off here without using their Shroud, I believe, so kind of nice. Not really sure what they're going to use it on outside of that, but lets them set up this first ball just a little bit faster. It's kind of cool. Free For All, also going for a little bit of a weird strat, just going straight into the boss. Really not pulling any trash with it either. Huh.
Yeah, just deciding to attack the... It is only fortified, it's not tyrannical, but it's still a 24 Globgrog, so it's still a pretty scary boss encounter. They are fighting it off here up on this hill. I wonder if this does anything nice for them. Maybe this is just for Stomp, to make sure they're always... If you're getting stomped uphill, right, you're never going to get sent very far because you're just going to hit terrain very quickly, so maybe that's the thought process behind tanking it here.
Yeah, and also on top of that, it's a nicer spot than the typical spot that we see a lot of teams run to, like towards where you want to progress in the dungeon. There's more room to move around here. You're still just as far away from the morsels as you otherwise would be. This spot works pretty nicely. I don't mind it at all, as long as I can kill the morsels with no issue.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a binding shot, and then once all 3 of the mobs are bound, they're going to go and start killing them off. And, that morsel nearly making it into the boss, but they were able to kill it off just in time. The Asphyxiate and the Intimidation stuns both being used very well by Free For All to prevent any healing there, and the boss should be nice and dead before the next slimes become an issue. Meanwhile, Just Reset have Globgrog. They also have 13% trash count. They've lusted boss as well, though they didn't use it on trash or anything. And they are also fighting this boss on this little hill here, so this is becoming a nice little new meta spot to be fighting this boss.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what other teams have done Plaguefall this weekend. I know Perplexed did a Plaguefall earlier this weekend, and they used the original spot that I'm talking about, the spot that Free For All is running past right now. Of course, the problem with that particular spot is if your tank gets knocked in the wrong way, it can easily reset the boss. So maybe that's just one of the reasons they're opting for Hill instead.
Yeah, I think that does have something. Like, we have seen Globgrog reset in tragic fashion before, so nobody wanting that to be them. As Free For All now, they need to source 13% more count from the rest of the dungeon than Just Reset do. So it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do. Actually, 15% more from the rest of the dungeon than Just Reset do. So they probably are going to get some more pulls from this area. Maybe this big abomination they're fighting right now is something Just Reset might consider just skipping right past.
Yeah, we could definitely see that. Something else that they could do. Let's stay there. Something else that they could do to skip their trash is maybe, I'm trying to think what the best spot to skip trash is. Obviously, the best spot to skip trash is at the tentacle. Make sure you have a whole drifter for the tentacles, which I would imagine both teams should do already, but we have seen teams, I think it was also Perplexed, who just opted to kill the tentacles this week instead. So I wonder what the extra trash count is going to be used for, or how free-for-all is going to get their extra trash count.
Yeah, I'm also curious, 0% in this area, like, you do need to get a lot of count from the rest of the dungeon if you skip all of the trash before the first boss, and you skip all the slimes in that first boss room. It's really like a bolstering special, right, or a sanguine special where you would avoid pulling those slimes in the first boss room. Otherwise, it's usually just such a nice, free, big AoE moment to do that trash pull. So, especially with the way that AoE damage works out with Estro and Survival right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. Well, no. Pulling the
makes sense
entire
with the bolstering.
slimes for bolstering could be a little bit of a pain. Yeah, I could see that being an issue, and them just not wanting to learn how to deal with it, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, have to make up that trash count somewhere. But wow, Rogue cheated and died in these trash pulls here. A little unfortunate. At least it's at the end of the pull, so they can just cast a hard res. But still, 5 seconds to the timer. Healer has to cast res. Fortunately, didn't get interrupted by quaking, but could have been even worse. We've seen that happen to teams at the best.
Yeah, it's brutal whenever you see the quake just as you're like 50% done with your res, and you're like, no, I'm gonna be here for years trying to res this person. Alright, well, we do have free-for-all now, getting started with a pull over and up to the left in this sort of second trash area. This is definitely the sort of thing that Just Reset may opt to skip. Extra mobs up into the left in this area. The kind of thing that you probably don't need if you got some of the mushroom area. Although, again, Just Reset only got 15% more than free-for-all, so they're still going to have to do most of the trash that free-for-all does. They only get to skip 1 or maybe 2 pulls tops that free-for-all have to do. These two teams, it's really hard for me to tell who's even ahead right now.
Yeah, we're still so early on in the dungeon that I think the small amount of trash count doesn't necessarily matter too much. It's going to come down to execution on the bigger pulls later in the dungeon, specifically with bolstering on 24. We can't iterate enough. I think at the key level we have for this season's MDI, the change from 21 to 24 is actually pretty massive. We're talking about like a dungeon probably taking 30% longer. And remember, the mobs are doing that much more damage too, so it's pretty dangerous.
I think it's something like 34% more health and damage to go from 21 to 24, which is huge. That can fundamentally move breakpoints in almost every pull, such that they go from being possible to impossible. So especially when you're factoring in like Fortified getting added to these trash pulls too, that is very, very, very dangerous, the extra damage those mobs are putting out. So you can see defensive options taking a lot of tanks I've actually seen today, taking that Purgatory talent just to give them a little bit more survivability in these lethal 24 keys that have kind of populated our bracket today.
Yeah, usually I'm not too big of a fan of Purgatory as a talent. You're the tank player. What do you think of that one?
Oh yeah, I hate it. I hate Purgatory. Anytime I have to play Purgatory, I'm very, very sad about the sequence of events that have led me to that place in my life. I love the either Bone Storm or Red Thirst. Bone Storm for more damage, Red Thirst just consistent survivability, but the Purgatory effect is very valuable. The ability to turn what would be a tank death into not a tank death is unbelievably strong. You can see that debuff is active for Salo right now on free-for-all, and it's very much something that, had he not been playing that, unless the Red Thirst let him get an extra Vampiric Blood, that's probably a full wipe that was maybe saved from having that talent. So definitely can be necessary.
Yeah, I can definitely see it as a safer option, and for teams that aren't necessarily as comfortable speedrunning as some of our more historical teams in the MDI, I would say, it makes sense to go for a safer route, especially when you're in the lower bracket with your backs against the wall, right? You just want to make sure you play a clean dungeon.
Yeah, even Divine Field was playing Purg as well, so it is something where it's like, it's a very good option for just that little bit of extra guarantee that you're not going to die. And Blunt DK, the thing is that makes Purgatory so much of a consideration this season is you have the rune weapon up the whole time, so you don't need as much of the cooldown reduction on your Vamp Blood. But I still
they got a tentacle.
So. Oh yeah, we actually saw it, and Free For All did a little bit of a weird thing to get a little bit extra count. They pulled 2 of the tentacles off to the side in that pool room, so they got a little bit of extra tentacle count there. Meanwhile, Just Reset getting started on this mini boss finally.
Yeah, that was unfortunate too. I was going to mention neither of the teams opted to go for the Drifter skip, as Lawrence told me. Okay, that's really unfortunate. They have a battle res if they really need to use it, but I believe that they should be able to get through the rest of the trash pack with just the Plague Borers. They might opt for the safety of using the battle res still. I think I saw the Soul Stone animation. Nope, I didn't. Oh, there it goes just now as the rogue goes down. So there's their battle res used. So both. Oh yeah, one battle res down for Just Reset. But still, I digress. I was going to say, neither teams went for the Woe Drifter skip. And honestly, the nice thing about the Woe Drifter skip is it gives you the movement speed to easily jump across those puddles so you don't get the toxic debuff. Because if you get that toxic debuff, it removes you from whatever stealth you have. They didn't have the movement speed debuff whenever they were in stealth, so they unfortunately got this tentacle out and they're going to have to go back and kill it because they don't want to be in combat with it for the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, this does make sense, but I agree it's unfortunate. One of the things I really liked about Perplexed's Plaguefall was they basically picked Woe Drifter every time. I mean, there were a couple times they picked other stuff, but they basically were like, hey, look, if this movement speed is going to help me even a little bit, I think it's really underrated, and so I'm taking it on all of these encrypteds, where a lot of people would default to like or Vi. I'm converted. I believe in the Woe Drifter. As long as you can land the interrupt on the burst, as long as it's not one of those pulls where your interrupts are all spoken for, I think Woe is a really smart default encrypted mob, especially in this kind of speedrunning environment where movement speed is money.
Now, did their rogue just release, or was he setting up trash downstairs? Because I don't think their healer ever dropped combat there, so I'm pretty sure he just straight released.
Yeah, on the side of Just Reset?
Just Reset, yeah.
Yeah, they do have a Warlock, so they could do a Ritual of Summoning here to get the Rogue back if they need the Rogue for this pull. That's an option, but I am also curious about it. Looks like they're just kind of waited out here. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Team Free For All have been obligated to commit their battle res here, but another one will be up in about 10 seconds as they are working on Dr. Ickis. Very close to making that push. There's a lot of trash coming, though, with this. This is quite scary. They're going to go with the Woe Drifter here as well. The Woe is nice on this boss fight because, again, you got a couple extra globals because you get to the platform sooner, and you have 15% damage reduction, allowing you to potentially survive an explosion from the concoctions he creates.
Yeah, that's really helpful for a lot of the healer classes, specifically Priest, right? Priest is known to have pretty bad personal cooldowns, so the extra 50% DR really helps them
Although,
with that.
No Priest on the side of Free For All.
Yeah,
they
no
are
Priest
running
for
that Holy Paladin, and the Holy Paladin with Forbearance as well, so Bubble already committed. Going to need to find a different combination of abilities if they want to survive this Plague Bomb. It looks like what they're going to use is offensive rather than defensive, though, to kill the Plague Bomb in time, which does make sense. The Woe is still nice to just get to the platform sooner.
Mm-hmm. It's just a really solid option in general. I think it's actually a pretty solid option for most live games, too, because a lot of player deaths are just due to careless movement. Having a little bit extra movement speed to get you where you need to go is
yeah, sometimes we've seen people using movement speed or double movement speed gems on MDI, but also just like World First Raiders using them on Jailer progression, all sorts of places where it's just like, hey, you know, you're making these decisions looking at these sims and thinking about, hey, how much is this cooldown reduction going to give me extra damage versus how much is this haste? And you can't ever really figure out how much value you're getting out of movement speed, but often it's way more than you'd expect to get, you know, planted one global sooner is so much damage.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just specifically in a World First scenario. When you talk about MDI, I mean, we've covered this a lot over this specific season of MDI with the Woe Drifter in place. The ability to very quickly move from point A to point B without having to mount up
Free For All
is so
that
good.
That bomb is getting awful close here to its explosion. Oh, wow.
Man.
Wow, that was close.
They even had free turtle come. Hunter wasn't doing any damage to that whenever it died. They had no faith in it.
Yeah, that was half the group is yelling commit, and half the group is yelling no. And then somehow it was all okay anyways.
The next procedure will be a real
A little bit of a weird disengage forcing your group to move, but I guess at least they're moving towards the end of the dungeon, so that is okay. Well, the thing is, having to kill both of those Plague Bombs is a major time sink for Free For All. Remember, it's a 24. We were talking about it earlier. That's like probably a 30% longer boss than our 21 piece, even if it is just fortified. That is going to let Just Reset come back a lot into this dungeon if they're able to skip one of those Plague Bombs. So let's see if it's going to be of any consequence.
It does look like Just Reset are opting to kill at least the first Plague Bomb, and they don't have a Woe Cypher, so I think they will probably also decide to kill the second one too, but we'll have to see. Maybe if they've got some cooldowns lined up. We know Coordinated Assault's coming up soon. Infernal also not far away. Shadowblades looks like it might even be being saved here for Just Reset, as is Power Infusion. And even Bloodlust is available, so maybe they're going to try and pull the trigger on just nuking this boss from orbit before that next Plague Bomb explodes. We'll see.
I don't think they use the Bloodlust here. Yeah, they're probably just going to go for a boss break here. As long as they can get that slime away from the boss and get it banished, yep. perfect.
Shining Force into
They
Banish,
should
beautiful.
be able to, easily get this boss dead. And in the worst case scenario that the boss doesn't die before the Plague Golem dies, you're definitely going to have your tank, your hunter, and your rogue staying alive with Turtle and Cloak both available. So they should be totally fine to finish off the boss afterwards if their Priest and Warlock do go down. The Warlock can probably live with Wall and Dark Pact, and the AMZ. That quick.
That's there it goes. Yeah, Warlock's always very funny to watch them do mechanics and realize they can just press one of their massive defensives instead and be a-okay.
Warlock almost died to the slime becoming unbanished right as the
Yeah.
boss died. Wow.
That was close indeed.
Well, they have the Bloodlust available, so what do we think they're going to use that on? It was already committed for free-for-all. They've already used that second Bloodlust. Just Reset has the option to gain a little bit extra time back with this Bloodlust. We've seen some teams opting to use pretty much pull all of the trash into the third boss here, a little bit later on. What do you think they're going to go for?
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious as well what they're going to decide to do. I don't think that you're going to want all of the Domina Venomblade room into Domina, but I do think you could do like one trash pull by itself and then the other trash pull into Domina, or maybe you could even take Domina into one trash pull and then take it into the other trash pull later. The problem with that is that the ad spawning can pull the next trash pull if you're not careful. So
Yeah.
it looks like actually what Free For All are opting to do is a Brood Ambusher into this little small tentacle pull to the side here. I'm not sure if I like this. This feels a little inefficient to me.
Yeah, I don't like this as well. I also don't like that battle res that they committed to the Hunter going down there. The respawn point is just right back where Arc's room was. And honestly, on this high of a key level, I think having the safety net of having the battle res would be much more, nice than putting this back like 15 seconds faster. Yeah.
All right, well, Free For All now getting to decide what they want to do next. They have something like 30 seconds or a minute's worth of advantage built up at this point in the dungeon. They're going to just fight this pack by itself. Cheat Death going to be used here by the Rogue. Painful commitment of that powerful defensive. They do have an Dismantler spawning as well. That's their choice of relic here.
Yeah, I'll always hate to see those cheat deaths just kind of given away to nothing. Looks like he had aggro on a couple of things when they went into that pack. Maybe didn't hit tricks right beforehand. A little unfortunate, but at least he's still alive. That's the power of the cheat death. If you don't use it, you're just not using a defensive cooldown, so maybe
Yeah, just got to get it on cooldown. Make sure you're getting as many uses throughout the dungeon.
Exactly.
Otherwise, what's the point? Why talent it? All right, well, now we get to see if Free For All are going to go super big or if they're going to play it a little bit more slowly. And it does look like they don't want to mess around with the boss plus trash here. I don't blame them for this. This is a lethal trash pull. It's a lethal boss. It's a 24 keystone. But Just Reset, maybe if they can do something like that, might be able to claw back this time advantage as a result. However, right now, Just Reset are fighting an ambusher by itself. Okay, they've now started another pull here and are going to have this side coming in. So this is actually two ambushers in combat at the same time. This is quite lethal. If you ever do this on the live servers, having those two ambushers both casting Stealth Wings and Ambush can cause a lot of damage on your group and a lot of ads you need to take care of.
Yeah, the ambushes are the major thing that you have to worry about. With the Destro Warlock in the group, you're always going to have enough AoE stuns to not have to worry about the Stealth Wing damage, because every single time you summon a Blasphemy, it'll summon for you. And you should be able to pretty much get every set of Stealth Wings with that. That being said, this is a lot of tank damage, and you can see there was a lot of shuffling of the Blood Decay health around as they do, and without Purgatory, it could be pretty scary if he gets crit and through his Dancing Rune weapon. So didn't end up happening for him, but that was a pretty scary pull. And here we go. They're probably using the Bloodlust with the Trash on boss. Let's see if they do commit it here. I would imagine this is the best spot to use it. Yeah, there we go.
So Domina Venomblade, 97% for Just Reset, 73% for Free For All. They do have the Bloodlust, and they have a bunch of extra trash here. Note also that their enemy forces count is looking far healthier than Free For All also. They will not need the slimes downstairs. I think they've gone a little over count, though, even factoring that in.
Yeah, they've gone way over count. I'm going to check MDT just to make sure exactly how over count they are, but they are definitely far over the count needed to finish this dungeon off with just the trash in the final boss room, let alone counting in the slimes. Yeah, that's a little bit of a miscount. That's okay, it happens.
Yeah, so they'll just skip those slimes, and yeah, at 89% right now, I agree. I think they're probably something like 5% over, so potentially could have skipped something earlier. Yeah, and that's they are, however, catching up a little bit on boss HP. I guess it's still about 25% boss HP separating the two teams here. Free For All with that Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin, one of the best fights for Holy Paladin is this one, right? You've got you can actually, if you pre-bop somebody in their cooldowns, they can't be targeted by that ambush, and so you prevent them from getting stunned during their big damage cooldowns. That can be a really useful piece of tech if you're ever playing with or as a Holy Paladin in this dungeon.
I'll keep that in mind. Raul sometimes likes to swap to Necro Holy Paladin sometimes.
Hey, that's a great way to get Necrolord. I suspect that's a lot of the reason why we are seeing the Holy Paladin out of free-for-all is that it is such a good way to get Necrolord.
Yeah, it's an okay way to get it, right? I mean, they have a lot of wings up time as Necro, right? So it's a pretty solid option. I think, personally, I would prefer to see the Holy Priest plus either, like, Frost Mage or Windwalker Monk, but I think it's a solid third option to have a Holy
or you can do what Just Reset's doing, right? Which is just, like, make your DK play Necrolord, right? Which is not the end of the world at all for a DK to play Necrolord. They are perfectly fine with it.
I mean, they'll complain a little bit, but you know what? They're tanks. It's their job, you know?
Yeah, exactly. They're, you know, if possible, you make the healers do stuff, but if that's not possible, just make the tanks do stuff. Either way, perfectly fine. As long as the Warlocks get to do their thing completely untouched, that's all that matters.
Protect the Queen.
Yeah, the power infusion actually very sad for Riddler on the side of Free For All missing that power infusion as Just Reset now entering the same trash room that Free For All are in. Something like 30 seconds is the advantage that Free For All have, plus 20 seconds of death timer. So actually solidly in the lead here. The count differential is basically equalized as well once both teams finish off here, although I think Free For All might need to backtrack and grab some slimes. Yeah, you can see a Death Knight waddling back up to the front here, so they are going to need a little bit more time to do that, so maybe we're in a tied game right here.
Well, also of note, Free For All will have that Bloodlust back available at some point during the fight, probably in the last phase, so that'll help them out a little bit. I mean, Bloodlust on single target, not a huge help. On this higher key level, it's kind of nice, but it's not going to be like too crazy of an advantage. I'll say maybe 10-15 seconds for having the Bloodlust available. But this travel time for the slimes is actually going to cost them a ton. They're going to have to kill off the purple slime here and then kite this red slime down, making sure they get kicks on the viral clubs. Just Reset's actually going to be pulling the boss first here. That's kind of scary for Free For All.
Yeah, somehow Just Reset have been staying within striking range, drafting just behind Free For All, and now are trying to slingshot ahead on Margrave Shadama here. But Just Reset's route is only a 2-lust dungeon, whereas Free For All are going to get that third lust, like you said. I mean, that is a huge extra burst of damage that they're going to have. Plus, they're going to have these slime buffs that also multiply their damage here, so they might be able to close this gap. It's all going to come down to just how much damage these teams are able to do to Margrave Shadama. And of course, if any of them get hit by any stray tentacles.
Let's see just how long after the boss can pull Free For All actually gets to pull the boss. Just Reset pulled the boss 25 seconds ago. They've been in combat with this boss for 30 seconds now, Dranos. I mean, you can check that combat timer there right above the player cam. Free For All is only just now pulling Margrave Shadama 35 seconds after Just Reset.
Okay.
That is a massive difference. They're going to have the haste buff, though, and they're going to have Bloodlust.
They have Lust, and they have 20 seconds of death timer. So when you factor all of that in, this game is 100% tied as far as I can tell. I don't know which team legitimately I'd rather be right now.
I actually do not know either. It's going to be really close. Free For All is definitely going to be able to make up that 15 seconds or so with Bloodlust and with the vibe, or rather Dismantler buff that they're getting here. But
this is kind of an awkward fight, though, for it. On a fortified fight, like, you're never going to get full value out of a Bloodlust, right? You never get to do a full phase with Lust on fortified, so it is a little bit inefficient that way. So yeah, I mean, it's going to come right down to the wire. Also, Just Reset having that power infusion, something that Free For All is missing. You know, they get a Bloodlust for everybody, but Just Reset gets one for their Warlock only, and that's still pretty good.
Not to mention as well that another problem for Free For All is because they're so far behind, these 30-second intermission phases are going to be that much more painful. Check this out. Just Reset is just about to head into their second intermission as Free For All just gets out of their first. This is going to come down to the last second. The Bloodlust just now being popped for Free For All. It's going to help them get to the second intermission faster, but once they get to the last phase, it's going to be completely gone. I think Just Reset might just have this. It's going to come down to the death timers.
Oh, it is gonna come down to those 20 seconds at the end. So once this timer stops, we're gonna have to wait and see. 20 seconds is the advantage that Free For All have earned with their clean run so far. But Just Reset are a little bit ahead in terms of where they're at in this phase. Boss is about to reappear. They need to blast as much damage as humanly possible into this thing.
Right.
I actually don't know if they have 20 seconds extra here.
Boss attackable at 210. for Just Reset. Let's see when Free For All gets out of that intermission phase. This is going to be so close. Boss is attackable for Free For All. Just 15 seconds later, they should win this dungeon by 5 seconds if the damage is the same. It's all going to come down to how much damage both of these can do in the last seconds of this dungeon, Dranos.
Both teams popping coordinated assault. Neither team having an actually maybe an infernal even for free for all. So maybe closing this even a little bit more. 5% health for Just Reset, and we're gonna have to get our stopwatches out after this one dies here for Just Reset. This is gonna be so close. 0%. There it is. 20 seconds now for free for all to kill this boss. I think they've got it. I think they've got it by 10 seconds spare. Actually, yes, they do.
Easily.
Wow.
Free For All, man.
The damage.
Playing it perfectly at the end. Woo.
I mean, when that one came in and Free For All had to backtrack a little bit to get the slimes, I was like, oh, this is going to be really close in the end after all. But it does seem like Free For All got it done in the end. It did kind of come down to the deaths, didn't it?
It did end up coming down to the deaths. It was one of those things that Just Reset, I thought that their pathing was maybe a little bit better, but Free For All was able to have a zero death, very clean run, and they were able to just be able to close it out. And that just kind of proves that the MDI sometimes isn't necessarily about who has the best route, but just who can be consistent with the route that they do have.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And something to take into dungeon number 2 for Just Reset. As you could see the timer in the end, I mean, it really did come down to that 4 deaths on the side of Just Reset, 1 death on the side of Free For All. And, you know, that 15 seconds different between those two is pretty much everything there was.
Yeah, look at the damage that Warlock pumps out when you actually have the power infusion available to you. Man, Just Reset could have easily taken this dungeon. It all just came down to the...
Wow.
I mean, we keep saying it. Came down to the deaths. I mean, that's really unfortunate that those random spot deaths are costing them the loss.
33% more damage from power. It's not all from power infusion, right? It's probably like different pulls, different buttons pressed, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of it is definitely power infusion.
I think it's definitely not all power infusion. I do think a lot of it too is just like routing differences between the two teams. That's going to be where like a large portion of this, because like a pull like this, Riddler's doing 0 damage to this pull. Like it's double tentacle. You're actually just making sure that the bombs get into place. That's actually a really good pull for live, but not normally super great for the MDI. And this is honestly where I think that Just Reset pretty much lost the map. So what happened here is you see Lauren and Hugo's end up dying, but what they ended up dying to is they accidentally ninja pulled a tentacle that's in the back of the room, and then they had to go back and solo that tentacle without plague bores. That I'm pretty sure that this cost them somewhere in the range of like a minute to a minute and a half, just like this one mistake here. And this just shows how volatile the routes can be, especially in Plaguefall. And while they weren't, if we're looking at it from like a TGP angle, this is a very safe, like their strategy was super safe. They were going to time the key. It's just not something where like MDI, you're looking for consistency and you're looking to like make almost 0 mistakes with your route. But another big thing that we don't talk about a ton is just the difference of bolstering on like the MDI this season. So since bolstering got changed to not affect bosses, pulls like this are now more easily doable. You just need to make sure that you're kind of killing mobs off at the same time to make sure that the packs are dealt with easier. But overall, the bolstering management, especially on Dr. Ickes there, I thought was pretty well done. And then from here, I straight up thought I thought that Free For All was going to lose the map off doing this pull, by the way. I thought that their routing was just be like, this pack, it's again, really good for like a TGP. It's really good for trying to time a high key. Not that great for speed. Really bad for speed, honestly, to try to get the last little bit of count that you need in the dungeon. It's not that efficient.
Another part of it, too, is that if we would have seen the Bloodlust timers be the same between both teams, if Free For All hadn't had their Bloodlust on Stradama, then maybe that would have been another way for Just Reset to get back into it, you know, or have a chance to win it, too. So it was kind of the tiny things, like the Bloodlust timings ended up being very impactful as well.
Yeah, the 3 Bloodlust path versus the 2 Bloodlust path. Definitely, those are the sorts of things that if you're Just Reset, especially if you lose this series off of this map, that stuff's going to keep you up at night, I think. Especially the deaths and the tentacle getting pulled is a brutal thing to have happen to you. But it is not over yet. We get to see at least one more game in this series between these two teams. We get to go to a game 2, and Just Reset, as the favorites coming into this series, I think, hopefully are planning to take us to a game 3. We do have to get through Tazavesh Streets of Wonder, though, with also 24 fortified.
So for some analysis, Free For All banned Streets versus Boomba. So then it makes you wonder, like, how much did they practice it? Like, how familiar are they going to be with the dungeon? How confident are they going to be in their ability?
Maybe they got some tech.
I mean, hey, they're confident enough to
Since-
bring it in now, you know?
More recently, since they banned it like a few hours ago.
They banned it against Boomba Boomba so they wouldn't have to reveal their tech that they were going to use to put Just Reset into the dirt.
Okay, Just
Great
Reset.
plan.
Just
There you
Reset
go.
played this dungeon
Calculated.
yesterday, Just Reset played this dungeon yesterday and looked so sick in it.
They did, yeah.
I think that this is Just Reset's map to lose. They looked elite in their 24 streets.
I'm so
it was a
confused by the strategy.
21-17. Yeah?
Didn't
Why is that?
Free for All let Eye of Ashara through against Boomba Boomba, and now they're banning it?
Well, they lost
I'm
They
quite
lost that
badly
one,
in
yeah.
Ijara, though, so
Yeah.
it
but
makes sense, right?
If they hadn't practiced streets at all,
Okay.
and they banned the streets, then why wouldn't you just let Eye through?
don't know.
Because at least you've played it, right? I don't know. I'm confused, guys.
They wanted to save streets for this moment, right?
Right, exactly. It's
I
the
guess.
ace up their
Yeah.
sleeve. They
Exactly.
have the quadruple snap tech that you don't know what that means yet, but you'll see it in action in their route here. It's gonna be really cool.
I'll be
Nobody
bringing it
knows,
back to,
in fact.
No. I'll show it to you once with the analyst segment after the match, but I can't show it
Okay.
beforehand.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
proprietary right now. Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay.
It's only proprietary until it's shown on broadcast, and maybe we miss it. And they'll perform it
Who
in
knows?
secret, of course.
Of course.
They could try. They can try stealthing, but we'll see them. Oh yes, we will see them.
We
Yeah.
do have True Sight.
That's right. We could see everything. It's too late. We've seen everything. Yep.
Oh.
Well, haha. Well, it'll be interesting because this is one of the things where it's like you do have the two hardest key level dungeons in a row too, right? We've got the 224s, so it really is kind of like a trial by fire for both of these teams anyway. But this would be one that I wouldn't mind going to a dungeon number 3. But you know, we'll see. We'll see.
Back to
Hey,
a nice
these
little
guys are-
Game 3 theater pain. Yeah.
Those are always a good time. Remember last match?
Yeah.
Same
Yep.
with Theater of Pain. Don't mind if I don't.
Here's a question for you. The broker is at a bar back there, but where does the liquid go in their bodies? Like, where do they pour it into? It's just like a glowing ball for a head. Like, how do they drink anything?
I don't
Is it
think
for
that's
other
liquid
people?
back there. I think that's like ether stuff, you know?
Oh, could be, maybe. Maybe they're just like pouring vapor.
Like look at the
into
pink
it?
bottles. Like those that does not look like the consistency of a liquid to me. That looks more gaseous.
They do have cups though. Look, there's like stacks of glasses on the bar.
Well, if a gas is heavy enough, it can be contained in a cup, right?
Oh, so you need heavy gas so that when they pour it, it just kind of goes down to their like neck holes and into their chest.
It just
whatever
has to
in
be more.
there, the
It
armor.
has to be more dense than like the atmosphere, right? I
like
understand
you.
where you're going at.
I see. Okay, sure. That's reasonable, I guess.
I'm just wondering why we're talking about liquids when we have Tuttles on desk.
I mean, the man.
So true.
Well,
The
I
man
am a
drinks
solid.
condensation out of bottles like an anteater or something. I don't know. It's like it's weird. It's weird to see. It's strange to behold. If if you were here earlier in the day, oh man,
Do not look it up. Your life will be enriched if you
Little
if you
cursed.
do not go back and watch any of the discussion
Drank
segments in the last
a
series.
cold glass of chalky milk in between
Ooh,
that
oh.
game.
Not
Chalky
check Tuttles'
milk.
Twitter account. Or,
Under no circumstances ever
reasons.
should you do that.
very
Yeah.
bizarre. Very.
Please
very
follow
strange.
me on Twitter at Tuttles1. Please follow me on Twitter. I need the clout so bad, actually. Please follow me.
I'm wondering why there's a wire going to your plant back there. Is that an electric plant? What do you got going on? See
So
that back there?
That's the
plant
charger.
with
For my, that's the charger for my laptop. Why do you
unlikely
keep bringing
story.
this up, dude? Why do you guys keep bringing up this cat? Stop! Stop this!
Quote end quote. There we go. I hear
Can we start
furious
the game?
typing. What's going on back there? Well, no, we got to make sure the players are ready. You know,
I have to scold the producer for flaming
is
me.
Hey.
DMing me and asking me to follow his Twitter. Dude, I told you before, I'm not going to do it.
you can't buy
Please,
followers
bro,
like that.
Follow me on Twitter. Oh, well.
Well, you can, but it's not ethical. Thanks to Raider.io for these great stats for Tazvesh Streets. Wow. Couldn't do it without you.
Yeah, 24 fortified. We've got the best run on the live servers, clocking in at 30 minutes and 6 seconds. I suspect we are going to see some faster movement from both of our teams, though, in this dungeon. This is one
Usually
that, in
do.
particular, Echo have pioneered a lot of really clever ways to speed up this dungeon and get multiple birds killed with one stone in various spots here. Even Perplexed have also done some cool stuff in their run of this dungeon also. So there are a lot of things you can pull from as you're designing a Streets route if you're an MDI team, although some of it has only been debuted recently, and you may not have had time to adapt to just yet. We've also seen some teams even just really struggling with those first couple pulls and deciding to take it a little bit more slowly and pulling things, 1 or 2 packs at a time, which definitely, especially if you didn't have Streets in much of your tournament bracket, might be a very sensible way to approach this dungeon and just play a slow and steady weekly route style key.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you need to get it done, you need to get it done. And it seems like, in a series like this, it's going to be the clean execution that wins the day,
But the question is, can Free For All even win like that? Because Just Reset put up a 21-17, and then while it's not the most insane time, the strategies that they were implementing were some MDI ready strats for a 24 bursting storming streets.
But the right possibility is always still there, right? I think if you're a team like Free For All, even if you're at a 24-minute run and your opponents are at a 21-minute run, now is not the time to try and shave 3 minutes off your run by doing something new. You just try and do your run clean, and you hope something goes wrong for the other team, because it very much can. It very often does, and it certainly will for you if you try and double pull something that you've never practiced.
Mm-hmm.
Not advisable.
That's a good point.
You guys think Just Reset's going to go faster or slower here, quickly before we get into the game?
Faster.
Faster.
Take it to the streets.
We're going to go 4-0
right, well-
faster. Okay, let's go.
Free For All coming in with the Havoc Demon Hunter Resto Shaman. Free For All's actually been using the Resto Shaman in a lot of dungeons. Definitely a team. We've seen them on 3 different healers now, so a lot of flexibility in that role, although it does seem like Resto Shaman is their pick for either best or most comfortable healer. Meanwhile, Just Reset on that kind of more traditional composition there with the Holy Priest and the Rogue instead of the Havoc Demon Hunter, both of which have seen play in this dungeon and been great.
Yeah, not actually bad at all. I think the interesting thing is that both teams showing off some sick little Warlock tech there at the start of a dungeon. If you pre-cast Rain of Fires out of combat before the start of a dungeon, you can stack that 4-set up to 9. And then the second the dungeon starts, you cast 1 Rain of Fire, you have your 4-set proc ready to go, and they could both do pretty solid damage on that very first mob without having to commit their major cooldown, because they're instantly going to both go into massive pulls, Bloodlust being committed for Just Reset, using their actual Infernal cooldown. So a bit of extra free tech for Warlock players out there.
Does look like this pull is going to be a little bit massiver for Just Reset, though, but potentially also a little bit lethaler, as they now have a Angel on the screen here, yeah. As I hear screenshot noises being taken. Meanwhile, Free For All, a little bit less count is coming for them, but they are also popping Bloodlust, all major offensive cooldowns, and they are also in some danger here. No Mass Dispel as well, so this bursting dungeon is going to pose quite a threat for them.
Yeah, they actually just have to hard heal through those stacks of bursting. 7-stack, no issue for the Resto Shaman there, it seems. So, hey, as long as you can heal through it, it looks like it's totally fine. Now, what do you think about the specific benefits of having the Holy Priest for bursting versus the Resto Shaman? Because I think that Priest is obviously a better and more faster choice, but if you're more comfortable with the Resto Shaman, maybe you play it on live, it's totally a viable choice to just play it safe in this key, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of nice things about the Resto Shaman. You still bring very good damage. You'll bring damage that is comparable with the Holy Priest, as long as you don't pay too much attention to the power infusion. The damage is quite great, right, from both healers, right? Power infusion does tip things towards the Holy Priest there. I will say that the Mass Dispel is phenomenal against bursting. It's phenomenal on a couple boss fights. Mind Soothe in this dungeon for jumping to the last boss without pulling the mini boss that's before it is so unbelievably strong, actually. And there are a lot of places, most dungeons have a Mind Soothe or two that are kind of life-changing. So that is something, especially if you're not playing a rogue like Free For All aren't, that you, I think, will be sorely missing in a few spots. The interrupt, though, especially as you mentioned on the live servers, if you're choosing a healer to play for keys, one of the really nice things about Resto Shaman is, you have a stun, you have an interrupt. You have all these ways to interact with the dungeon and help make sure that things go right, that a lot of other healers, you're kind of just at the mercy of your DPS players.
Well, also, I think the most important one, which you've seen in Halls of Atonement so many times, is that it also comes with that Curse Dispel, which is very much in demand with the DPS comp that most players like to bring nowadays with Warlock Hunter +1, usually a Rogue or like a Havoc Demon Hunter, so it's kind of nice to have that as well just for like a push sesh. Pretty nice. But I agree, MDI, Priest should have the upper bound for the teams that are trying to go really go fast. So we'll see how it goes here. Already though, Just Reset getting out to a pretty commanding lead here if they're able to pull off this trash with the boss. This could be scary.
Yeah, they are going to be fighting so many enemies here. As the boss is getting fairly low, they need to watch out here because there are so many different lethal things that can happen. The boss shouldn't be doing too much for a while, but one of the nice things about setting up this pole this way, and one of the big reasons to do it, is there are relics in this pole. So this is one of the many cases that an MDI route is going to involve getting a woe at the end of a boss fight so that you can then skip after the boss fight and go to wherever you want to go next. Finding different ways to get that woe cipher in the last like 20% of a boss's HP bar is a big deal in a lot of dungeons, and this is a really good way to do it on this fight in particular.
And you really want to make sure you kill this off quickly after dealing with the Woe Drifter, right? Because the fastest teams have been able to use the tail end of this Woe buff to actually start the Oasis, right? So, making sure you finish this off very quickly after killing it, very, very important to getting that RP done as quickly as possible. Now, they don't have a Havoc Demon Hunter, which is what we've seen a lot of teams use as their choice to do the Oasis RP on their own, since they can still double jump and glide around when they have the slow debuff of holding the items. Wonder what the second best choice is. It's got to be the Rogue, right? For their distracts, saps, all that jazz.
Yeah, the Rogue, I think, is the choice. It's whoever's not your Warlock or Hunter, right? Because your Warlock and Hunter are busy doing damage. But the third person in your DPS comp is, they get to do jobs. They get to have responsibilities. They get to stun things. They get to do RP. It is the priest that starts the RP here, but the person that actually is going to run and do the sail tends to not be the healer, because the healer tends to be needed for the 30 seconds that can take.
Was that their tank getting hit by a Disorient there, causing the Rogue to almost pop his cheat and have to use his cloak just to make sure he stayed alive? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Their Warlock also gets seeded as well. Now that their tank is back out of the Disorient, looks like he's going to be fine, but that was a very scary moment for them there. That's the one thing that can go wrong with this pack, and it's gone horribly wrong for them, as their tank has also gone down. It looks like there's no coming back from this. This is just going to be a full team wipe.
This might be that class. This is the reason the team is called Just Reset, is when something like this happens, they say Just Reset over comms. So now let's see what they decide to do with this, because they do have Shroud still, so they could skip past the security with that. I don't know if they've activated any of the portals in this portal room. This is anytime you wipe in this dungeon, there are portals all throughout the dungeon that you can activate that show up over here on the right that you can then use to get back places. So they're looking there, but all of them do look deactivated, so it looks like they're going to group up and find a Shroud skip. On the other hand, Free-For-All are just pulling these Overseers, and they are running down. So Free-For-All, same trash count. Just Reset weren't able to kill any of the trash. This is exactly what Free-For-All needed if they want to catch up here to Just Reset. They might need one more wipe like this out of Just Reset, but I think if that happens, they should be able to close with just a clean, simple, slow strategy. Slow and steady, win the race, perhaps.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's too bad of a strategy, especially in the lower bracket, because teams aren't as practiced with the best comps in the lower bracket if you don't necessarily play it as your main character on live. I mean, this is something we also saw Incarnation do incredibly well last week. They just kind of played live routes and played them really well and a little bit faster than you normally would, and they were able to get a top 4 from doing that. So Free-For-All setting themselves up for a good spot to do that with 0 deaths here. Obviously, you can't play this slow the entire dungeon, because if Just Reset is able to play their strat to perfection for the rest of the dungeon, just the pure speed of it will still give them the map win. But as we've seen already, the risks of playing this fast way and not doing it perfectly, they're pretty bad. If it goes wrong, those 7 deaths are going to cost them.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they are now, again, actually they're still behind in terms of trash count here, but they're about to close there, and they definitely seem to have the faster plan for most of this dungeon. That death differential might end up mattering. 35 seconds is quite a lot, and Free-For-All, to their credit, still on 0 deaths, as they are going to be pulling into the Bazaar area here. They haven't got the RP started, and they're not sending anybody ahead to restart the RP. They're just going to keep on blasting here, keep doing their thing, and I wonder if they'll even do the RP as a group, or if they will have an agent take care of it with this woe buff.
Well, let's see. The Warlock and Rogue are here. The Hunter's here as well. Looks like they're just going to be doing trash in the Postmaster's room. Their priest is heading over to start the RP for this third boss to spawn, right? That's kind of nice. That's a pretty long starting animation. Does it start by just walking in that first door there? I thought you had to go all the way into the room to start the RP.
Yeah, I've seen it work a couple times where they've walked less than I thought they did, and I've also seen it not work a couple times where people walked more than I thought they did. So I'm confused about the exact threshold you need to cross to start that RP, but Just Reset have had another death here. They have a Warlock now down, no battle res available. they should be able to recover because they are just fighting one trash pull. That is going to be their woe buff, and you can see the rogue is now leaving the party to go and do the RP gauntlet. The rest of the group is going to have to finish off these trash mobs by themselves. Meanwhile, Free For All are pulling a little bit more safely. They're pulling this trash outside. They also have an agent doing the Bazaar. It was their Demon Hunter, who looks like is now back in the fray.
Yeah, as unfortunate as that death is for the Warlock on the side of Just Reset, it's probably one of the most okay deaths that you can have in the dungeon, right? There's a portal right outside. You have a Woe Drifter buff to run really fast. All you have to do is run and go through the portal. He got back within, sub 15 seconds. Still, an extra 5 seconds on the board, and those deaths are starting to stack up. I memean, 40 seconds of leeway for a team is a lot, and we already saw Free For All take a win off of death counts in this series already.
Yeah, I mean, that is a crazy way for 4 things to go, and it would be amazing if that were to happen again here for Free For All, as they do have so much count as well. Once they finish this trash pull, I mean, they basically just have the rest of the mailroom count, and then it's kind of just boss, and the map will be over. So they may be in position to steal this one from Just Reset, who have certainly had what looks like more of like a MDI speed route. They haven't had that MDI level consistency that we need to make it through to Sunday.
Well, here they are going for the MDI speed route again here, pulling the trash on top of the boss. They have the haste orb down, the expedient orb down. It does just now go away, but they also have another one of those elementals banished behind them that they can give to the group whenever they want to for a little bit of extra damage. It was a little bit scary on the AoE damage here. The Priest needs to top themselves back off before that AoE hits the group. Are they going to be fine? Looks like it. Health bar is dropping low, but able to get topped off. When are they going to bring that Elemental in here, though? That damage would help them a lot on killing this trash here. Maybe they're just saving it for later on after they have to deal with these briefcases, though.
Yeah, they do have it banished off to the side. At some point, they certainly are going to want to grip it in. But maybe, yeah, I think after the briefcases makes a lot of sense, as it is indeed going to get re-banished. So they don't even want it just yet. They want to give it a little bit more time, and then they will get another haste bubble under boss. Yeah, it looks like there it is. The banish cast and the death grip is going to come in, so they will be able to get this male elemental killed and get another haste buff. Meanwhile, Free For All also working on Postmaster, also bringing trash into it, so they are speeding up here. Both teams on basically the same trash count as well, and a haste bubble spawning under the boss here. A lot of damage coming out on this group here, but this is a nice spot for Resto Shaman, especially when you have your Vesper Totem down, which you want anyways for damage on all of this trash. You get some nice healing in a spot like this, and you can see a lot of HPS coming out of Raz on that Shaman.
You can see not as good use of the haste bubbles there from Free For All. They had 2 of them down, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they stack. So, not exactly ideal usage, but able to get through the trash, and that's the important part of it, so they're doing just fine. Also have to deal with briefcases of their own. Just Reset, however, with the damage allocation and the spreading out of all 3 of the haste bubbles they had on this boss, they're going to skip second briefcases. That's very valuable time-wise, because they have to spend much less time running around, so doing pretty solid. That's going to catch them up a lot and nullify a lot of the death timers they've racked up here.
Yeah, 11% extra enemy forces, though, are going to need to be found by Just Reset. Worth noting that Just Reset still have Bloodlust available, whereas Free For All have spent it. So they spent it on this boss here. That could well matter, because I don't think we're going to see... Maybe we get a third Lust on Soazmi, actually. Maybe this is another spot where Free For All have a 3 Lust route, and Just Reset have a 2 Lust route, and... that could spell the difference again, because you could make an argument that was the deal breaker in Plaguefall as well.
Well, I spy some trash that can be used to make up some of that count here. Looks like they're pulling some Peacekeepers, and if I'm not mistaken, they look like they're gearing up to pull these Peacemakers on top of the boss. That's the only reason you would pull them into the boss room like this. They've got 4 of them. Now, I wonder if they're also going to be able to pull off the Woe Drifter tech as well. It doesn't look like they have. We can see that the Fell Hunter is in there with the group. So, let's see how they're able to pull off these Peacekeeper pulls. Remember, those Peacekeepers will charge the furthest target, so you can see their Priest and their Hunter are putting themselves as far away from them as possible. You really don't want those charges to go on your Warlock so they can do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, it kicks you when it gets to you, right? So you have to be really careful and not be casting anything if you are the farthest person from the Peacekeepers. Actually, we have an Angel here for Just Reset. A Battle Res is available, so this isn't the end of the world, but it's certainly not great for Just Reset. A lot of pressure coming out on the Rogue as well, who does still have Cheat, I believe. So, that's just the Angel converting to the Corpse, as they all do. The res does come out, and we are now at 0 battle reses for the next 7 minutes for Just Reset, so they are on thin ice here.
Yeah, they have to play completely clean for the rest of the dungeon. Any deaths on bosses will be catastrophic for them because they will have no way of making sure that player can rejoin the fight. Free-for-all, a little bit of a different route, going to the Oasis first, going to be playing their instruments, so we're going to see the teams kind of cross paths here in the middle once these bosses are down. I don't think the routing really matters too much here. It is important, though, that Free-for-all has gotten through that RP of having to find the password, so I don't believe that Just Reset has quite done that yet.
Yeah, I
Rogue
saw.
might have done it.
I saw the Rogue going and doing some of the RP earlier. I don't know if he fully completed the event, but I think he might have. So I think Just Reset
There's a chance, yeah.
might be all set on that RP being finished as well. They certainly are behind in count, even with those 4 Peacekeepers. They are only at 79%, whereas Free-for-all at 85%. If they intend to do that mini-boss, which they probably have to since they don't have a Rogue for Distract and Shroud, and they don't have a Priest for Mind Soothe, right? So they probably have to do that mini-boss before the last boss. That's a lot of count, and they can do probably just 1 pull and get that, but they still also need to do another boss. 45 seconds of death timer, though, is so huge. Huge credit to Free-for-all for keeping this run on 0 deaths. This is going to be a 0 deaths... I mean, up till this point, it is a 0 death series for Free-for-all. I don't want to make predictions about the future, of course.
Now, I think something that Free-for-all could technically do is they could find a way to get one last Woe Drifter buff as they go up towards the last boss. I believe that works. I don't think the console takes the buff off of you, so you could still do that. I would hope that's what they're going to do, because killing that mini-boss is a very, very slow drag and doesn't really give the count equivalent of what, killing a single target mob like that should give. So, yeah, hopefully they're planning on doing something like that. That would save them a lot of time.
Very curious to see what the plan is for for Free-for-all. On the other hand, Just Reset, we have a pretty good idea of what they're likely to be up to, which is, probably snapping some stuff over to Mize's Oasis when they exit this room, and then probably taking some trash up to the last boss as well for a little bit of extra damage with that Force Multiplier and Rage effect.
Doesn't look like they quite got the robot into the corner as well, so the room is
a little bit
full
off.
of orbs. This is costing them a little bit of extra time here. And, I mean, the minor things are going to start to add up here when you talk about 45 seconds of death timers, maybe 15 seconds or 20 seconds lost because they couldn't quite stack up that damage buff. Maybe 1 or 2 of your players gets hit by one of the orbs when they don't have the buff and they suffer a damage debuff. It definitely stacks up. Definitely doing a pretty good job of staying in the dungeon, though, even with the death timers. They did have their boss down first, although I think that boss does take a little less time than having to go through all the RP of the Oasis.
Another Angel here for Just Reset, as they had to pull this pack. They had no Woe, so this was, it was part of the plan. They didn't expect to have a Woe or anything here, but a lot of other teams have had one. They're going to do this trash pull, but in a couple seconds here, they are not going to have a healer for a while. No battle res available. They need to find a way to get through this without that healer. You can see Teef is under so much pressure here. Look at that runic power, very low, trying to make it up, but not anymore. Rune weapon here for Teef, and so under so
that's
much
insane.
pressure here.
He has to get out of there. That's the purgatory.
Yeah, they've got to run, and the Purg, that's a dead tank. So are they going to be able to finish off this trash pull? You can see Ghost Orbiter getting pretty low here, but being far range from these Peacekeepers is pretty scary. We're now at 11 deaths as well for Just Reset. And they're going to have to kite this back into the Menagerie, but those Peacekeepers are just charging and causing so much extra damage, and that's going to be Pod Tender for Ghost Orbiter.
Man, these these charges are just like heat-seeking missiles. You can't run from them. I don't think there's a range on them. I think you just get.
Do you know what's going to happen as
regardless
soon
of
as
where
that
you
Pod
are.
Tender gets expired as well?
He's instantly dead again. There he goes. Did have the Dark Pact available, but the next one took him out. That's another death on the board, and that whole fiasco there cost them another 3 deaths. I think potentially a 4th. You're casting mass res, but everyone's already released their bud. You need to get going. Get to the Oasis right now. With the Woe Drifter buff, they'll be able to run to the portal and go a little bit faster than normal, but that buff is completely gone now. And meanwhile, this entire time, Free-for-all has made their way across the dungeon and engaged the second-to-last boss, so they're looking pretty solid. Still 0 deaths for them, too.
85% trash count is the only question mark that remains for me in the free-for-all plan. Although they have pulled some trash onto this, so they're going to be going up to 91% after this is done, so that should be pretty good for them. I mean, they only need to find a little bit more count. I think it still means doing a pull before going up to the end of the dungeon, but I'm curious to see exactly what they're going to decide to do here. That being said, I mean, this is kind of a tortoise in the hare type situation if I've ever seen one between two teams, right? Just Reset with this fast plan, with this Tula strategy aspiring to be sub 20 minutes, and then having these mistakes coming out, having these full wipes, having these disaster pulls, whereas Free-for-all kind of just doing their thing, right? Pulling what they know, being safe, not biting off more than they can chew, and so far, I think Free For All actually have a solid lead now with that full minute of death timer.
I mean, yeah, they definitely are very firmly in the lead now. How far in the lead? It's hard to say because we don't quite know how the end of their dungeon is going to go, right? We still don't know what their exact plan is because, like we mentioned so many times already, they don't have the Mind Soothe, they don't have a Shroud, they don't have a Distract, they don't have any easy way of getting past that mini-boss right before final boss of this section of the dungeon, so we'll have to figure out what their plan is there. Also, important to mention, because they don't have any way of dealing with that mini-boss, they don't really have an easy way for the Warlock to jump back off the ledge and snap an Enforcer up. So, yeah, they could definitely lose a lot of time on that last boss section of the dungeon, so we'll see how it goes for them. Let's see what the plan is, if they're just going to be going crash downstairs, or if they're going to try to figure out a way to get past it.
Yeah, this is going to be what it'll all come down to. They still have to deal with one more that's Free For All, still needs to deal with one more of the Menagerie bosses. Meanwhile, Just Reset still have to deal with one more trash phase before they can fight Zogron. So, I mean, yeah, the two teams are pretty perfectly mirrored in terms of when they're going to kill Boss 4, except for that extra minute of time. It is all going to come down to if there is a more efficient way that Just Reset is going to get to the last boss and get their last 10% count. And that is such a huge question mark here between the two teams. Again, the Mind Soothe, so nice for getting to the last boss without pulling the mini-boss before that elevator. So very curious to see what Free For All have in store for us. And if they have something good, I think they'll be able to take a really impressive upset here against Just Reset in this series.
I agree, but it's not over just yet. It's not over until the... What's a good WoW equivalent? Never mind. I don't know what I was going with. Both teams now onto the third section of their second to last boss. Vin's the Gold Fuse just about to go down for Free For All. Another 30 seconds of damage for them as well. Just Reset now dealing with the Oasis as well. It's going to be very close, but those death timers, I mean, we've said it already. Those are going to absolutely come into play here. It's going to be close.
The Demonic Gateway set up here by Free For All just to allow them to get out of this boss room a little bit faster once the boss fight does end, which is going to be very, very soon for them. They're going to finish this boss well ahead of where Just Reset are finishing Zogron, and plus, again, that 1 minute new gateway is going to come out to help everybody go here, and now we get to finally see what is the plan here, Free For All. What are you up to? They're going to head over to the left. There's a mini-boss guarding that elevator. They are going to try and double jump / just regular jump over the side here, perhaps? No, it's going to be a mini-boss. It's going to be a mini-boss. Maybe. Okay, so here's a question I have. Looked like the Havoc Demon Hunter went up to the boss early, so maybe that was just to start the RP? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So went up to the boss, started the RP, and has come back down. And now they're just going to kill off this mini-boss in the corner here. So this mini-boss does take a long time, but this is 100% count for them.
Dratnos, they're trying to do the live strat here, but because they're not used to playing these characters, these dwarves...
Yeah, the dwarves need to get on this little...
They have to get on top of the ledge to get line of sight on the mini-boss.
Yeah, good, like a blood elf or something can just see over the edge here, but dwarfs, gnomes, goblins need a little bit of a... They need to pick up their stepladder there and get to the top there so they can actually see. Meanwhile, Just Reset. Here we go.
Wow, Just Reset. Wow, never mind. We have to focus on Just Reset. They've pulled off their snap. They're already at the boss. This is going to be really, really close. Free For All still has to deal with the mini-boss. Remember, the Demon Hunter already started the RP, so that boss is going to be ready for them when they get there. There's the 100% trash count. Just Reset's already pulled, though, and they're going to have the 20% extra damage on the boss. This is going to come down to a DPS race, Dratnos.
Yeah, DPS race. I think this is less close than the Flakefall, though, because there is 60 seconds of death timer. Both teams have a Bloodlust, but Just Reset do have 20% more damage as a result of having the trash in here. They're only at 90% count, though. Now, I'm not a count scientist, but I think that they don't get 10% from what they've snapped up here. I actually think Just Reset are going to need to jump down and kill some more trash after this is over, but I don't even know if Free For All are going to give them the opportunity to do that, because I think that Free For All are less than a minute away, even factoring out that count disparity.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I was just trying to hype it up a little bit, you know. I didn't want to be
Sorry to rain on your parade there.
It's okay. It's okay. The boss is getting low for Just Reset, but like you said, they're going to have to deal with at least 5% more trash, I believe, after this Enforcer goes down. And Free For All just has to play this boss safe, and they're going to be pulling off one of the bigger upsets we've seen this season.
Yeah, again, Just Reset came into our tournament, the 9th seeded overall from the time trials, Whereas Free For All, the 15th seeded, with several minutes slower, even in their Streets time trial run, again, multiple minutes slower. But this is not a time trial run. This is one attempt is all you get in the MDI on each of these dungeons, and Free For All have really taken that opportunity. They have grabbed it by the horns, and they have had 0 deaths in Plaguefall, 0 deaths also here in Tazavesh Streets of Wonder, and that death timer is going to be the bane of Just Reset's existence. That is the reason they lost the Plaguefall, and it is also going to be the decider here up against Free For All in the Streets of Wonder, with Soasmi now at 10% and dropping fast. There's just nowhere near enough time here for Just Reset. They still haven't stopped the clock. They still haven't even got the count that they need. Free For All might not even need that death timer to stop this clock earlier than Just Reset. Unbelievably well played from Free For All. They knew they needed to win this series, and they came to game today.
And Just Reset desperately trying to get the trash, but it's too little too late. Free For All with another perfectly clean dungeon and 0 deaths takes the victory and takes the upset over Just Reset. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Just Reset getting the boss a little bit earlier twice in a row, but the deaths, the trash in this particular case, counting a little bit too much against them, and that's going to be a victory for Free For All. So sometimes at the end of the day, it's slow and steady wins the race, I guess, right? Like you get there cleaner, and you get the win.
I mean, it's 2 0-death dungeons back-to-back for Free For All, so while they did implement slightly slower strategies, like we're going to show in like the highlight package in just a second, it was just the 0 deaths, just 2 dungeons in a row that show that like making sure that you are the most consistent team that you can be is slightly more important in a lot of situations. But at the same time, not to diminish anything that Just Reset did, like I suspect like if these guys came back maybe next season for like another MDI run, or maybe if we saw them like during TGP or something like that, these guys are insanely good. And they
stand.
Or Last Stand
yeah,
tournament.
true, exactly. They could even show back up in the Last Stand tournament, and it like just a little bit more practice and a little bit more consistency. I think the Last Stand format also is just one that probably favors Just Reset.
Why is that? Explain.
Because
expound on that.
They're so like their strats. So look at something like this. This pull very very intense, difficult to deal with. If they had probably like 3 attempts on this, they would be maybe even 2 attempts. They would be able to do it clean. Basically over and over again. And we saw them even have like a perfect run in Streets earlier in the weekend. But it's like this pull is super dangerous, and then like Ghost Orbiter ends up getting potted, Lauren ended up getting meleeed by the Woe Drifter, and so there was a lot of stuff that went wrong. And if they could have like a run back, I'm sure that this pull would go differently. And so that put them on the back foot. Whereas for the side of Free For All, they were doing a lot slower strategies. So I think that they were doing somewhere in the range of like maybe twice as many trash pulls over the other team here. And it's like whenever they're doing twice as many pulls over Just Reset, it's going to be very difficult for them to make up a lot of time. But whenever Just Reset is affording them potential ways to get back into the game, that's going to become a problem. And so, like, I talked about it whenever we were looking at Just Reset yesterday about how difficult this, like, 4 Peacekeeper pull is. And I talked about how quickly it could go wrong if people are getting knocked out of melee by storming. And you just see here how dangerous this pack can become if 1 or 2 things go the wrong way. And it just costs them more and more time that they could not afford to lose. And it's just like, Just Reset had really solid MDI strategies in place, but their consistency wasn't just 100% where it needed to be. And like we were talking about, they could absolutely come back to Last Stand. I suspect that the format's going to be a little bit better for them because their strats were super sick. But unfortunately, today was just not their day, and they go down 2-0.
Yeah, consistency is the key, right? I mean, you look at their streets from yesterday, it was 21-17, it was blazing fast, they had 0 deaths, so it's all about, like, if you do those, like you're saying, MDI-style pulls, you know, how good are you at doing them well consistently? Like, doing them once in a while is great, then you get results like yesterday, but then today, you know, if you're not, like, on the ball every single time, you get things like this, with too many deaths to catch up. But, yeah, I hope we do see them come back for Last Stand tournament, because I think they have a good shot at making it through.
Yeah, me too.
There's going to be a lot of strong teams in that bracket. I mean, remember, we have Evolved from last week that are going to be there too, so that's going to be a good one to look forward to.
A good chance, not a guaranteed chance. Yeah.
Right.
Well, Dismissed versus Frog game coming up in just a moment. You thought I was saying dismissed to let you go. Well, you're kind of right. I mean, we are going to take a break in a moment here to get things set for our next match. But before we do, real quick predictions here. Frog gang making it through. I feel like Dismiss is looking like the stronger team coming into this one, but you never know until you get into the dungeons. What do you think?
I think Dismissed will probably take this 2-0. So Dismissed looked really good earlier today in their series, and Frog Gang looked like they had maybe a little bit of growth to do, kind of like similar to Just Reset, maybe like a last stand contender, where it's like if they put in a little bit more time in practice, Frog Gang could absolutely be a top level team. But I think that their consistency, just like on today, is maybe a little bit worse than Dismiss. So I think that in my mind, Dismiss is probably gonna take this 2-0.
Especially coming from the upper bracket, they've had like 5 hours now to prep this series, whereas Frog Gang were fighting for their life less than an hour ago, right? And so a little bit less of that prep time because of that lower bracket disadvantage.
Yeah.
I think I'm with you. I think that this is a Dismissed favored series, but could go either way. And we just saw a series go the opposite way than I expected on this one.
Well, we'll find out soon. We're going to take a quick break, as I mentioned a moment ago, but when we come back, the final series of the day, Dismiss versus Frog Gang, will be back soon here on MDI. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here, along with Zyronic, Tettles, and Dratnos. We're about to go into our final series of the day. It's going to be Dismissed versus Frog Gang. One more team moving on, one more team exiting Group B, but maybe a chance later in the last chance tournament. Who knows? But first, we have to see how this one goes. Dismissed coming into this one with a bit of an edge, I would say, Zyronic. Would you agree?
You know, I'd agree that they're the favorites, and you know what? You asked for our predictions before the break, and I didn't get to say mine. I was a little disappointed and upset.
I was so eager to go to a break.
I had a
I'm
bit
sorry
I was
about
going
that.
to do.
Oh.
I had a bit I was going to do, and I was going to let you guys simmer over it when we were on the break, but now you have to deal with it now. I don't want Dismissed to win. I want Frog Gang to win, because Dismissed reminds me of those teachers we had in high school that would hit you with the bell doesn't dismiss you, I do, and that just sends me into a white-hot rage.
Yeah.
So I want Frog Gang to win. It's going to be a quick 2-0 for Frog Gang.
I hear you.
Wow, a quick
Interesting.
2-0.
Wow.
Swift 2-0 even
Some
here.
deep-seated
So
anxiety for Zyronic there, too.
I contest that opinion. I think that with what we saw from Frog Gang and Halls of Atonement, I think that Dismissed will certainly be winning 2-0. I think you're wrong, Zyronic.
I think we'll get a nice 3-game series.
Okay.
Really get to test these two teams against each other.
Can you
Frog
not
Gang.
sit for one time in your life? Can you please make a prediction, Dratnos?
I just hope both teams have fun. That's what I'm rooting for.
As
more
long
than
as
anything.
everyone learns and laughs, then we're good. But Frog Gang's halls did not go great. They won, but it was 8 death halls. 23:58 was the final timer there. But who knows? We got that buff frog just sitting in the hand, waiting to go. Maybe if that hand flings him as hard as it can, it'll just rocket him right through the dungeon and get that fast time anyway.
Bold strategy suggested by Doa, but bold strategy is already being employed by both teams as we have our first pulls of the dungeon already underway. It's going to be running to the right-hand side for Dismissed, firing off the Bloodlust. Meanwhile, Frog Gang opting for a little bit more of kind of a big live pull of everything onto the left shard of Halkias. This is a lot less count, but it's still a great way to get that Bloodlust used and all your cooldowns on cooldown right at the start of the dungeon.
Yeah, whenever we saw Frog Gang do this left side pull, it seemed like they're backtracking, and especially like this. Look at this lust; it's just like still up for them while they're running into this next trash pack. That seems like it was a bit of an inefficiency that you and I discussed whenever we were watching Frog Gang earlier, and it's going to be interesting to see if Dismiss is going to be able to capitalize maybe on just that minor route discrepancy. Where Dismissed, they grabbed that Woe Drifter that we talk about all the time. They got their shard pull dealt with pretty clean. All things considered, it's very dangerous on Spiteful and Necrotic, and so avoiding tank deaths are super important. And now Dismissed are immediately into their second shard pull, not even waiting for offensive CDs to come back up.
Yeah, they're just getting in there, getting those pulls going. That's one of the huge strengths of 4-piece Destrolock, 4-piece Survival Hunter, right? Is you don't really need to wait for cooldowns for these specs, right? They are kind of just always going, always damaging, always blasting that AoE.
Ooh. Look at this. So Exo from the side of Dismissed, he started casting a Symbol of Hope there. So while they didn't have any like offensive or defensive cooldowns realistically up that much, they were able to symbol them back up. And Exo ended up getting meleeed down by a Spiteful Shade right as those Spitefuls ended up getting bound. It looks like it's only going to be one death on the side of Dismissed, but things could go turn into a catastrophe once Exo has to release here.
Yeah. Well, because we do have 2 mobs that are mind-soothed near the front here. Luckily,
Okay.
We have another death coming out there. Those mobs should still be mind-soothed, though, so they should be able to get past them fairly easily, but there's still a shard of Halkias. They need to kill that thing before its next... I think it just quaked, actually. It just finished quaking, so it should be okay, but a Spiteful Shade, another melee comes in. Luckily, Exo able to survive that just barely, and they're able to keep this pull alive and help finish it off. That has given Frog Gang an opportunity, though, with their slower, smaller pulls, kind of a repeat of what we saw in the last series, right? Slower, but more safe, more consistent. And that sometimes is just all you need.
I do still think that Dismissed has gotten the better of this trade, even though they've given up 2 deaths and like 10 seconds of death differential. I do think that just like where they are in the dungeon and just their general routing has put them in a position where like Frog Gang is going to have to backtrack for their 3rd shard of Halkias, whereas Dismissed is able to pull it whenever they're realistically ready with their defensive and offensive CDs. They are getting an intermission pack where they're just doing a bunch of groundskeepers and Gargans, and it's like pretty dangerous for the tank to tank this pack, but this is a pull where you can arm your CDs and let them come back up, get your Coordinated Assault ready, get your Infernal ready, and then go into a shard whenever you feel like you're a little bit more prepared. And dodge out of the way these Spiteful Shades, though. They're incredibly scary.
Yeah, Spiteful's such a dangerous affix to deal with in a dungeon like this, especially you got so many clothies in groups these days that do not like being auto-attacked by Spiteful Shades that auto for like 100% of your health, ignoring armor, right? Like that's, if you don't have armor, that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's why we saw Exo just immediately die to the Spiteful. He was 80, 85%. He was relatively high HP and just went down almost instantly. So they are pulling this Loyal Stoneborn into the Shard of Halkias on the left side of your screen for Dismissed. I'm kind of surprised. So we've seen like double or triple Stoneborns into just Halkias, but I think that Dismissed may be looking to grab like a couple of different Stoneborns that are in the courtyard area than other teams from what we've seen across this weekend.
Yeah, usually you want to take 2 Stoneborns onto the first boss, so as long as you've left yourself 2 Stoneborns that are like mind controllable for the first boss, that's good.
Yeah.
It looks like they did want the 2 there, right? And it's just like the mind control didn't go out, but they're going to get this re-mind control on this one now. Oh, a trap is on the field here. I think they were probably trying to trap the Huntmaster, but what happened was the Gargoyle, the Stoneborn ran through the mobs and just got them in combat. So now Dismissed are going to have to call an audible here. They are going to fight these 5 mobs by themselves. This is a very, very small pull for an MDI setting. It is a liability to fight things this slowly.
I mean, it's kind of what we saw from Frog Gang. Oh my gosh, Dice! It just immediately goes into Purgatory right as we start talking about Frog Gang. It's kind of what we saw from Frog Gang whenever they were in HOA earlier, where they were just doing... They had to adapt their strategy because they had some issues with the RP on Halkias spawning, and that ended up costing them like a lot of time, and they were substantially overcount from where they necessarily needed to be. But right now, Dismissed looks like they're pulling this pack that's in the middle of the room. They're grabbing the Stoneborns, and it looks like they're gearing up to pull Halkias on top of this trash after Maggot ended up grabbing some threat.
Yeah, a lot of threat needed this season. Luckily, they are playing with a rogue and a hunter, so you have Misdirect and Drix the Trade, and you need all of them in order to keep threat off of a Destro lock.
Although the damage blood decay.
Excuse me? This must be. Oh yeah, this is the Jailer weapon. That is I think the best one as well for this situation that the Jailer weapon has rolled here. So that is some large damage coming in from Blood Decay, a spec that is totally fine and did not deserve the nerfs it's getting on Tuesday.
Can you explain to me what the Jailer weapon did here? Why did it kill all the trash?
There's like 5 different effects, and they're all super broken, and I don't know them all that well because I've never gotten a Jailer weapon to drop, even though I've killed that boss on every difficulty. It's just so unlucky to not have one.
One of them is like it's an AoE bleed, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, there's one that like stacks of bleed up to like 10 stacks. There's like there's stats. There's all kinds of nonsense there. It's a 4-minute cooldown, 30-second buff that you can create for yourself. When you use it, it like makes a soul that you kill to get that buff, and it is huge.
Yeah. That's super sick. I didn't know that the Blood Decay could top DPS. I didn't know that DK damage was pretty high, though. All right, so now Dismissed here. They're kind of doing something similar to what we saw from a lot of teams this weekend, where they're grabbing those relics, and they're going to proc a Woe relic towards the very end of Halkias. And right as we start talking about that, it looks like the Rogue got frontaled by Halkias, trying to dodge out of the way of the trash. Ooh, this is really scary.
Wow, that was dangerous. Yeah, but they've gotten through it. Okay, so there's some extra lore here on how Maggot was able to do so much damage for Dismissed. Maggot is running the 3rd least seen talent in the bottom row of the Death Knight tree, Bone Storm. This is not a Purgatory gamer. This is not a Red Thirst gamer. This is a Bone Storm gamer, and that does quite a lot of damage. Even in it was nerfed like 3 years ago.
In BFA, at the first season of BFA.
In patch 8.1, I remember the day with very sad memories, but it is still a lot of damage you can see there. Contributing plus the Jailer weapon, everything kind of coming together to make a beautiful blood devastate damage explosion.
Cool. I mean, that is quite impressive that he was able to do that much damage. He's definitely not going to have any threat problems whenever he's something in the range of 5k DPS on this possible. I think that this death from Dismissed on the Rogue here, the double death, is a bit of a doozy. I wonder if they're going to have their Woe up. It looks like they're still going to have it available to them, but they need to get the Halkias killed off really quick. Frog Gang, this is putting them in a position where Frog Gang is able to catch back up.
Yeah, Frog Gang, I mean, with this death, this lack of the battle res, that is a huge thing. And again, we're seeing 2 different teams, right? One with slower pulls and 0 deaths, and one with deaths on the board and a slightly faster strategy. And right now, again, these 2 teams are basically tied. Dismissed have that Woe Cypher, but that Woe Cypher, because of the way this timing worked out with a dead player, they aren't actually going to have the Woe buff for this skip. So they're going to need to do a res and then a shroud.
Okay, so the
that's
problem with
okay.
this is like you see those dark blades that are standing at the gate. It's really difficult for you to get like the full shroud and make it all the way to where you need to be, and that's why generally that plus the movement speed are why teams end up getting the woe. But it looks like with just the mount speed, Dismissed is probably going to make it right on.
Yeah,
time.
they're looking okay. Yeah. That's one of those shrouds that's like a lot worse than a pug where you have to press shroud and people have to wait 5 seconds to like all notice it. But in this situation where it's like shroud now and everybody's hitting W, it does work out. And so we have both teams pulling Echelon right around the same time here. Frog Gang do have 5% extra count. They're both okay though on trash. I think Frog Gang, that 5% is just that pack that they meant to skip. That they actually, was that Dismissed that ended up pulling that extra pack? So I'm a little confused.
That was
Maybe
Dismissed that pulled that extra pack.
yeah, about how our counts have lined up here. But either way, both teams are good on count, and it's going to come right down to damage race because those 20 seconds of death timer right now does mean Frog Gang are in a slight lead.
Okay, so why does Frog? Okay, why is this 2 Halls of Atonements in a row where Frog Gang just has more count than they need?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about this as well. You know, maybe it's just a case of like, hey, we can just pull some more stuff with this boss. You know, hey, we don't need to count, but like more damage for our Warlock or something. Or maybe it's just a case of both runs have involved a little bit extra getting pulled.
Yeah.
Sometimes what happens is you like cut a pull from earlier in your route, add a pull later, and then you just kind of forget and accidentally do that pull again, pull that extra pack in with an earlier pull, and you're like, oh, darn. But it's too late, right? You've already spent the time killing him. I'm not sure. I mean, I'd love to ask them exactly how this has come to happen twice now.
All right, so now it looks like Dismissed and Frog Gang kind of even it up on the Echelon boss damage. But again, we have to continue to take in that 20 seconds of death differential into account. I think that Dismissed lost a lot of time towards the end of Halkias just having that rogue go down twice. It just ended up costing him a lot. But Frog Gang has popped their lust in an interesting turn of events. I don't know if I like
hate
this lust.
Yeah, I do think it's probably worse than the Lord Chamberlain Lust, although it's worth noting that the Lord Chamberlain Lust is also a little inefficient. People are having to move, do that kind of stuff during that fight, depending on when you cast it as well. Here, maybe it's just a case of like, hey, we got Infernal, you know, let's press it. Although it doesn't look like they pressed it with Shadowblade's Coordinated Assault, so yeah, definitely interesting Lust decision there from Frog Gang, because I don't think they're going to be able to get a second one.
So hear me out. What if Splat queued up his mic and said, you better lust right now or I'm going to press drums? He gave him the ultimatum. I've been here before where it's like, you better lust right now or I'm going to press drums. And then it's just like, well, my cooldowns aren't up, but I guess I'm going to press lust as opposed to that. Okay, so basically Echelon dying at the same time for both of these teams while Frog Gang press lust and Dismissed is going to be saving it. I don't know. Like, I don't like the better of that exchange, but I do still think that Frog Gang is a little bit ahead. I do think the Lust is not worth something in the range of 20 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to how these two teams decide to attack the trash in this area. Dismissed are just going to fire off the pull, the one pull by itself, while Frog Gang are going to double pull and pull back outside to the Echelon room. So potentially Frog Gang have this dungeon in one less pull than Dismissed, depending on how Dismissed decides to do the next trash, and that could be the deal breaker. On the other hand, maybe Dismissed will take that next pull into the next boss, and then we'll again be in this spot where it's unclear who's in the lead.
Or you say? Sorry.
It may still be unclear who's in the lead.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you feel about the difference between like Frog Gang killing the Relic here and Dismissed killing the Woe Drifter?
Yeah, I mean, I love Woe Drifter. I think Woe Drifter is just a great choice. Anytime you're setting up a pull like this, everybody's getting here like 5 globals earlier. You have damage reduction. You move less out of these swirlies. So I think Woe is just a great choice for any case where you even think, oh, a Woe would be nice here. I think it probably is, and it's probably also best in a lot of cases where you never think of it.
So do you think? So is it just from a time efficiency standpoint?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
obviously, I think is like a lot safer in a lot of different instances because of
is nice in high keys because like the mana.
Packet goes down. Oh my god, he got dismantled.
That is huge. That is likely to be the.
He can't soul scope because he's a pod.
No. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the dungeon right now. Dismissed with this wipe. I mean, there's no way they can recover from this, right? They maybe have a battle res and engineering res, but no, they don't have time to deploy it. Too many mobs here, and that is going to be Frog Gang's opportunity now to just step on the gas and close this one out. Again, 0 deaths in the Frog Gang run, and a full wipe for Dismissed. They're going to have to go back to the very start of the dungeon as well here. That is pain for Dismissed.
Oh man, that wiping in Halls of Atonement 2 is so bad because the run back additionally is like they have to run all the way back from the very beginning. If there is there Shroud up? I don't even know if their Shroud is available for them right here. Oh, it's not. Oh no.
So they had Mind Soothe to get past there. What do they have here?
Oh,
they
it's back
do
up.
have Shroud. Okay.
So less bad-ish, but the
I mean,
ball
it's
is
still
no longer in their
catastrophic.
court, right? Yeah. So
They
Frog
are
Gang is
no longer the architects
Yeah.
of their own destiny. It's all going to be about whether Frog Gang can kill this boss and the next boss and the mini-boss without having a wipe of their own. If they can do that, they will win this map for sure, because that was such a costly wipe for Dismissed.
All right. So also take a look. So if the observer pans a little bit, you can see the Loyal Stoneborn's HP frame is like on the far right hand side for Frog Gang. This is like they're going to MC this Stoneborn right after Elise dies. And they're going to take it into Inquisitor's Cigar. And we saw this whenever they were playing this dungeon earlier. It's actually a great strategy for them to do this. And so then they're able to burn Cigar without it healing at all. It allows them to not kill any of those mobs on the pew. You do see Obliterator is going to like tag that Stoneborn to just get in position so they can MC it a little bit early. It does take a while to kind of snap to the group after they teleport up into that mirror phase where Inquisitor's Cigar is. I really like this strategy from Frog Gang. I think that how they are utilizing the Stoneborn to skip the heal on Cigar saves them a lot of offensive cooldowns and a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that I endorse wholeheartedly if you're trying to skip that cast on Cigar. So let's see if Frog Gang are able to execute. They do have Elise now dead. Get that mind control off, and they'll run through the mirror once they do drop combat with the mind control. And important to not tag any of these souls as they run through here, because that will start the timer that you are hoping to beat. You're hoping to get everybody nice and up to the front and get that timer started as late as possible on the second Dark Communion. And once that first Dark Communion cast finishes, that is when your DPS really needs to start kicking into extra gear to make sure you get this dead before its next cast.
It's also important to note that like KSP needs to make sure that his first global is on Inquisitor Cigar, otherwise the Stoneborn would just melee the relics realistically until they ended up dying, which could just be the difference. Oh, in addition to this, look at this. They have Curse of Exhaustion. Exhaustion is the one that's the
Curse of Tongues, yeah.
Or Curse of Tongues. They have Curse of Tongues on Cigar as well to reduce the amount of cast speed that he has on the bolt, so they can even extend that cast even longer. I like this. Ooh, they're dragging the Relic with them too. There's a lot of cool stuff that Frog Gang is doing right now that I'm really a big fan of.
Yeah, they have for the pull of the last boss here, which is big extra damage for a few of them. So you can see the Survival Hunter having a pretty good time getting to just smash the face into the Wildfire Bomb button. That's a lot of extra damage coming out on pull here. To be fair, some of that is pad on those relics, but still, who cares about being fair? That's a lot of damage.
But I mean, one of the biggest things too is like the Resonating Arrow CD. So like they're able to slam that Resonating Arrow immediately, like first global.
And also,
it's like
Boon of
back
the Ascended. When you have an relic during your Boon of the Ascended, it's actually so big for Holy Priest damage too. So yeah, big damage coming in from Frog Gang on pull, and they're gonna get another right now as well. They will not get another Bloodlust on this fight. They are just gonna try and kill this boss with what they've got, and I think they are in great shape to do just that. They are having such a great run through this dungeon. It is a almost exact replica of our last series so far between Frog Gang and Dismissed, with one team on just 0 deaths, clean, smaller pulls, and the other team doing a little bit bigger, but a lot messier.
I mean, it just shows like how often like a slightly slower but safer strategy where your consistency is something in the range of like 95-5, even on your most dangerous pulls, is going to sometimes overperform if you have to take some 80-20 splits on a couple of different trash packs that can potentially go wrong. And it's looking like Frog Gang is just proving that their slightly slower but safer strategy is going to come to fruition as they get Lord Chamberlain down. They don't have that Lust. We talked about it a little bit earlier, the Lust and Echelon I'm still not a huge fan of, but at the same time, Frog Gang's going to be able to clutch this out, assuming that they're able to soak this Lord Chamberlain Ritual of Woe.
Yeah, Frog Gang here. They're going to have something like a minute and a half at the end when you factor in that death timer. So very, very great run here from Frog Gang. Huge congratulations to them. That being said, on the side of Dismissed, there's a lot of good stuff going on here. A lot of hard pulls. A lot of big, scary moments were handled correctly by them. The sorts of MDI pulls that if they can do 100% cleanly, they definitely have the edge in the rest of this series. But that is the question, right? Is can they execute those pulls with that level of consistency? Because it didn't work out in this dungeon, and they'll have no more extra lives after this. They need to win both of the next 2 maps because Frog Gang, with Lord Chamberlain at 10% health here, they are closing this one out. Nothing left that could possibly go wrong here. No way they could wipe from this point. No statues that could possibly hit the whole raid. Frog Gang gonna take this one. That's gonna be a 1-0 lead for them in our series, and they are so close to making it through to Sunday.
Wait a second, hold on. All right, now
Just
they
using
get
cheat
wiped from
death,
here.
just getting it on cooldown, no big deal. That's what it's there for.
It got a little bit alarming at the end there, but Frog Gang got it done, and it's kind of another example of the slower, steadier team finishing cleaner. 0 deaths for Frog Gang. They'll actually take map number 1 off of Dismissed. So this is cool. I feel like maybe Frog Gang had a little bit of like a focus up moment, right? And like now they're coming through playing really clean.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to say, by no means are these dungeons like actually slow. They're just MDI slow. These things are
Right.
still
No, not slow
easily
compared to
3
live
testing
keys.
these
No.
keys.
Yeah, exactly.
But that being said, yeah, something really weird has been happening these past 3 maps where the team that's favored just can't put their strat together, and the other team is just like, oh okay, I'll take this.
Don't
map
mind if
win.
I do.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
exactly. Don't mind if I do.
Even the Mists that Frog Gang lost earlier today, they only had 1 death in, and that means they've got a total of, well, okay, so maybe they lost a few more in the halls that they were in earlier. That was 8, but still, the 0 on this one. Forget everything else I just said. They had a good run.
All right, guys.
I'm not
I'd
an
like to
analyst.
present to you a package put together by our insane camera guy, Nick. This is called the duality of blood decay. See the blood decay, maggot decay, topping the damage meters on Halkias. All is well in the world.
Uh-huh.
Doing great. We're cruising
Listening.
through the Kree.
Yeah.
All right, maggot decay again. Later on, decides to tank 2 Urdismantler slams to the face.
Well, he's got 26 stacks in
It does-
necrotic. I think that this is
It does not
duality,
go well
right?
for him. I mean,
Well,
he could have moved
The
out of
slams
these.
are
Oh,
important
oh.
to avoid, yeah.
Oh.
The slams help.
And,
Oh.
Thanks for coming to my
Yeah.
TED Talk. Oh, and then Frog Gang finished the key, but we already knew that happened.
Of course.
That's
Yeah.
flew a little bit too close to the sun there, but I really liked actually the Bone Storm choice as well out of Maggot there, doing so much damage. Maybe Purgatory would save you from the death there or something like that, but don't listen to people that tell you that. Those people are cowards. Bone Storm for life.
That's right. Do the damage. Why
Do you-
Why else play a DK if you don't want to do all the damage?
So, do you play Bone Storm on Jailer Dratnos whenever you're tanking it?
Okay, I play Red Thirst, alright? It's the mid-ground, okay? I'm a little bit of coward, but not as much as if I was playing Purgatory.
Okay.
We might need to update our Dratnos route, our caster vocabulary, because I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, Frog Gang was using an expert Dratnos route there.
Their route certainly is called that. I don't know if a lot of MDI teams have been renaming their routes to that at this point, and they've been sending
Well-
screenshots in of linking it before the key starts.
Well,
Well,
so if you
there's-
think about it, their first pull is that pull on the left that is definitely in the Dratnos route.
It's a good pull. What can I say?
It's a great way to start. The thing is, Dratnos route is kind of becoming a little bit like Kleenex, right? Where it's like it's a brand of tissue, but now basically everybody calls tissues Kleenex, right? Now, so now every route is becoming a Dratnos route. It's just like
So-
making any route in an MDI dungeon is just called a Dratnos, I guess.
Was Frog Gang the team that mysteriously had 5% more count than they needed as well? Because I think I might have solved why that happened. Maybe it's because their
Oh.
route maker is incompetent.
Okay.
Twice in a
Maybe
row,
it is.
they've had
Hang on a
5%
second.
more count than they needed.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to reevaluate that a little bit. Yeah, a little bit too much. Well, we're skipping right past Gambit because Frog Gang banned that one, so that means we're going to that 21 Spires. That'll be a fun one. It does get a little bit crazy with explosive, but a little bit of a break in terms of key level compared to dungeon number 1.
Yeah, I think this Spires is a little bit more nuanced and difficult to put together than the Halls of Atonement was. So, I mean, if Dismiss was having issue in the halls,
I said
and
breaking
to
key
get it
level.
together for the Spires. I mean, the key level's lower, but Raging, I think Raging adds 2 key levels to the key on its own. Like, Raging is such a nasty affix. An explosive requires your healer to actually pay attention to the game rather than just play whack-a-mole for the entire dungeon. So it's pretty tough to actually do a key well with 0 deaths on these affixes.
Well, the
that
chat
raging fortified combo, right, is just so nasty. I mean,
Oh,
those
yeah.
mobs are gonna, those trash mobs are gonna be doing way more damage, especially once they're raging, than the ones in that 23 tyrannical halls.
That's fair, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see if Frog Gang can do it. I think a lot of people would be surprised if we ended up with a Frog Gang 2-0, but then again, dismissed when you base your entire team around the concept of being kicked out of things. I don't know. What are you really asking for there?
Well, so the
You gotta-
question is chat going to spam for the duck emoji or the frog emoji? Looks like
Oh.
right now they're on Team Frog, but we're going to see.
I've seen a lot of frogs.
I've
Chat
been
are
seeing a lot
kind
of frog.
they're kind of fair weather fans, though. If you show them a 1-0 series, they're always going to be spamming the emotes of whichever team is the one.
They want
That's
to
right, I'm calling
seem
you out,
right,
chat.
you know?
Y'all are fake.
Wow.
Fake fans.
You went for it.
Jesus.
Dratnos
Shout out
coming
all
in.
the fans.
Yeah.
Well, Frog Gang, again, like, is it the thing is, you're a regular frog wearing pants and a muscle shirt, but the hand that holds you, how much power does that bring in? You know, when the human-sized power comes
Wait.
in for the gang of frog-sized frogs, it's got to add to it.
Is that
your
Master Hand?
Dratnos?
Is that
no, that's
Master
Dratnos'
Hand?
hand.
Well, the question
He's
is,
carrying them with his routes.
that's true. Yeah.
Oh, that's the hand of Dratnos. That's true.
That's me, yeah.
We know.
Wait,
helping out.
Sitting in the hand. We all sit in the hand of Dratnos.
Do you only have 4 fingers? That
Well,
hand
no,
has
there's
4
No,
there's one hidden behind the head. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's not. If you can't see it, it's not there. That's what I learned.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Why doesn't that work on? So you're saying when you're drinking one of your bottles of water, the water that's behind the label is not there? I'm pretty sure you're fighting it with your tongue later.
All right. Well, we have
Enjoy the dungeon.
the very first dungeon now starting. Looks like here in the end of our day, we have the Inky Black Potion actually here. This is, if you ever want your Spires of Ascension to look like this, you buy an item called Inky Black Potion off the auction house, and it can, some people prefer it, some people don't, but since it's kind of the, the late, potentially last map of our day, potentially second to last, I think this is a great choice for time for us to bust out that item.
It definitely makes in this dungeon in particular, it makes some of the abilities like more easy to see, especially a lot of the ground effects. You can even see it from like the Vi Interceptor. There's just the ground effects on the Vi Interceptor just are a lot easier to see. Ooh, Dismissed taking a really early lead. They were able to do all of the trash in one pull, and Frog Gang breaking it up into 2 separate pulls, kind of like we were talking about in the Halls of Atonement. Just a slower strategy, a little bit slower route. Dratnos, you gotta tell them that they need to do that pack together.
Yeah, I don't know. In my route, they're all selected all at once, so this is
No,
this is
they are
going
not.
against the. No, they're not. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, maybe they are just straight up yoinking here. Dismissed though with this woe buff, still persisting. Are gonna use it. That's interesting. They went with the woe even on that very first pull as well. There are a lot of interrupts in that first pull, so a bold strategy. But I love the woe as just a default choice actually so much. I've been converted over the last 2 days to being just a woe if in doubt type encrypted gamer.
Man, I feel like on live that's just like the wrong way of approaching it though, because I feel like the Relic, at least on live specifically.
Okay, on live where your healer needs mana or whatever, like fine, we can take the Relic. But if your healer doesn't need mana, I'm all about the woe.
I just feel like the HP regen too is just broken on live.
Nah, who needs it? Heal me. All right, Frog Gang are going to be popping the same pull here. They're going into the boss about 60 or about 30% behind in the boss HP compared to where Dismissed are at. Both teams have that Bloodlust going. It's just expired for Dismissed. So yeah, I mean, with that first pull, the way it looked, I feel like this dungeon has to be pretty heavily Dismissed favorite. Even though they're down in the series, I feel like this is definitely theirs to lose. If they can just keep a clean pathing and keep doing those slightly bigger pulls, they are going to get a lot of extra time at the end of this dungeon.
It's kind of like what we saw from MONKA earlier, where even though they had like a wipe and like a couple of mistakes, the time that you save in this dungeon by just being just like doing these massive MDI style pulls in this dungeon in particular saves you a ton of time over doing those pulls separate, especially like the couple of pulls that are after this first boss. Those are the dungeons that really separate just like those are like the biggest pulls and the most dangerous, but at the same time they can save you an insane amount of time if you're able to pull them off cleanly.
Yeah, I mean that is huge extra value that you can
look at
find
this.
in this dungeon. Yeah.
35% on the boss separates the two teams right now, which is going to be what, something like a minute maybe between the two already just in the first boss.
I'd call it, I'm going to guess 37 seconds. We'll see, though. We'll see. We have the split at the bottom, so if it says 3:36, that's how you'll know I'm a genius, and also that this is pre-recorded. So we'll see what happens here. As Dismissed are now going to be grabbing up their next trash pull.
Ooh, explosive. There's an explosive going
explosives,
off.
far explosives. They have most of this grouped up, though. That's pretty good, and you can see mobs coming from the other side as well. So this is a really big and scary pull. They are lining some of those explosives, though, which is always really nice. Meanwhile, the boss dying for
Pod
Frog
Tinder.
King. Oh, not 3:36. I was so close, man. I was a couple seconds off. All right, 40 seconds is the lead that Dismissed have after the first boss.
Thank goodness you weren't right. I would never hear the end of it if you were able to live predict the right time that they were.
Okay, so Frog Gang are doing a live pull instead here. They're just going to go left and pull
Oh,
around
God.
this.
Dude.
But Dismissed! But Dismissed!
The enraged ether divers in the oh my gosh, the enraged ether divers just end up killing off Maggot for Dismiss. They're not able to kite the pack back. This is a full wipe, and it's
They've only killed like 2 mobs, and they're going to try and keep this going for a little while longer, but it's not going to work out. And I think they just have to reset most of this, even though those mobs are pretty low. Like, what are they supposed to do? Maybe they can snipe that ether diver that's on like 2% health before it resets and heals all the way. Yeah, look, Maggot wants that. Yeah, that thing does not get to full heal. But now all the other ones are still in combat, and they are still raging, and now they're jumping all over the place. We don't have a mass grip anymore. We just have death grips. This is causing a lot of damage to the whole group here as they are spamming those hurl casts. Oh, this is so bad for Dismissed.
Oh man, it's just like the skirmishers plus the enraged ether divers just ended up being way too much damage for Maggot. And it's the enraging. It's like what Zyronic was talking about before the match started. It just adds something like 2 key levels to the dungeon. It's fortified raging too, so this is a combination that's you don't play a ton on this combination. It's something that you try. If you see it, you're like, it's not
You
the
have a lot of
slowest, but I
respect
try.
for trash mobs on this week. Yeah, they are very scary.
But okay, so look at Frog Gang here. They're doing this pack, but they're doing it without like the skirmishers and stuff like that. So Dice on the side of Frog Gang, whenever these stealth claws do enrage, he's able to just walk away if he doesn't feel like he's able to tanking it. And you saw him like backstepping those mobs before his dancing rune weapon came up. Then whenever it came up, he was kind of chilling. He was like, all right, now I can tank these. But before it was like really available for him, he was like, maybe not.
Yeah,
I'll give
those
it a couple
mobs
seconds.
are particularly dangerous on raging as well because they apply a stacking bleeds to you. And the way that stacking bleeds work with Enrage is when a raging mob hits you, it will update the whole stack to be raging. So if you go from a 6 stack without raging to a 7 stack with raging, you're taking more than double the damage per tick for the rest of that debuff. So very important to have a lot of respect for any stacking dots against the raging affix.
So do you think that Dismissed with their more aggressive routes can come back from this position? So they're down 30 seconds of death differential. I'm kind of having a deja vu moment where we were watching the streets, and it's kind of like a similar thing. They're down 30 seconds of death differential, but at the same time, it looks like if they're able to get this pull that Frog Gang is doing in like 3 separate packs done in one, they should be in a position that's a little bit more advantageous.
Yeah, I think that Dismissed, the question is, like, how many more spots are there in this dungeon where Dismissed are going to do things twice as fast as Frog Gang, right? Like, the first pull of the dungeon was one of those. The pull after the first boss was one of those, right? If there are a lot of those left and Dismissed can avoid wiping to any more of them, I think they might even still be favored in this game. But if they wipe even one more time, or if they don't have any super fast ways to deal with the rest of the dungeon, then on the other hand, I think Frog Gang may already be, like, at a point where they'll need to make a mistake, which Frog Gang hasn't seemed like they're interested in doing that in this series.
Dude, but we haven't talked about it very much. I much prefer the Windwalker Monk in this dungeon over the Subtlety Rogue. It feels like on this 21 fortified level, just the power of the Windwalker Monk, while it doesn't provide like a lot of single target lockdown in the way that the Rogue normally provides, it provides a lot of like killing power, where it feels like Frog Gang's packs kind of get stuck at 30% HP a lot, where Dismissed is not going to have this issue, where they're able to just kind of kill through, utilize like the leg sweep and stuff like that, and just kill the whole entire pack at once, and just not have to deal with those issues that Frog Gang otherwise may face towards the back end of this dungeon.
Yeah, Frog Gang now reaching towards the next platform here. They're going to start off with this relic pull just by itself. Dismissed probably also on the same plan here. It's pretty hard to drag this pack far up and do a really big AoE pull, although some teams have done it in the past. Dismissed, though, are joining the, are making their way to that platform as well. So Frog Gang probably have something like a minute's worth of lead here when you factor in the 30 seconds of death differential. It's just a question of whether Dismissed has a route that is more than a minute faster from this point, which is actually just a big question mark for me. I have no idea.
Dude, I will be so sad if Ironic was right in his 2-0 for Frog Gang prediction. If I am 100% incorrect and Frog Gang takes it 2, I will be very upset.
All right, well, there's the spear for Frog Gang, that first of 2 very powerful Kyrian weapons in this dungeon. Now all the mobs are starting to enrage, but a lot of them are already dead. That's pretty good for Frog Gang. Let's see what Dismiss tries to do here. They need to wait actually a while for... Oh, Dismiss does not have a very good patrol, but they have a Woe relic, so they'll actually get to kind of meet these 2 packs in the middle. But this is agonizing to watch on Dismiss side as they just wait for these slow patrols to get back to each other so they can start their spear pull.
One of the advantages of Blood Decay, too, is like whenever those Ether Divers are enraged, if the DK is able to have his like AMS up, he's going to be taking... He's either able to not get the stacks applied to him, or he's able to take almost like virtually 0 damage from those stacks as well. So that's something that is advantageous. Frog Gang had to wait a long time for that patrol because they didn't have that Woe Relic. It's that Woe Relic they keep talking about over and over again. If Frog Gang had that Woe Relic, they wouldn't have had to wait 20 seconds for that
look at this.
patrol to
Dismissed
get in a good
are going
spot.
to be able to still have this Woe Relic and get past here.
They're catching up.
Yeah, they are zooming, although this Woe Relic's about to expire. They need to make sure they jump before it expires or mount, because otherwise you'll lose the movement speed and you won't actually get brought to the correct platform. So looks like Dismissed have done it for the most part. Frog Gang are just doing this pull. They are fighting this this pull before boss. Dismissed look a little bit more interested in setting up a skip. They're going to do it with Turtle into Feign, but of course Frog Gang are, you know what? That pulls in the Dratnos route. Let's do it.
Squad leaders are bad, man. I don't know. Those things are so time inefficient. It's like this pull is pretty safe because not a ton is going to be going on this pack, especially once you get the squad leader killed off. But it's just from time efficiency standpoint, it's so bad.
Yeah, the squad leader causes the other nearby mobs to take reduced AoE damage, which is almost all of your damage in this composition. Even your single target abilities are coded as AoE for the Survival Hunter, right? Wildfire Bomb, even if you primary target something, it's taking AoE damage that gets reduced by that effect. So, of course, you do just primary target the squad leader and try and kill it as fast as possible, but yeah, still quite a slow thing to do. So Dismissed actually are on this boss with about 20% extra damage on boss compared to Frog Gang, but 30 seconds of death time are working against them, and 7% enemy forces that they're going to need to find.
So some advantage of the squad leader pack. It's not just like fully a bad patrol or a bad pack. They don't have to play any of like the Hellions or the Wardens or the Justicars that are on this back half of this dungeon that can be incredibly dangerous. There's no,
I think they'll
Goliath
probably
pack.
do the first Hellion with the Woe, if I had to guess, and then they'll take that up to the end of the dungeon, and that should be most of the count that they need.
So you think that they're probably not going to pull that pack with the Orifrion that we've seen during the recharge? Because
I don't think so. No. I don't think they'll do like Wardens and Justicars with Orifrion. That is very, very volatile to do, and that's not been, that wouldn't be consistent with what Frog Gang have been doing. Speaking of what Frog Gang have been doing, they've been doing something to this boss. They ate their Wheaties this morning because this boss is unbelievably dead for Frog Gang. They pulled this boss like 30% lower than Dismissed were, but they've killed it at just about the same time here, and so you can see, yeah, the boss 2 split is actually They are doing great here. They are catching, or they're holding on to that lead that was created by the Dismissed wipe. Dismissed have closed the gap a little bit, but I don't know if they're closing it at a fast enough pace to overtake by the end of the dungeon.
That's... I'm so surprised that Frog Gang were able to make that up. What did they make up? Like something like 30% on the boss?
Yeah, maybe a little bit less, but still very, very lots of damage from Frog Gang. Maybe a part of the story is the rogue single target outclassing the Windwalker by a couple thousand DPS.
Yeah, I think that's probably like a big part of it is just that rogue single target damage. Maybe some RNG with the Wildfire Bomb resets for...
always a possibility, yeah.
But it's not going to be the whole thing, right?
So both teams now are going to go pick up their second Kyrian Spear of the dungeon. Frog Gang looks like getting ready to potentially hug the side here. Yeah, they have no desire to fight anything in this area. It looks like they're not even interested in getting a woe. Meanwhile, Dismissed are going big or going home. They are going to fight Hellion, Goliath, Warden. They're skipping the first Hellion with the relics, though, so they are just doing these. Meanwhile, Frog Gang taking the demonic gateway upstairs here, skipping past all this stuff, and it looks like they're just going to go into this relic pack. Some teams fight this with the boss, but Frog Gang are just going to fight it au natural.
It's definitely still part of the story of like the safer route. It's not the most time efficient thing. It would allow them to get punished by a team that basically had virtually no mistakes. Plus, we're doing like an insanely fast route. But it looks like, hey, Frog Gang able to get the Justicars and the Wardens dealt with relatively quickly. They kill an relic. It's probably not the worst thing here. They don't necessarily need like the stealth from woe, but like we talk about a few times, woe stealth is pretty nice here for the usurpers.
Yeah, the movement speed as well. I would have preferred it, but that being said, speaking of a woe, Dismissed have actually backtracked, and they are now fighting the Hellion plus the woe relic at the start of this area. So it does feel a little inefficient to be doing this, but the woe boost is going to mean they can get in combat with that boss very quickly from here. Meanwhile, Frog Gang have finished off one side of Skirmishers. They do need the other side of Skirmishers before they can head upstairs, so they'll have to do that before they take the Angels. But after that, I mean, they basically have 2 bosses and 2 trash bowls. One of those trash bowls is, however, they decide to do the Angels, to be fair, which is probably not going to be all 3 at once, given how they've done the rest of this dungeon. Dismissed, on the other hand, might be in a position on this 21 key, if they can do that triple Angel pull, to take the lead back with a pull as aggressive as that.
Yeah, oh man. I think that Frog Gang... Okay, so while they have been playing relatively safe, I do think that they are in a position to do a triple Angel pull, even though that would certainly not be in the Dratnos route. It's one of those things that, like, Frog Gang will bust out, like, a couple of times, like, some relatively safe strategies, but at the same time, they do have some massive pulls in them. Like, that trash pull that they did into the first boss, certainly not a part of the Dratnos route. You would never advise people to do that trash pull. Like,
it's fun, I don't know what to tell you. It's cool.
Okay, never mind. Frog Gang just lost it here. I think that...
That probably precludes the possibility of a triple Angel. Yeah, I think you have to, even on 21 key, when it's Fortified Raging, if you're not lusting triple Angel, I don't know what you're doing. So they're probably going to do double and then spear the double maybe, or double and then spear the last one, spear Klotos. Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do that. Dismissed, on the other hand, holding on to the Bloodlust, so they may still have designs on doing 3 Angels all at once. They also still need more count as well. Don't forget, Frog Gang actually, I think, have really gotten the better of this crash section here, given the way that Dismissed pulled this of fighting that 3 pull and then backtracking for the Hellion plus the Relic. I think Frog Gang actually really doing well here. They do need to do another set of skirmishers, but this shouldn't take very long, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Dismissed needs, like, what? Like, a Usurper
they need
pack
an
plus,
actual pull.
Plus the Warden Justicar?
Yeah, they need to do an actual trash pull. They can't just do Usurpers.
Yeah, I think they actually. I think that they need both. I think they need like an actual trash pull plus usurpers. So I think they need a little bit more count than maybe.
Frog Gang 88% though. That's the magic number. That's what we want to see before we can click on those Angels. They are now heading up to the last part of the dungeon, and it's all going to come down to if Dismissed can hit the gas pedal hard enough, and then triple Angel and Bloodlust and overtake, or if Frog Gang can keep on doing their thing, keep on just pumping high amounts of damage into relatively smaller pulls and take this thing home. That would be so crazy. This would be our 4th map in a row to end with a 0-death run, beating a faster route with more deaths. That would be such a crazy thing to happen at the end of our day.
All right, so now I'm interested to see how Frog Gang does on this pull. Double Angel is honestly very scary. It's one of those things that even though it's less deadly than the triple Angel we see from some MDI teams, it's certainly not free. Splat, I think.
Got knocked back by that.
Is that javelin aimed at him? I think the javelin's aimed at him. Okay, so perfect. Good move. So the way that you can tell where the spear is actually going to be facing whenever it's coming out before it shoots the first time is the way that it's angled from the mob whenever it's thrown at you. That's the way that that's like the north-south of where the lines are going to be coming from. So that way you can kind of easily predict where they're going to be coming from. And I actually really like how Frog Gang is moving around the room. So Splat and Obli are going to be walking diagonally while at the same time their melee group is also going to be walking diagonally the whole entire time, every single movement they make from every single spear. That way they're never going to be in just like a line with them.
Oh,
it should
Tsumi
prevent
goes
them from
down
getting
for
hit.
Frog Gang. They do have a res available. Meanwhile, though, on the side of Dismissed, let's see how big they want to go. It is all 3 Angels here. This is going to be their Bloodlust and their Kyrian Spear deployed. If Dismissed can make this pull work, they are actually going to retake the lead here because this is just so efficient to be able to do, but it is also so hard. Once this Kyrian Spear fades, they are going to be in so much danger. So many mechanics are going to be coming out, and look at that damage already starting to tick up on the group here. 40% on some of these mobs. They are going to start raging soon as well, and you can see they're under quite a bit of pressure now as they have to dodge all of these spears as well. They also have to make sure they kill all 3 of these at the same time. A pod tender comes out.
During raging, this is so bad. This is actually incredibly scary for Dismissed. So it's not, the Warlock is not going to die here, but at the same time, they have to be very careful about getting these mobs killed off within 5 seconds of one another. Any healing could become a problem, and the Windwalker goes down for Dismissed.
Do they have a battle res? They don't have the runic power necessarily to spare on Maggot, and they don't have the time to cast Soulstone. They're going to try and find it, though. And they need to make sure the Windwalker's actually so big for this, because Touch of Death lets you equalize. One of them dies. Are they up? No, no, they are not. And that has got to be it here for Dismissed, because the Triple Angels, when they get that heal like this, it's really hard to come back from. Those mobs are still raging. Let's not forget here, and that's going to kill the whole group. They are going to have to come back, and they've killed Astronos, so they actually have to fight Lexus by itself probably now, and then do Klotos, which is really, really unfortunate for Dismissed. Meanwhile, Frog Gang are on to the last boss. They are on 1 death. That 1 death on Tsumi is going to be the only stain on an otherwise perfect series for them if they can get through this last boss cleanly. It is the lowest possible difficulty we have for this boss, right? It's only 21. We go up to 24 in some of our other maps, and it's fortified, not tyrannical. That being said, Devos can still get you if you're not careful. There are still some ways that you can wipe on this encounter. They really need to make sure that they don't find any of those.
It would involve multiple people getting blown up, I think. They're gonna get a thing is too, like they're gonna get a second battle res in somewhere in the range of like 20 seconds here whenever their timer hits 20:05, because they have that 1 second of death differential. They're going to have a second battle res, so they would need like a bunch of deaths, I think, for them to have a problem here where they're gonna wipe.
Yeah, Frog Gang hugely in the lead here. They just have to take it home from here. They just have to get this boss killed. Meanwhile, Dismissed, trying to keep it close. They are indeed going to have to fight these Angels one at a time now. It's going to be Lexus next, and then Klotos is going to be the third one, and this is so brutal when the Triple Angel pull goes like that. Oh, it's just... Oh, and they're actually even having deaths just on Lexus as well.
I mean, yeah, it's... They have no CDs, so basically they committed their Bloodlust, they committed their Kyrian Spear, they committed all offensive CDs, so yeah, Lexus then at this point is going to be so annoying to deal with just because of like how much they ended up overcommitting to killing the Triple Angel. At that point, once you miss, it's basically one of those things that there is little to almost no room for recovery.
Yeah, it sort of feels like a bit of a checkmate situation, right? Where it's like, I don't really know what play I have here to get out of this and to get back on track. But they are going to try it. Once they have everybody back, they will go and pull Klotos and try and keep this thing going. But Frog Gang, 37% on Devos. Once she reaches 30%, she's going to go up for her second intermission phase. And then that spear will bring her back down at 15%. And that's all that you have to do to finish off the fight. So they are so close to punching their ticket through to Sunday. Devos makes her way up to the next intermission phase. They just have to land that spear. Meanwhile, Dismissed, it looks like waiting for cooldowns here. They're in a position where they got to do that before they can pull the third Angel, so they are down very bad.
I think that Dismiss is kind of similar in a similar situation as what we saw from Just Reset last series, where it's like clearly a very good team with solid MDI strategies. It's looking like this is just going to end up being a 2-0 for Frog Gang to be able to take it over on the day. But if they showed back up for the Last Stand tournament, like these guys can clearly play, and I think that the Last Stand format definitely benefits them just a little bit more. Like with like multiple attempts, they can turn these 80-20 pulls, maybe even like if their Triple Angel is at like 90-10 consistency, and sometimes it just goes awry. If they just needed like one more run back on it, it's one of those things that they could put up an insanely fast time But it's again, just like you were talking about, an instance of like the 0 to 1 death team takes down the team with a slightly faster routing because the faster route team just has 14 deaths.
Wow. So there you have it. Frog Gang going to claim the 2-0 victory over Dismissed. Not a result a lot of people were expecting, but, you know, like we said before, slow and steady wins the race for Frog Gang. You know, it took them a little bit longer to get there, but it was clean. I think they only had like 1 death that dungeon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 death
was-
total out of that 2-0.
Did they have
Zyro
the-
did
oh, they had the
predict this.
1 hunter death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone else wasn't predicting. Let me just brush this on my shoulder here. Really quick.
You know, it's well done, well
You
well
know.
predicted.
No big deal for a master predictor such as Zyro.
That's right. 22 minutes and 16 seconds will be all it takes for Frog Gang to punch their ticket to Sunday, and for Dismissed to get knocked out. But like you were saying, Dratnos Tettles, definitely a team that could be a big threat if they come back for the last chance tournament. We'll have to hope and see if they do. But for now, we get to look ahead to tomorrow, and I think we've got a lot of exciting matches coming up then.
Yeah, we definitely do. But focusing back on some of the things that happened this dungeon, it was just kind of tiny misplays, not huge misplays.
Yeah.
But tiny misplays that just kind of snowballed out of control. I mean, the stuns came out from the team, but the kiting from the DK didn't end up coming out, and all they had to do to finish off that pull cleanly was kite. The residual infernal stuns would have been okay to keep them alive in that pull, but just greeting for those extra GCDs, thinking you can stay alive with your dancing rune weapon up, cost them that pull. We
Raging
saw a
Stealth
nice
Claw.
nice stable pull. The Dratnos expert route. Sorry, the Dratnos. Hold on.
It's the elite route
see
that
what
they
linked.
linked. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry,
elite
the Dratnos
route.
Elite route.
Wow.
Is
Yeah,
the
that
secret?
one's a turbo premium. It's
Ooh.
not available
Patreon,
publicly.
like, triple
Well, it is now.
diamonds
Yeah.
level reward.
Yeah, nobody
All
looked.
right.
This dungeon was proprietary information.
Yeah, we'll have to scrub the VOD later to make sure nobody accidentally steals it from you. But you know, surprisingly enough, using this faster route, they were able to claw their way back and make this dungeon relatively close, even with the last few pulls. If they were able to pull off this triple angel pull, we would have had a race coming to Devos. But unfortunately, Warlock just getting into exactly the wrong position to get cleaved down by the tank frontal, and this is near the end of his infernal uptime, so all of the ramp that he would have keeping him going after the infernal went gone just stopped all of his damage right there, and then it just snowballs from there. Monk dies because he used his karma too early in the pull. He actually used his karma before the Kyrian Spear, so he didn't end up having it later on in the pull. Ends up having a monk death there, and your monk being dead here is really bad because you don't have your touch of death to even off the HP and potentially kill off a third mob. It just all snowballed from one small mistake. And the second these angels healed, that was all she wrote for the dungeon. Really unfortunate to see it happen to him. But I think this is a good takeaway for people doing live keys. Like, you don't necessarily have to have the fastest MDI strats in order to time live keys. Just playing safe and playing clean is pretty solid. So all you people in Dungeon Finder, don't just not take people because they aren't the meta classes. You can time keys playing safe with pretty much any comp.
Yeah, like Zyronic is saying, you know, when Enhancement Shaman signs
Not
up for your
Enhanced Shaman.
keys,
I knew
just
where
pick
this was
it.
going
Yeah,
as soon as
exactly.
you started talking.
I agree with you, Zyronic. Enhancement Shaman should deserve more opportunities and keys.
Take me.
Oh, that's not a
get us out of
story.
here.
That's just the
Let's go.
truth. That's just me.
Something enhanced shaman.
Doa, please see point 3 of story time. Something enhancement shaman.
You're
so
right.
This is a subset of story time.
Hey, I've been playing Enhancement Shaman since you were in grade school, probably. So I've got the ability to talk about it.
See point 2. Talk about anything before BFA,
Oh,
Doa.
you're right. Hey, back in my day, Enhancement Shamans could use two-handers, all right? That's right.
Boy.
You know, good old Fist of Ragnaros and go and rock some Warsong Gulches all afternoon. Yeah, baby, that's what we did. It was good times. Good times for Frog Gang, too, as they advance to take on Free-For-All tomorrow. Perplexed and MONKA will be our semifinal in the upper bracket as well. So we're in for some pretty great series, I think, on Sunday.
Yeah, there is a ticket to the global finals up for grabs in the very first game tomorrow. That one between Perplexed and MONKA. And then there will be another one between the loser of that series and the winner of Free-For-All versus Frog Gang. And then we get an even extra special treat of the grand finals between the two qualified teams for the glory and the prize money at the end.
That's right. Are you Team Yellow or Team Blue with each of these? That's the big question here, yeah.
Yeah, in both series, we've got a team with the yellow color icon and a blue one.
There you go.
I'm trying to look
Bland?
at that pizza. Is there pineapple on it?
No, there's not.
No,
We
I don't
looked
think- it
at
looks like-
we're team yellow then.
It looks like your standard pepperoni from what I can see.
I'm team blue.
Yeah.
I'm team blue.
I think I'm team blue as well. I think that MONKA will really give Perplexed a run for their money.
Yeah, you know?
tomorrow. They've been playing earlier this weekend, but it's going to be so. I mean, I'm sure that this is the series that both teams have prepared so much for. So that is going to be some battle cruiser World of Warcraft up in the upper semis there.
That's the third versus fourth seed as well coming out of the time trial. So these technically should be the two closest teams against one another. So while one of them has been together for a very long time and Perplexed, MONKA has proven to be a formidable challenge for them across like what we've seen across the whole weekend.
There's a lot of great, icons on the screen right now, but only one of them has the intensity of the gargoyle for MONKA. Like, look at that face. That has a face that is dialed in, zeroed in,
intensity or
focused.
is that anxiety?
I think it's just absolute focus is what I would call that. Yeah, see,
sweating. It's
clearly
literally sweating.
Yep, and only the
Okay,
sweatiest players make it through to the global finals. That's for sure.
Amen.
Yeah.
I didn't know Einstein had a Twitter.
There you go.
Ooh,
I'm following
Well, it's
him
probably
now. Hold on.
because it's
Gotta send that a follow,
It's
yeah,
nothing
real
like
quick.
his
Yeah.
character name.
Well,
yeah.
I'm hitting
don't
him
know
with the
either.
follow. I didn't know that he had a Twitter.
Maybe it's one of those people that has a Twitter but hasn't tweeted for like 5 years or something like that.
I mean, he
Check it out
retweets
for
his-
us.
He retweets his guild performance and stuff like that. Yeah.
There you go. But that's not retweeting. Is not tweeting. You see
Yeah,
those
retweet.
accounts too, where it's just retweets. Yeah.
What if you
Yeah.
quote tweet and then like add to the conversation?
I mean, then yeah, that's a tweet. That's a tweet.
Okay.
Yep. We got Frog Gang too with the resting in the hand of Dratnos as they look ahead to trying to make it tomorrow. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah,
Only-
big congratulations to them for making it through to Sunday. That is a huge accomplishment for any team to be able to do that. So both Frog Gang and Free For All, very proud of those teams. Very well done. There's Free For All. You can see with the beautiful pepperoni. We assume that that's just like cheese and not like pineapples that are the other parts on them. So I think it's
grease.
Okay, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
grease.
it's like just
A little bit of
greasy
melted
cheese.
cheese.
Yeah, yeah.
It's American. It's American pizza.
Yeah. So I think I can approve of this team. No Twitters as well, so they are not getting distracted in the middle
I
of
like
their
that.
match.
I like that. Yeah.
Twitters. No tweeting. Rule of
Now-
law,
No, do not
tweets.
do that.
Not worried about the social media, just worried about destroying sick dungeons. Perplexed though.
Finally perplexed.
Yeah.
The Twitteriest of all our teams. Everybody
guess.
except for Swag having one on this team. They are the favorites coming into the weekend, but I don't know, man. I think those dungeons runs by MONKA as well have looked so good, so I'm very excited to see those two titans clash as our first match of tomorrow.
Yeah, only 4 series tomorrow, but we do get to see which 2 of the 4 remaining teams goes to the global finals and which of the 2 teams in the grand finals wins that extra cash and glory as well. So that will be a great set of games. Looking forward to it. Maybe the cat will come back tomorrow with more enthusiasm. Get a little logo alteration.
He's looked like this for a while. He's very
Yeah,
stoic.
we've thought that for the past couple years, but always comes back the same.
He's stoic.
All right. Fair enough. Oh, and don't forget, you, that's right. I'm talking to you at home on your computer, and maybe even you on your phone. That's right. You as well. You already have this, I'm pretty sure, but some people at home don't have it yet. It's the encrypted banner of the Opportune, right? And you can get it if you go and sign up and compete in the Last Stand time trials. Because anyone can get it. It just takes a couple 15s, I believe, and then again, if you do really well, you might find yourself in the global finals for the Mythic Dungeon International. Just happens once in a while, you just get in there to earn a banner and suddenly you're going to the global finals.
Yeah, you're just like you're doing your 15 in 1 minute, and then the next
Boom.
minute, you're blasting a 27 in the Last Stand tournament. And
exactly.
You earn your ticket to the global finals. That could be you.
Yeah,
So-
that one team down at the bottom.
Yeah, one team there.
Yeah.
We also have tomorrow we're gonna get to figure out who's joining Echo and Baldy in the global finals. Those are our first 2 teams to qualify, but the odds-on favorites are certainly Perplexed and MONKA out of this group. But the last 2 series we've watched have been upsets. Any of our teams that have made it to Sunday certainly could earn those tickets.
Yeah, that's right. And then we have another 2 teams that are going to be coming out of our Group C, which is happening next weekend. And then we have 1 team coming through from China. Anyone know off the top of your head, like, when that gets determined? I actually...
It was determined last weekend.
That's what I thought. I thought I saw the results of that already, but I can't
it was
remember.
it was
Do you
determined
remember?
last weekend. No, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Oh, I did. I do remember seeing some of the familiar names. Astro Y, Skyline not making it, which is maybe.
The Astro Y team didn't participate. The Skyline team lost in the
okay.
finals, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't done a ton of research into the winning team yet.
Well, there's some
So
homework for
unprofessional.
you. Homework
We're
for
really
you as we
sorry.
get ready for
Dranos,
tomorrow.
yeah.
I expect you to learning object permanence. I expect you to show up tomorrow knowing which Chinese team is coming through. I don't know. I don't know what that
I don't know
means
anything.
exactly.
Whatever I said, like the thing about the finger with the frog. It's like how possibly
yeah.
could the frog? How possibly could there be a finger behind the frog? It's like
That's true.
That is object permanence.
Tettles is the kind of guy where you do like this trick to him, and you're like,
Yeah,
"Whoa,
yeah.
how did you do that? Oh my gosh, the thumb it got so long."
Wait,
Yep.
Doa, where'd your nose go?
That's right.
Put
It's
it
like-
back. Put it back.
Put it back. Put it back. Put his nose back.
Look at my hand. Oh my gosh, there's a coin in there. How'd that get there? It's magic. Woo! That's right. We're magicians here. Not the only sorcerers, right? World of Warcraft has their mages and their warlocks. MDI has me, surrounded by seagulls. There you go. Well, on that note, I'd like Tettles eventually, like at one point, to just push back from his computer so fast that he just goes to the wall.
Just keep on
That'd be
pushing.
cool.
Just keep
Just
on going.
like a Kool-Aid man, but in reverse.
Never stop pushing away from his computer.
He comes back. He comes back. It's just a
Doesn't-
moment.
nope.
Oh, see ya.
Don't do that. Just keep going.
Bye. Looks like a
Bye.
comfortable couch, by the way.
It does look
It is.
a comfortable one.
Yeah,
It's relatively comfortable.
nice. Yeah, that plant might need a little bit more water though. It's looking a bit.
The plants. No, the
Saggy.
plant is fine, dude. I water it.
It's
It's an
plugged
electric
in.
pan.
It's fine.
It's an electric
Yeah.
plant. You
Plugged
just
in.
turn
Yeah.
it on. Yeah, that's right. Well, on that note, I think that's gonna about do it for us today. But we probably should. Get some final thoughts, I suppose, or no? I feel like we're getting played off the stage right now with these clips, huh?
Yeah, production should
Yeah.
literally just lost
We should
us as
end
well.
it.
This is brutal. Okay,
All right,
well,
well, forget that. We'll see
how
you
it
tomorrow,
is.
everybody. Thanks
Yeah,
for
no
watching
thoughts.
MDI. Catch you tomorrow.